afford to get a simple fix of a toilet done. I mean, I could do it myself, but I'm just saying not everyone can. Not everyone holds those same type of
Hmm.
values or work ethics or knowledge on that. I might be more knowledgeable on building something. You are more knowledgeable, especially when it comes to government issues or anything like that. That's why I watch you. I might not agree with you all the time. I'm not like a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I'm in the middle. I just think the government needs to leave us alone and
Yeah,
give
see,
us more freedom for
we should
sure.
have
But I
mustache
don't see that
painting.
happening under. I don't see that happening under either president.
Well, think of it this way: the countries, they actually have a higher amount of freedom as it relates to human freedom and economic freedom. So they rank better on the economic freedom index, and they rank better on the human freedom index than the United States. So we can increase the amount of access people have to social services that benefit their life, like access to healthcare, education, childcare, housing, right? Like all these different types of things, paid vacation, maternity leave, paternity leave, all of
Yeah,
those things
certainly.
can be can
Definitely
be can
older.
exist while we also have more economic freedom and more social freedom. So
Yeah.
like those things don't
Do
go
you think?
against
But
each other.
do you think Joe Biden or Trump will give any of those?
So I think Biden moves us closer to that. Trump moves us further away from that, especially because he's undermining our democratic political systems.
How's that?
He's been
Like, what
denying
do
the
you mean
election
by
for the
that?
past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he's won. He also tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results.
Yeah, some people do be tripping. I don't know. It's just a weird time for our country right now. I think something big needs to change. I don't think it's going to be with either one of these presidents running. I mean, we have so many people in America. We all have different, opinions, whatnot. But I guarantee you, at the end of the day, if me and you were walking down some side street and saw an old woman struggling, we would help her deal with whatever it is, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like obviously we want to help each other, and I think that
Yeah,
Republicans
but
will always try to pass policy that kind of restricts us from doing that. Again, we spend money
I can
under
kind of
older
agree.
presidents.
I can
Actually, we
kind of
spent
agree
more
with that.
debt. We had no greater amount of debt related spending under Trump's administration, even excluding COVID.
Yeah, 'cause so it's like Trump. So
So they
basically, in
spend
essence, what you're
more
saying, Trump spends more money just to dignify or to help
just
out
to
the
give it to the
rich,
rich people, exactly, which does
and
not help the
then
working
and
class
then
Americans.
and then and then Biden and what he does only helps the poor. So the middle class is just
No, it
kind of
helps the
screwed
middle class.
regardless.
What Biden does
I
helps the middle class and it helps people who are poor.
So I live in Louisiana. The highest amount you can make for single and none to get Medicaid is 27,000. Last year I made more than that. I still had it, but then they did the whole redo because of COVID. So now you got to reapply all that. I don't know if you know anything about that, or I don't know how it is if it's just a statewide thing, if it's federal or whatnot. But my niece makes 21,000. She's not even she's not qualified to even get Medicaid. I'm not even going to be qualified to get Medicaid. And it's like, how can I do anything? And that's been with a Democratic president, and that's
I
also
think
been with a
I think there should
Republican
be
president.
universal health care coverage. Medicare
How
for all,
would
that's my view.
would that go? Like, would that be something we'd pay for like out of our
Like through
taxes?
taxes, yeah, but that system would
I'm
save
cool
us
with
money.
that.
A Yale
I'm cool
study
with
indicated it
that.
would save $450 billion a year, which is 4.5 trillion over a decade. So imagine if we had
Yeah,
4.5 trillion extra dollars to be able to spend on
for
helping
people. Yeah,
Americans and everyone's covered.
yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah, but
I
Trump's
just
not for
know.
that. Republicans are consistently against that. Even people like Biden are somewhat against that. That's why we need to move the country further to the left, economically speaking, as it relates to these issues, because these issues have been already dealt with in other countries around the world for decades.
I said that one more time. You kind of broke up, man. My bad.
These issues have been dealt with for decades in other countries around the world.
Oh yeah. I mean, just if you go to the drug epidemic in some countries, yeah, they made drugs legal, but they had the right setup for certain things and situations. What was it? Oregon
So
legalized that, but they
I would
had
look
they
at
had a
Portugal.
negative reflection. Portugal.
look at
That's
Portugal.
the first one. But they
Yeah,
had a lot of
Portugal
like,
decriminalized and it in legalized drug usage, and it went from extraordinary high rates, some of the highest rates of addiction, overdose, and usage rates in Europe, to some of the lowest rates.
yeah. And then they tried to do the same thing in Oregon, and it failed miserably. Or am I wrong about that?
So that's
I just think
subject
they
to like
implement.
if you don't do it in an entire area, it's obviously going to cause people to move to that area to
Right.
not be subject to like the particular types of negative impacts of being in other areas, right? Like
Yeah.
of it being criminalized.
Yeah. I
So
just feel
obviously,
like
it's going to
they.
cause like an increase if it
Yeah.
isn't across the entirety of the U.S.
I think that, and then also
or
if
in
you
like a
don't have
state.
like you can't just match like tomorrow we wake up and see that all of America's any type of drug is legal if you don't have anything set up to be able to help these people. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, while you're getting your drugs, you got someone that's telling you about this treatment center, this detox center, or a way that you can live a different life. Guarantee you go there enough, you might end up being able to change your life. But Oregon didn't implement that. It's just like
Yeah,
that,
and I
just
think
like
they
a,
need to. I think there needs to
like,
be help with all of those things. And again, that
like
can come through investment in our healthcare system because that's a part of healthcare.
yeah, no, I
And
agree.
and and the
I just
Republicans
really don't
constantly are not
see.
advocating for that. And our country is so right wing as it relates to these particular issues
Yeah,
that they aren't even talked about because there's so many of the other huge issues that have been brought up.
yeah. I just think that regardless, I know you say Republicans don't do anything for healthcare, which I mean that's a
And
very
a lot of
true
Democrats don't as well,
statement. But
but
right, that's
progressives
the
are
thing.
becoming
Like,
more prevalent.
I just feel like it's so. Let's just say Trump does happen to win. I feel like the House is going to be set up with more Democrats, so a lot of stuff that he may try to pass will fail. And then let's say Biden is wins presidency again. I feel like the House would be mainly made up of Republicans. Uh,
The House or
I
the
don't.
or the Senate are going to probably go the same either way,
Yeah,
regardless of our Trump or Biden presidency here.
it's like it's always opposite handed. And my thing is, like, we choose people state from state, right, to go and be our voice. But do you really ever get to see everything that they're voting on? Like, do you actually get an opinion and be able to say something like, I don't think we should be implementing this into our state, let alone putting that at a federal scale?
Um, I don't really know what you're trying to ask here.
Okay, so a lot of stuff so in Louisiana, August 1st, they will be making the death penalty harsher.
The death
Uh,
penalty is not a deterrence for crime, and it is the case that 4% of people on death row are innocent, so it kills innocent people, and it doesn't deter crime more.
yeah, no, that's what I'm just telling you what they're implementing.
Yeah, and Trump's
And this
also
is
for the death penalty for drug dealers.
say I don't know about the drug deal. I mean, child molesters, I could say yeah, I would be down for that. But I mean, then again, at the end of the day, like we don't really. I don't know. It's that's a weird one. But like, I'm trying to think and get back to the basis of like what my question was. I just know locally, like I'm just using this as an example because they also what they do in the statewide, they basically do federally whenever it comes to making laws or passing bills. I feel like, and I feel like we don't get to hear everything that they're trying to put into place. Like they'll sneak stuff in just so they can get a yes, just for that one thing. Like everything looks so beautiful, but like inside the picture, you got something that's very fucked up going on. Excuse my language.
Yeah, I'd have to see what you're specifically like relating to. But yeah, is there anything
But
else you want to
so
talk about
that's
or add?
uh nah, it's really was just I just like getting your input and hollering at you, dude. I
For
don't
sure.
agree with you. I don't agree with you all the time, dude. But I mess with you, good dude. You got good info,
Appreciate
so
you.
can't hate on that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming up. Have a great day.
You too, man.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do we have an Ian raid coming in? Oh, yo, thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate the raid. Can we get some W's for Ian in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate the raid, bro. I appreciate the raid. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27, be 28 at the end of the month.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I'm at the point right now where I don't really know for sure, but I'm just concerned about like the health of the current situation, the president we have right now.
Appreciate you, but I am just looking for people who are particularly voting for Trump. Don't mean to cut you off, but I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Who's Ian? Ian does religion topics. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I just think he made our country great when he was in office the first time, so why can't he be back again?
So, what did he do to make the country great?
He closed the borders off and didn't allow so many illegals coming into our country, where
He didn't close
Biden
the
clearly
borders.
has it all open right now, letting a bunch of illegals in.
What policy did Joe Biden pass that opened the border? And what policy did Donald Trump pass that closed it?
He didn't close anything. It's been closed. It was closed. He was working on building a greater wall when he was in there.
Wait, so how much of the wall do you think he built?
Quite a bit.
How much?
I'm not exactly certain.
Less than a fourth.
How much did Joe Biden build?
Joe of the wall? Joe
None.
Biden didn't build any of it. He tried
Yeah,
to
he wanted to
restrict
open.
that. No, the wall is not what makes it open or not. Under Obama's administration, there was less people coming to the country, yet it was the case that there wasn't a border wall. Do you think that there was a border crisis then?
I mean, I don't even really care about necessarily about the border or whether the illegals are coming in. I mean,
Okay, so
it's
this
all
is
a
why,
shit
okay.
show. But
So what do you
what I care about is like the economy. Like you got to think about kids. Okay, you got kids going to college, and then when they're getting out of college now, some of them are not even able to find jobs, or they're out looking for jobs, and they've been in college trying to get a degree. They don't even know what they're really getting for 4 years, spending a bunch of money.
Appreciate the head massage. Thank you so much. Okay, so then we should make there be free public universities and increase access to trade programs, and other types of options for people, right?
I
To
agree with
increase
that
social mobility
100%.
like they've other done in other countries. So I mean, I agree with that. But as it relates to this, what are Republicans doing for that? What is Trump doing for that?
He's gonna be able, hopefully, open back up like certain things. Like there's a lot of jobs that got shut down when Joe Biden first got in office. He closed down one of the biggest
No.
pipelines.
So, so
Yeah, he
the,
did.
the pipe, so the XL
Keystone
pipeline
Pipeline.
that you're referencing, that was a court order. Just letting you know, along with the fact that not only was that a court order, but it was a Canadian-owned pipeline, and 90% didn't even go to the United States. It was also only 8% done. And if you want to talk about instituting jobs, well, he made the largest investment in renewable energy, which created jobs. He did the Chips and Science Act, which brought back manufacturing jobs. The infrastructure bill, which specifically, literally, right, created plenty of jobs around the United States in development and construction, right, and all of that shit. So like, obviously, it sounds like Joe Biden did a lot for that.
Yeah. Do you question whether? Do you question if he's fit though for office?
Do I question whether Joe Biden's fit for office? Yeah, and I question whether or not Trump is as well. Trump's a raging lunatic. He's on mental decline. I agree Biden's on mental decline, but I'd rather take an old person over someone who's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, has been undermining our American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. I mean, he literally tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results. So, like, yeah, I would definitely prefer Joe Biden, the old man.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna vote Trump, so it's not
Why?
really gonna change. Because I just believe when he was in there, I mean, everything was clearly better when he was in there. It was just better.
You mean during COVID?
My dad made more money. I made more
Wait,
money.
you mean during COVID? When there was
Yeah, everything was
14.8%
better.
unemployment? Nope, that's the most
COVID was a
unemployment since the Great
joke.
Depression. COVID was not a joke. What?
Yeah, it was.
You understand there was global inflation, right? So in the same way that you say that, it was
Because
worse off
people
now
freak out.
because of inflation. Well, again, right? It was worse off, right, during COVID, during the pandemic. Yet you don't acknowledge that. Why? Because you identify external causes. So you don't identify an external cause to global inflation, but you do identify an external cause to the global pandemic. Why?
Global pandemic.
Yeah, global pandemic, global inflation. You say that Biden's responsible for global inflation, but Trump isn't responsible for global pandemic.
I mean, I believe like whether either one of them is in there or not. I mean, inflation's just going to happen. It's part of it. I mean,
So then what did Biden do
things
to
are going
cause
to
the
get more
bad economic
expensive.
trends?
I mean, look at how many jobs. I mean, it's facts. I mean, look how many jobs there was when Trump was in office, and look how many jobs there is now with Biden in office.
There's okay, so if you want to look at net jobs under administration, Trump lost jobs, and Biden's there have been 15 million jobs created under his administration.
Yeah, but I don't understand how he's going to be able to set in office.
Yeah, so if
I
you're
mean,
just looking at the
like,
administrations, literally Trump lost jobs, and Biden brought back 15 million. If you think that is going to be the basis of your argument, if it's just something that happened under his administration, this is why I say that's bad reasoning because that doesn't identify the policies that they passed that would have caused this.
yeah, I understand you've been doing this for weeks now and getting all your information and whatnot gathered up and trying to cheat your facts, but I've had too many people around me tell me a lot of different things, and
Yeah, but you want to base it on good reason, on critical thought, not just what people are saying around you.
well, everything was great. I mean, it was great. I know it was great when he
Yeah,
was
but
in
how
it.
was it caused by him? Okay, you could say it was great. That doesn't mean that he made it great.
Well, it's been shit since Biden's been in office.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that he made it shit. You understand that you could like inherit a bad economy? You could inherit like a failing system, and that doesn't mean you caused it.
I mean, as soon as the day he got in office, he started shutting down shit and messing up stuff.
There was one thing that you referenced, and that was literally a court order.
I mean, think about the thousands of oil field jobs, people getting laid off.
Think about the thousands of renewable energy jobs that wouldn't exist if Trump was in office and didn't make those investments in renewable energy. Or what about the infrastructure bill that he didn't get passed, but that Biden did?
Well, you're going to think about renewable energy, Teslas, and battery operated stuff. But I mean, think about how bad that hurts the environment.
It's not as negatively impactful to the environment in terms of our existence
I
compared
mean,
to
what happens when, let's say, the whole power grid fails?
the whole
and
power
people
grid.
can't
That
charge
that could
cars.
happen right now.
Yeah, I know, because it's already almost overloaded.
Well, we expanded the grids to have backup systems. We already do, but we expand the grids to reach plenty of different areas. The same way we expanded like electrical access under the New Deal, or we did so under like other points in American history. We just need to build up the infrastructure. It's necessary. We need to be ahead of this so that we can sell our technology to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
This is like saying, "Oh, should we industrialize?" Right before a majority of countries industrialized. Like, yeah, absolutely, we should do it because that would be beneficial to us.
And of course, we need our country to grow, which is great. But can you give me reasons why is Joe Biden giving money to other countries like Ukraine and stuff like that?
The Budapest Memorandum. So we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, we would defend them. So if we want other countries like North Korea, Iran to sign denuclearization agreements, well, then it is the case that we actually have to uphold ours here.
I mean, we had peace with them though when Trump was in office too.
With North Korea, no, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
No,
With Kim Jong-
they did missile tests right after.
Yeah, but
They never got a peace agreement or a denuclearization agreement.
there was this respect between Trump and Kim Jong Un.
He called him Rocket Man right after and before.
They didn't try to blow us up.
Okay, so they're not blowing us up right now.
Well, they're not doing that.
Is that because of Biden's relationship with him?
No, we don't want to go to World War or anything like that.
Can you give me any evidence we're going to go to World War because of Biden?
No.
Ask him how gave all our military stuff to Iran.
So we didn't.
Why are we giving supply? Like, I just don't understand why we're giving supplies to other countries. When we
Again,
can-
I just explained so with the Budapest Memorandum. But if you don't want to give like stuff to other countries, well, then why do you want to establish military bases around the world with an $850 billion a year military budget? We could take half that money back here home. We could spend it on, a universal child care, on universal access to free public universities, on ending homelessness in this country, on expanding access to healthcare, on renewable energy investments, on whatever we want to spend on. Literally, $450 billion. Right, and we'd still have the biggest military in the world by $100 billion
yeah.
a year.
But like, even during the debate, like, there's several like, if you watch the debate, I mean, Trump's a businessman, and he may not
Name
be
one
like
good
perfect,
businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
but
Can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
and of course he's fixing to run for president, right? So they're gonna
Name one good businessman that
all
has 6
these
bankruptcies.
charges on him and all this stuff, and then you also have him.
Are you not able to hear me right now?
What did you say?
Can you name one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
There's not. I mean, he's rich. And why was he, when he was in office, he wasn't getting paid to be president?
He spent $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips.
I doubt you can prove it.
Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. Yes, I can. Right, you can look up Trump.
Where's your source?
Yeah. You look up Trump golf count. They have the documented sources for every single time he went, where he went. He spent a lot of the money at Mar-a-Lago. They also have the same thing for Obama. Obama spent $80 million in 8 years, most of them military events and like non-private events. Whereas for Trump, it was mostly private events, a lot of them at Mar-a-Lago, so his own businesses. So he spent $35 million a year. So he didn't take the $400,000 a year, but he did use like $35 million a year.
Actually, I have another question for you. So, what do you think about Obama versus Biden? Who did you like more?
Obama versus Biden?
Yeah,
I would prefer Obama.
Obama. And during the presidential debate, which I watched all of it, like I'm young. I'm not like huge on politics or anything like that. It's not like I'm fighting with people over it really too much. I don't. So during the debate, Biden called Trump a liar and all this, the whole thing with his son, and then they also had so when they removed the people from Afghanistan, when they removed the troops, when Biden,
which Trump set up, by the way.
The troops, and then Biden said
Trump set up the agreement. Trump set up the agreement, and then Biden followed through with it.
Yeah, but why? So, but why? Why would he? But then he lied about all those troops getting killed over there. There was plenty of troops that ended up getting killed over
So
there.
he was trying to say like Trump. So he was trying to say that less died under his administration compared to Trump. But yeah, I agree. What he said definitely sounded like a lie, and I would count it as a lie because he did mistake it insofar as that it sounds like he's saying that he doesn't think any died, but there were some that died, but less than under Trump's administration. Like literally 35 in the last 2 years of Trump, 13 in the first 2 years of Biden, 30 in the first 2 years of Trump. So 35 last 2 years of Trump, 30 first 2 years of Trump in conflict, which means 65 died under his administration.
I mean, and they're both going to try to sound good to the people, right? They're both running for president and they're politicians. But another thing
And
is,
neither of them really sounded good to the people.
I feel like a lot of the Democrats are turning towards Trump just because they feel like Biden's unfit for office.
I don't think they're turning towards Trump. They're still sticking with Biden. They're just turning to look for someone who could have a better shot at beating Trump.
Yeah. Do you believe that both of them should have a that both of them should have like a physical and like mental test they should have to go
Yeah.
through?
Yeah. And then also Trump should have to give up his DNA. In like the essay case.
That's fair. Which he's got like the best lawyers probably possible.
Yeah, why didn't he give up his DNA if it would have exonerated him?
Maybe he's just trying to keep it to himself. He doesn't want to. He's not gonna let
Yeah,
someone.
so if
have that
someone
and keep it
accused
away.
you of SA and you've never met them in your life and they claim that they have DNA that is yours on like a dress, would you give up your DNA to exonerate yourself?
Oh no, I wouldn't. You wouldn't do
give
that.
up your DNA? Well, that would
You would-
exonerate you.
Well, you wouldn't give it up if you were guilty. I mean,
You would give it up if you're innocent, though, right?
yeah, absolutely.
So Trump didn't give it up. What does that indicate?
He just maybe he's just that type of person.
He's likely guilty. He's
He
likely
doesn't.
guilty.
He wants to stay away from it.
Oh, come on.
But I also
He's
want to come
likely
back.
guilty.
Come back to the fact that when Trump and Biden were talking also about like he doesn't make really any sense. Why did he say beat Medicare? Like
Yeah, he meant to say
what
big
are you
pharma.
beating?
But why did Donald Trump say we got a dog in reference to drugs crossing the border? Why did he say black jobs? What was that in reference to? Why did he say we have H2O, we have clean, immaculate water?
Yeah, why did he say that the Biden's a bad Palestinian?
We do have plenty of clean water.
That was a comment in response to climate policies. What does that have to do?
cleanest air you've ever seen.
It's like global warming. Do y'all believe in global warming?
We have Dasani. We've got that Mountain View stuff. We've got all the best bottled water. It's true.
Yeah, John. Do you deny human-caused climate change?
What?
Do you deny human-caused climate change?
Yes and no, because it kind of makes
Yes and no. 97% of climate scientists indicate it's accurate. Do you specifically think you know more than 97% of climate scientists, or
No.
do you think that
No,
Trump
'cause-
knows more? Trump literally said, "Oh, science doesn't know it yet. It's gonna be cooling. It's gonna be cooling." Like what? What the fuck? He's literally
doesn't know the difference
he's
between
delusional.
climate and weather.
if there's heat being put off every day in the air by humans,
Yes.
so it's going to get hotter.
He said it's
Yes.
gonna get
Yeah.
colder, right? And he said science just doesn't know it yet.
I mean, neither one of them are perfect, but
Perfect.
Yeah, Trump has
He's
only-
literally a raging lunatic.
Trump is the
that's
worst
delusional.
person running for president, man.
he's not. He's going to win by a landslide.
He has 38 felonies. He was found liable of violently saying a
Because,
woman he
I mean,
defrauded a
look-
children's charity.
I mean,
He tried
look
to
at
steal the last
Biden.
election. He's the
And
worst possible person
guy
in terms
probably
of
had an
morals,
earpiece
in terms
in.
of personal conduct, and in terms of policies for the future. He is objectively the worst candidate in the race. And I don't know why you guys don't see that. 38 charges, excuse me. I don't see why you guys don't see that. It's patently obvious he's the worst.
Yeah. I mean, y'all are going to think that, and then he's going to win.
I know
like
you
no
guys think
response
that.
to what
You
we
thought
just
that
said.
last time, didn't you? Did the red
And then he
wave
lost,
manifest?
and then you can't accept it. Wait, do you think he won in 2020, John?
I believe he did.
What evidence do you have
I
of that?
believe the election was rigged.
Yeah, do you have any evidence of that?
Absolutely not. But why were there so many, like,
So confident.
after there was so many allegations that the election was rigged and whatnot, and then
Uh-huh.
just all of a sudden Biden was in office.
Wait, so you
just-
trust allegations?
Yeah, like the amount of allegations were crazy.
Okay, so the
like the
29
Jeffrey
They were
Epstein
allegations
bringing
against
up
Trump.
stuff that dead.
Right.
people
Or how about the
What?
How about the Jeffrey Epstein allegation, where specifically there was a court document of him named with Jeffrey Epstein of them trafficking, imprisoning, torturing, and raping a minor. That's an allegation that exists out against Trump.
Or how about the fact that
Just not acknowledge that, I
Due to
guess.
Biden's open borders right now. He allowed
Joe Biden doesn't have
What,
open
dude?
borders.
There's
What
an immigrant
policy
that
opened
came
the
over
border? Wait, if the borders are open right now.
Raped two
wait,
of them,
wait,
raped
listen.
a little
If
girl, and
listen,
then they tried to
listen.
flee the
If,
country.
if
Hey,
the borders are open right now, how do we have the same border crossing numbers right now as the end of Trump's administration? Did Trump have an open border?
No. Well,
Okay, so
It's
what is an
closed.
open
he
border?
was trying to keep it closed. He
Just
was
can you
trying
define what an open border is?
He was trying
just
to
so we're on the
keep-
same page.
He was trying to keep less immigration. He was trying to have a control on it.
Okay,
He had
so
more people at it.
right, so
I mean,
a closed border
if you
would
look,
mean that.
if you look at
Just a second.
even what what's the people they tweeted it during the debate. Biden stated that
Yeah, he said they endorsed him. He corrected himself and said they endorsed the bill, which they did. The
No.
Border Union endorsed the Langford bill. But
they
if a
endorsed
closed
Trump when
border,
he was in office,
just
but they
a
didn't
second.
endorse Biden.
Right, he corrected himself and said they endorsed the bill. But if a closed border means that nobody's crossing, then did nobody cross over during Trump? Because he had a closed border.
I'm just
Hey,
confused.
Dude, this
What?
guy.
Why
Bro, cognitive
was
dissonance.
Trump like
It's actually crazy.
so like why did Biden call Trump a loser? Like really?
Oh my God! Why did
'Cause he is a
Trump?
loser.
That's some of the
why
worst
did, wait,
argument
why
ever.
why did Trump call veterans suckers and losers?
He
Why did he
did.
call Barack Obama the
I
founder
don't believe
of
he
ISIS?
did.
Yeah, why do
What
you
did
say
he
Barack Obama was born in Kenya?
Like, as if he hasn't been calling him Sleepy Joe, Crooked Hillary, all that shit for the last 8 years. Like, I think it's fair game to call him a loser because the boot
I think
fits.
I think Joe Biden should start saying "Diaper Don." I think that's what he needs to start saying. Donald, why do you have a diaper on?
I mean, that's just like Biden. I mean, I just think Biden's way too old. I mean,
Did you hear
think
Trump
he needs to
short of
drop
the
out. I
debate?
think that they should replace him and have
Wait,
somebody else.
John,
run
do you
the
think that? Did you hear Trump's shard at the debate?
What did you say?
True. Trump sharded
Trump
himself.
sharded at the debate. Yeah, it was a wet one.
I did not hear that.
Yeah, you can go to 1 hour 16 minutes and 20 seconds, and you can hear it. You want to hear it right now for me?
Play it.
All right, let's pull it up. CNN presidential debate. Let's pull it up, chat.
No,
nasty.
but do y'all see like the amount of Democrats have turned on Biden?
DL, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jaden, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that Biden should step down?
No, I don't. I think that's hysteria that's now manifested itself. I think is largely media driven. I think it's absurd. And I think history has shown that when we replace a nominee this late in the game, like we did in 72 and 68, we lose by pretty big ass margins. So no, it's not a good idea.
What would you say to like some of the Democrats that say that like we've never seen them pick up this big of a margin this quickly as well by like a candidate that already is in the race?
Well, first of all, I think the people that are calling for him to drop out represent some of the most wealthiest and elitist parts of our country, as is. But I don't think there's any mechanism to determine that their comments are valid, that another candidate could win by a large margin at this stage.
Or no, they're saying like a better shot.
There's
Yes,
nothing. There's
I
no
am
evidence at this
registered
stage that
voter,
would
by the
prove
way.
that they'd have a better shot.
Well,
I'm
have you seen
19 years
538
old.
polling?
And
I
I'm
have.
gonna be
They're below Trump.
mega.
Well, the Kamala in plenty of polls does poll slightly better. Now, recently, I would admit that it seems to have been going the other way. That Biden seems to be polling just as good, if not better now. So
He's
I
doing
would-
better in Wisconsin and Michigan now. So
Yeah.
I'd say
Man, look at the
better
polls,
to keep the
man.
devil you know.
Look at the polls.
Hold up. Listen.
Money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel.
Here, you got to put it closer there.
You didn't hear it?
Yeah.
I got it.
Out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries. And
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's probably edited.
you notice
No,
he
it's
never
not.
took
It's-
out
No.
my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the
I
tariffs.
could care
that
less if he
imposed on
shorted.
China.
I mean,
he never took them away. He can't because it's
people
too much
fart.
money. It's tremendous. And we
Thank you, Betty. Thank you.
What I care about is
Tremendous.
the fact that Biden can barely
Tremendous.
fucking say one sentence without
Say that again.
Oh,
calling upon.
you could
Can't even
barely finish
speak.
that sentence, man.
And then he comes out day after with his wife. Oh my god. Makes him
was the
look
same
like
night.
a
Wait.
kid.
When's the last time you saw Trump with Melania?
He's like, yeah, Joe.
No, wait, does
That was
anyone
the
does
same night.
anyone know the last time that Trump was
And he's
seen
just
with
looking
Melania?
around. He's just looking around. Doesn't
Like,
even know where he's
seriously,
at almost.
Can you answer the question? When is the
At least
last time you saw
everything-
Trump with Melania?
Who is Melania?
What the?
Ah, dude, he doesn't even know. Dude, the wife that he cheated on with a corn star when she was pregnant.
I mean, I don't care about Trump's relations with females or what he did with
Females,
that.
Jesus
Females,
Christ.
His
crazy. bro.
wife. Like, I care about what he's going to be able to do for the country. I mean, and I think he's going to be a lot more fit than Biden.
Like
because
undermine
Biden's
our American democratic
idiot.
political institutions, like call for tariffs rather than federal income tax, which would move the taxes towards the middle and lower class and increase consumer prices in the United States, like those things.
Trump already talked about cutting taxes, taking away taxes.
Kathy,
if
thank
he
you for the
was
$5.
elected.
Thank you so much. Yeah, he wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs, which means that you would have to have an 85% tariff on every good coming into the country in order to replace the same federal revenues that the federal income tax costs.
Yes,
Thank you,
tax the
Paper Crane. Thank you so
people.
much. So
Let's tax the
85%
products that we're
tariff on
getting from other
so
countries.
85% tariff on every good coming into the country. Do you
Let's
realize how
tax what we're
expensive
getting.
shit will
Let's
be?
tax other countries. Let's get some of our money back.
No, that's taxing
That's not how it
American
works.
consumers. And not only is that taxing American consumers, but it'll tax American businesses because they'll have to sell their their products in other countries that then will place tariffs on us, which will decrease the demand for their goods.
Roughly 2,500 that you're paying more annually.
I think we should make stuff more in house. We should. I think more products need to be
You're not
U.S.
responding
made.
to the point.
Yeah, but that would make goods so much more expensive. We're mostly service and consumer. To completely revitalize our economy to go different than that would be not a great idea, especially if it means making consumer prices that much more expensive, given that we've already experienced inflation.
So what would we do to make less taxes on the U.S. people?
So we do similar tax structure to what we see in Scandinavia, where we use that tax money to actually benefit the middle class, rather than specifically it, being used to have military bases around the world, or to give tax cuts to billionaires and millionaires. Dumb shit we do here in the United States. Instead of spending money on our infrastructure, on our children, its education, on their health, in terms of healthcare, on housing, right, on things that people actually need.
That's fair. Why? What I wish is for the amount of money that the working class, the amount of money they're taxed, why can't we have free healthcare?
Wait,
Because the Republicans don't want it. And consistently vote against expansions to Medicare and Medicaid that would effectively give access and give more enrollment plans towards seniors and people who are low income. If you're for that, then the Republicans and Donald Trump is not your candidate. Hello?
Hello?
There you are.
Just-
Did you hear what I said?
Processing. I'm learning.
Okay. Donald Trump is for full-on privatization of the healthcare system. Who knew healthcare could be so complicated, he says. Overall, a more lesser expensive system, one that imports drugs from other countries at half the cost, and one that allows Medicare to negotiate these prices down, is one that I would endorse, and is one that Joe Biden is endorsing. Medicaid expansion, Medicare expansion across the states. Donald Trump is not for that.
I mean, how do we know this though?
Because
I mean,
of what
every
they've
time-
done and what they plan to do.
Because every time he talks, he talks about doing good.
Who?
Every time at the debates and whatnot. All the stuff he says.
Biden actually does good though, right?
Yeah,
Trump
we
doesn't.
have the record to show it. Insulin costs have gone down, inhaler costs have gone down. 1 million veterans now enrolled into the PACT Act. More people are covered now than they were under Trump.
Yeah, he also Trump wants to decrease access to the ACA. He's provided no plan to be able to replace it. He had no plan for health care. I mean, for child care. He had no plan for health care. He had no plan for climate change. He's literally undermining women's access to abortion in this country. He's calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He's arguing for tent cities, right? Literally making it illegal to be homeless, and they put them either in prison or a tent city, right? So quite literally, basically internment camps. All of these things undermining our American democracy, political institutions, trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results, being held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies, and you're still voting for this guy. This is like the fucking craziest shit, to be totally honest. It's such a crazy view.
Yeah, I mean,
Donald Trump has zero redeeming qualities.
Like, seriously, what is a redeeming quality of Donald Trump? He's funny. Like, what?
Yeah, so is Dave Chappelle. And I'm not voting for him.
I mean, he's not stumbling, or he respects the military. I mean,
He doesn't.
for example,
Suckers and losers.
how many videos?
John
how many
McCain's not a war
videos-
hero.
Look at him. Look at him walking. Like, look at him when he gets on U.S. Air Force One.
Right, he left his umbrella open and then tossed it aside. He also trailed fucking
Does he
TP up
even
his heel.
shake-
Wait a
Does he
second.
even shake?
The
military
guy
hand? Does he
trailed
even show
TP
respect
up
to him?
his heel.
Have you noticed that every time Trump walks past him, he shakes their hand before he steps on?
So does Biden.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
Half the
does. He
time I
salutes them,
forget.
shakes his hand.
Like, what is
I
this
just-
guy saying?
No, I'm
These
not
are
going to
just-
vote
these
for
are
a
just
guy that
talking points,
can't
right?
even walk down a set of steps. Or
Wait, so you wouldn't
Fuck.
vote
That's
for
a
FDR?
disqualifier.
Yeah, would you not vote for FDR?
I consider it. I think a lot of Republicans would. I think he
Is-
needs to be replaced. I
Is
think
Greg Abbott bad?
he should
He's
be
bad.
in Joe Biden's spot.
Is Greg Abbott disqualified from being governor of Texas?
No.
Should Tammy Duckworth not be a senator? She's a double paraplegic.
No.
W amputee, excuse me. Okay, then what's
Lightning
the
thing
argument?
Description.
He just I feel like the people around him are running like the country right now, because
That's better
like
than Trump.
I need I want them to have physical tests.
Even if that
show
were
whether
true,
they're
that'd be
fit
better
or
than
not.
Trump.
I
He
just
had a
don't
physical
think so.
test
Yeah, he did have a neurological
Where?
exam.
Well, it's not very
in
great.
February. What do you mean it's not very
Pretty,
great? I'll read it to you
pretty
here.
freaking obvious.
I'll read it
It's
to you
pretty
here. This is
freaking
from
obvious
Dr.
he's
Connor.
not that
Excuse
great.
me. Stop talking, please. This is from Dr. Connor, February 28th letter. An extremely detailed neurologic exam was again reassuring in that there were no findings that would be consistent with
Franklin
any
D.
cerebral or other
Roosevelt.
central neurological disorders such as stroke, multiple sclerosis, Parkinson's, or ascending lateral sclerosis, nor are there any signs of any cervical myopathy. Is that concise enough for you?
Yeah,
the
but
person who
I-
claimed
I wanna
earlier
see-
that they had
I wanna see all
that
sources.
Joe Biden had Parkinson's.
why don't
Fine.
why
neurologist
Turn
doesn't-
on my
I
camera.
I want a doctor to come out to the press. I don't want them to.
That is
This
what
was
the
the
neurologist.
doctor that
That's
came to the
literally what
press.
this is, bro.
What? This is that letter. Do you see that? Physician to the president, Kevin O'Connor.
Okay. I'm
Okay.
like.
He
So,
said,
like,
"No, I'm
you're-
not
you're
going to
for
accept it.
real
It was
voting for Joe
manipulated.
Biden.
They're doing it
See
for
that?
Like,
Physician to the president. Part 2. So, dubs for Jaden. Anyways,
Yep. All right, John. Is there anything else you got, man?
no, but
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It will help get it out to more people. I appreciate everyone doing so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, let's go on to the next person real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
hello, Sheena.
Hello?
Sheena.
All right, let's try this next person. Everyone, please, everyone,
Okay.
only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
I had a question for you, Parker.
What's up, Johan? Thank you for the $5. Yeah, what's up?
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Like doing this? Do you want to run for office? Do you what do you want to do?
If I can, I would still be doing this, but I have recently been thinking more about the running for office type thing.
Okay.
I really didn't for a really long time. It's not something I thought about, but recently I
Yeah,
kinda
I
have.
thought about running for office, except I fucking hate old people. So, no, I'm kidding. There's a lot of them in Congress, so. And
Yeah, I
McConnell
was-
probably smells like shit. So.
I honestly think
Well,
that person's
Oh.
running. We need more people to who are like progressives, like who are intellectual, who are running for office,
yeah.
and who are young.
I'm old enough to now. But
I'm not
my
yet.
seat's not competitive. My district's not competitive. Viking.
Yo, how old are you, Viking? All right, let's get this next person up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Parker 2024, I can't yet.
Thank you, Roxy.
Yeah, chat. I still have like 3 years before I can run. Yo, back
Tony.
to business. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
I can't imagine doing those hearings with 85-year-old people that don't know how Facebook works. Does it hack into my emails? No, Grandma.
Dude, yo, Max, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
My main reasons are foreign policy. I think Biden's been a disaster on foreign policy.
Wait, can you vote in the U.S.?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
North Carolina.
What time is it right now?
It is 5:45.
Okay. All right. Why are you voting for Trump?
So first of all, is foreign policy. There's a bunch of there's been a lot of things on the world stage that I think wouldn't have happened if Donald Trump was president. First of all, the Israel-Hamas war. I don't think that would have taken place if Donald Trump was
Can
president.
you give me any evidence?
Yeah.
It did take place.
First of all, not on the same scale, because Iran wouldn't have let it happen, because they were basically bankrupt under the sanctions that had been put in place by Donald Trump.
Is there any source you could provide me that says that this specifically would not have been able to occur, given that Donald Trump was in
I won't
office?
be able to give you a specific source, but I can tell you for a fact that there were very heavy sanctions on Iran under the Donald Trump presidency. You can look this up if you want. That Joe Biden removed,
Which also
after-
reduced the likelihood of a denuclearization agreement, which would increase peace in the region.
Yes, but these sanctions also included stopping Iran getting their hands on things like centrifuges, which are needed to enrich uranium and make nukes. And by the way, since the Biden administration took over, there has been a huge advancement in Iran towards a nuclear weapon, and it's now estimated that Iran is really just a couple months away from a nuclear weapon.
Can you give me a
So,
source?
Um,
Can't hear you
The
when you start about
Biden
the app.
administration has not weakened sanctions on Iran. If anything, they've tightened them because of the lack of existing deal that was in place with the Iranian nuclear deal, done away by Donald Trump.
All right. Well, he finds that if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, y'all. North Carolina? Yeah, I don't know. Don't know.
Here, Biden slaps new sanctions on Iran after attack on Israel. It's 2024. 2022, Biden administration restores sanctions waiver to Iran.
Interesting. All right. Well, we'll see what he can find here, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now.
If you look at the sanctions that are currently on Iran, they're a lot weaker than the ones Biden had on Iran, because Biden weakened them in an attempt to renegotiate the Iranian.
You're just
nuclear
using
deal.
buzzwords. What exactly has he changed? What are these sanctions and what do they do? Oh, shucks.
Basically, there was on all kind of oil, especially, was a big one that Iran was no longer able to export because that's basically the core of their economy. But I mean, this is a wide. You can look this up. Look up because for some reason, whenever I go to search something up, it puts me on mute. But go and look up and look. Did Joe Biden weaken sanctions compared to what Trump had?
I'm looking at the State Department's list of sanctions. The oil sanctions are still there. June 27, 2024, still there.
That is something that was re-added. June 27, 2024. It was taken off and then put back on after October 7th. So
Can you show that they were taken off?
yes, but I'm going to go on mute for a second because whenever I go to
All right.
Safari...
If you're MAGA, type in the chat, everyone. If you're MAGA, type in the chat. If you're MAGA, type in the chat, and I'll bring you up.
It's for Iranian petroleum,
Do tap that screen as well.
chemical products trade.
I've already... Some of these people can't even bring them up. All right. Let's get this person up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Hey, I have a link.
All right.
Is he going?
Should I just put it in the chat? I'll
What's
put it in the
happening?
chat.
No, just tell us, Max. What's the title?
There you go. I put it in the chat, but
No one
just
will be
tell
able to
us the
see it in the chat.
No
tell
one
us
can
the
see it,
title.
man.
Bro thinks we're gonna see one comment out of like 100 in the comment
Yeah, I
section,
know.
and then we can't even click on the link. So it's like people keep saying, "What's up with my mic? Is there something wrong with my mic?"
It sounds lower than usual. I don't know.
I don't.
Maybe
I
I'm
don't
too
know.
loud.
I don't know why it would,
How do I sound?
because I have it on like literally max volume. Like, if I go closer, everyone, is it better this way? I could just like talk really close to it.
Yeah, but then you look awkward.
I know I look awkward, but it's just like I can do this. I can do this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah.
That doesn't look as terrible, but
All right.
sounds fine to me.
So
All right,
what it says, the article reads, why won't Biden enforce sanctions against Iranian oil is the title. It goes, his reversal of Trump's policy has fed the Islamic Republic's campaign of terror against the U.S. Iran's
can you,
oil
can you give me
exports-
evidence
Still
that,
not specific.
Wait, can you give me evidence that Iran's funding is the only way Hamas could have done October 7th?
Yes, because that's where they get the vast majority of their money from, Iran. Iran has something, foreign policy.
Can you give me a source
program.
for that?
This
Okay,
is,
I can give you a
this is
source for
rather
every
dated
single-
because I just gave you the energy sanctions of June 2024.
Yes, this was
And this
May
is an opinion
2024,
piece.
and the attack was on
Right, so
October
there are
20th.
sanctions on Iranian oil.
Yes, but my argument was if these sanctions had remained in place after the Trump presidency, Iran wouldn't have had the money to send to Hamas. So it doesn't matter if you put them after the attack, albeit quite late after the attack.
So,
These
again,
are
I'm
additional
waiting for the-
sanctions.
I'm
These are
waiting for the
additional-
evidence that a majority of the funding comes from Iran,
Okay, I will.
and that the funding was necessary for them to have done October.
I'm
7th.
also not saying that he pulled the sanctions in the first place.
Are we talking about the Abraham Accords?
No.
No, we're talking about sanctions.
In the meantime, Cam, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, Iran.
Yeah.
Iran currently
I
is
honestly think
estimated to
better
send
One at a time, please.
$350 million a year to Hamas. Hamas is a proxy group of Iran. That's do you want me to
Yeah, I'm
find a source
asking
that
for a
as well?
source that gives. Can you give me a source that shows me that?
Yeah, it's Wikipedia.
A majority of their
Wikipedia,
funding.
Unless you want another
No,
source.
I want a legitimate source.
Okay.
But yeah, in the meantime,
That's-
while you
that's
look
a
that up,
tertiary?
Cam, you can go for it. What's up, Cam?
So I just think it's better for our country. In the last 4 years, it definitely was a regress on just living situations. Cost of living has gone up. I think it's like 300%. And obviously, like you said, it couldn't be directly from Biden. But however, what has he done to combat that?
Yeah, he wouldn't be the one to combat that. It would be the legislative branch, and it would be the Federal Reserve. So Federal Reserve deals with price and stability, and then also the interest rates.
Right.
Interest rates also increase the cost of like mortgages.
Yeah, interest rates are definitely high, but I mean, he does have influence somewhat. Like,
Can you
obviously,
tell me what he could have done?
I mean, I just
Like, what would Trump have done?
as far as interest rates, or just as far as
No,
like,
as far as like to make housing prices lower.
well, I mean, I know I don't necessarily know what Trump would have done exactly, but I know that the economy would have been a lot more forgiving, so it would cause more people to buy houses rather than rent.
No, they're trying to lower how many houses are being bought by
Right.
increasing the interest rates. So that's to
Yeah.
decrease
Why
aggregate
are they
demand,
doing that?
price instability. So if more people are trying to buy houses, that would increase the cost of houses. Max, can you stop touching your mic so much?
Is the U.S. State Department a good enough source?
Yeah. What's the
They
title?
say that Iran, to the axes of resistance, which is Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Iranian-backed militias in Syria and Iraq, have provided in recent years $16 billion. This is where the majority of the funding for these organizations come from.
Can you
It's
show
Iran.
No
me
one's
that it's a
arguing
majority of their
that.
funding? I'm not disputing that there's been money given. I'm saying, can you give me evidence that it's a majority of their funds, insofar as that it was necessary for them to commit October 7th?
I think it's a
not providing
result
me
of
that.
a revocation of sanctions.
Yes, and also the Biden administration, just a few weeks before, freed up $6 billion of Iranian money in exchange for the release of 5 American hostages, so $1.2 billion per person, which again is being used for nefarious causes. But does a majority? Okay, I'll do the.
You don't want American citizens freed?
I do, but $1.2 billion per person is a pretty heavy price.
It's their money that was frozen in a South Korean bank.
Okay, and still letting a regime that funds terrorists get $6 billion in just cold hard cash is pretty
Yeah, you
heavy.
have,
And by
you
the
have
way,
to give me
it
any
sets-
evidence that's a majority of their funds necessary to commit October 7th.
Okay, one sec, I'm trying to
Two,
respond
what you're
to
not
this as well.
acknowledging is Trump also increased conflicts in the region between the U.S. and Iran, specifically assassinated a top military general in Iran, insofar as that it caused further conflict with Iran. Right? They bombed U.S. bases.
They have conditions
okay.
on those funds too, because they can freeze up other assets and enlist further sanctions if it's not used specifically for humanitarian aid and designated projects that are approved
Because
of by our allies.
So Iran, first of all, really does not care about these conditions, because they have been for the better
They were
part of
abided
the last
by them in
decade.
the deal.
Okay,
Can you stop?
because
Yo, Max,
the-
please
Iran-
stop touching your
Bro,
mic.
you got a
Max,
windbreaker on or
Max,
something.
please stop. If you keep doing it, I'm just gonna kick you off because it's so bad.
Okay. I took out my AirPods. Is this better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, well, we also thought Iran was abiding by the nuclear deal, but according
They were.
to, I'll find you evidence they weren't, because there was a Mossad operation in Iran which found files showing that Iran had continued to enrich uranium beyond the designated limits set by the Iranian nuclear deal, and that's why Trump pulled out. It happened immediately
Right.
after that.
After that, no, that was the speculation. And then we saw a massive resumption in that nuclear arsenal program after the withdrawal of that deal. So now
I'm
that's
gonna
put
find
us
the
within
evidence.
weeks
You're-
of them
you're
developing a
incorrect.
nuclear weapon, should they want to, because of those capabilities that would otherwise have been prevented in that deal.
One sec, I'm going to find the evidence for you, since you don't really know.
Cam, what do you got?
I guess kind of back to what we were talking about. Just like I said, the economy. That's kind of the biggest thing that's impacted me. I was paying so much less in gas prices when Trump was in office.
It was low under Obama. Did you know that?
Probably. I mean, I was probably like 16. I wasn't buying as much gas probably under Obama, but
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that it wasn't necessarily caused by Biden. So if it wasn't caused by Biden, why would we hold them responsible for it?
well, actually, I mean, it kind of was. I mean, he did shut down the Keystone Pipeline.
The Keystone XL pipeline had no effect on the pricing. It was in production, 8% production. It was shut down by the courts. 90% didn't go to the United States, and it was the case that it literally wasn't in operation yet, so it couldn't have affected the price like that.
Well, I mean, did you know that under Trump we were energy self-sufficient for the first time in almost 50 years?
We're actually
No.
more energy independent now and are drilling more than we were under Trump. Oil and gas
Self-sufficient.
leases are 50% higher than they were under Trump's 4 years.
Can
What does
I
energy self-sufficiency mean?
can I read the
That means
evidence?
that we are,
What is
we
it?
are oil and,
One second.
and we're fracking our own oil and producing it ourselves, and our reserves were the highest it's ever been. Biden drained those reserves. Now we're buying oil. from
No,
other
we
countries that
refilled
are
those reserves up, but that's the point. It's strategic. Whenever the price is high, we're obviously going to put it into the market.
right. But like, why are we buying more oil from other countries rather than like using our own?
So it is the
Because
case that we
it's
did that under
cheaper to
every
import than it is
administration.
produce.
Yeah, we do that with every administration. So actually, we produce more oil in the United States now than at any point in American history. So we were taking oil in under Trump's administration.
Okay, well then this is more of like an information question. Then what was the Keystone like pipeline shut down for?
Environmental review.
And a treaty with indigenous people over the land. Like we signed a treaty with them, and we were going to break that treaty
Okay.
by doing this.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean that was just my kind of like thing for the economy as far as like that.
Bro
Like,
literally left. That other person.
Yeah. You could have waited.
but I also will say, Trump did pass the First Step Act. He passed the Future Act, or I guess at least he tried to. The Education Freedom Opportunities Act, and those are all.
So the First Step Act, he didn't influence to get it passed. He just signed the bill,
Well, I mean, yeah,
And-
still.
and it was Obama's.
While that's a good piece of legislation that was ultimately signed, I think it's horrifically undercut by his calls to reinstitute the death penalty and stop and
Yep.
frisk.
How so?
Stop and frisk was an unconstitutional measure in New York City that disproportionately impacted people of color and poor people, misidentified them, jailed them under false pretenses, and frisked them without any warrant,
Yeah, I would.
without permission.
I would agree with that.
All right. Death penalty implicates a number of innocent people.
I mean, I'm not like all for the death penalty, but I do think certain things I think it should be applied to. If there's like absolutely concrete evidence that that person, like I would say, grape, to be honest. But
Then Donald Trump's head would be on a fucking block, wouldn't it?
no,
What?
So why don't you accept
Concrete
the essay
evidence.
case?
I meant child grape. Sorry, I should have clarified.
So
Just
it-
child, not adult.
So if it's a woman, then it
Just-
shouldn't matter. What about if they're 18
That's
years
not
old?
what I'm saying at all either. But it's like there's a little more gray area with it, I would say, because there is like forms of where women do lie and vice versa.
What? Dude, it's
Well,
really unlikely.
I mean, not in the case of professional athletes. It's happened a lot, like all the time.
That
No.
is still rare.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, but like there's cases, so you can't say it's like they're-
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we're
there's
saying it's
cases.
really unlikely.
We're talking about rate.
right.
Okay, so yeah, there's going to be fake things that happen every now and then that doesn't establish an overall cumulative total of when this actually happens. It's about 8 to 10% of false reports.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I don't know. My views really aren't like too like heavy on that. I'm not as educated, honestly, so I wouldn't be good
Okay,
at with that
Well,
that topic for
bye
sure.
bye Donnie, I guess.
Bye bye, Donnie.
But I will also say, Biden pulled out of the Middle East and left them like billions and billions of dollars. away.
Trump pulled out of Kurdistan, which caused the Turkish and Kurdish war. Biden specifically only left Afghanistan because it is the case that Trump set up and brokered the deal with the Taliban.
Right, but then
We
he
also
left
didn't
his
leave
weapons
anything.
there
No,
for
what was
terrorists.
there was gifted to the ANA and then later seized by the Taliban or
Okay.
rendered discombobulated. And you can find this information in the Cigars Report. That's the Special Inspector General of Afghanistan. Lays out everything, lays out the costs, lays out the responsibility and what exactly happened.
I mean,
Cigars
leaving-
Report.
yeah, but you can't confirm that all of that went to that cause. There could have definitely been certain groups that took those weapons and materials and You never know what they're going to do with them.
Yeah, that's what happened. We gifted those materials to the ANA, the Afghan National Army, later seized by the Taliban that was freed by Donald Trump to the tune of 5,000 prisoners.
If you're MAGA, type in the chat, everyone. If you
So
wanna be brought up.
they were overwhelmed. They were suppressed by the Taliban, and those weapons, U.S. weapons, were taken by them. Problem is, they're faulty because they rely on U.S. parts, U.S. manufacturers to repair. So these helicopters, things like that, people see videos of them. They've crashed, they've damaged them, they can't fly them.
Say anything. How old are you? Hello? Bro literally types in the comment section.
Say
MAGA.
something.
I would also
I'm
say
giving
another
up
thing.
on
There you go.
I do think that like the Biden administration, maybe not just specifically them, just the Democratic Party is leaning towards more of a digital currency in the future, and that is just not like
We kind of already have digital currency.
yeah, but complete digital, which would not be good, and that
Why?
would like because
Trump
I mean,
wants that.
No, he doesn't.
He does. He was on stage the other day saying, we're going to bring back crypto. We're going to have more crypto than any other country.
That's
I don't think he knows what crypto is, to be honest.
That's
funny.
completely different.
What's different?
Like, because I mean, crypto is just like a secondary source of currency. Like digital currency, what I'm talking about.
Crypto is
the
a form of
dollar.
digital currency. Sorry to break
Yes,
it
but
to
the
you.
U.S. dollar being replaced with a complete digital currency, so that way they can track and you can have like almost like how China does a social credit score, where they can
No one's advocating for that.
But that's what it turns towards, is what I'm saying. Like because you can't.
Fear
I don't think it. We already have kind of like a credit score. Just to sort of break it to you.
But it's not like a social credit score.
Yeah, no one's advocating for social credit score, but having digital currency isn't necessarily a bad thing. Having a greater determination of like how funds are used would allow for us to effectively legislate better.
But I also would say that it can be bad because then they are tracking every way you spend easier.
Why? Well, what is that about? What are you spending money on?
I mean, I personally have nothing to hide. I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? Like, so like, what would you have to hide?
That work like a job on the side here or there, they get cash for it, and you can't do that. And then you have to pay
That's
taxes.
not happening, though.
What do you
Yeah,
mean?
but like, yeah, that's kind of quite literally the point. They're getting income and they're committing fraud. They kind of are.
Committing fraud. All politicians commit fraud. Even
Appreciate the
Biden.
sunglasses. Thank you so
We
much.
aren't
That doesn't
talking
mean it's
about
good.
politicians.
It doesn't matter.
We're talking about all types of people.
So you guys are big government then, I guess, huh?
That's not
What
big
does
government.
that mean? What? We just told you we're not advocating for this. No one's advocating for this.
We're just pro law and order. You're not, because you want a violent criminal in office.
That's not what I said either.
Well, Trump is a violent criminal.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So all of a sudden, all of these, and I'm not disregarding the 34 counts. I'm not saying that hasn't been done, because it's clearly has been done. But why all of a sudden, right? Why is he all of a sudden politically persecuted over?
Wait,
Since
I respond to that, but can I ask you, do you believe the Ashley Biden diary?
I'm actually not aware of that.
Okay, cool. Then I won't ask the follow-up. So why all of a sudden is because
yeah,
justice, and it shouldn't matter.
Because
I would like to
justice
see
that
people
happened
get justice. Yeah, I would like to see them get it the day
20
after.
years
I'd like
ago,
to see them get it
or
whenever
because they
it's
know that
applicable.
they're not going to be able to win the election without revoking this. That's probably what's going on.
No.
Yeah.
I think she wanted to see her day in court. And she initially filed in 2019.
And all of a sudden, when the
it-
polls started flipping towards Trump, now
No, wait. She filed in 2019.
Well, I mean, still, that's still kind of
Ouch.
ironic. Still,
Why would it matter? Would you be saying the same thing if he did that before he initially ran for president?
saying what?
That why did she wait so long? Because if she did it during a year where he wasn't running for president, would you have a problem?
I would still question why did you wait so long? I mean, I'm not
Why
saying
does it
that's
matter?
wrong in what is being said. I'm just saying I think that this is a political persecution that is ironically happening 6 months before the election.
Well,
have
there
no
was a
evi-
jury. They
Dude.
voted on this.
You have no evidence it's political persecution.
Actually, I do have a document that was
A
signed.
document.
Let me try to find it. I don't want to say something that's.
Is it the jury verdict?
No.
Okay, well, what do you got?
It might pause me if I leave here. Give me 1 second.
Where can I find your document?
Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. If you want to support me or Jaden over in Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. You already know the
Man,
deal.
tap that screen. Get us up
Tap.
to 1 million.
That fucking screen, everyone.
Tap that screen.
Oh, yikes.
Dragon.
Okay, half the people who say MAGA don't even have the ability to be brought up.
Did you guys hear me at all there?
No.
Nope. You were saying stuff?
Bro.
Oh.
Hello.
Yo, JCD, how old are you? JCD, how old are you?
Next month.
Bro's got MAGA
August 5th, I'll be
Mobile,
37.
bro. MAGA Mobile.
Keith Jones.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
58.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because I don't believe that him and Stormy Daniels had sex because where's the baby?
What? This guy's trolling.
Hey, I'm messing with y'all, man. I'm biting all the way. I just wanted to.
Yeah, W them. I was like, what, dude?
That was funny.
I thought they were real for a second. I was like, what?
All right, so I found it. It's a.
If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, y'all.
So I believe it's Juan Merchan. Merchan to Todd Blanche. It was a via
That's
email.
not. So 1 second. That is not the judge in the E. Jean Carroll case.
It's okay. Well, it's of.
Jimmy's thinking,
This is awkward.
you're literally thinking the falsification of business records case.
People versus
Oh dear.
That's
Yeah, that's the Stormy Daniels case.
It's the wrong case. We're talking E. Jean Carroll, the woman who accused him of violently assaulting her, and won.
I was
and later
actually
defamed
talking
her.
about the general, all of the felonies. I wasn't specifying.
We weren't.
Yeah, Channing, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Channing. I really appreciate it.
Did I or did I not say that it's a political persecution on all of those
You
counts?
said the E. Jean Carroll case was political persecution. We were
No, I
not
did not.
talking about the.
I never even
We
said
weren't talking about any other case but that one. So if you want to talk,
maybe we talked
Judge
about
Kaplan, we can.
but I was.
Do you have a
saying
document on
entire-
Lewis Kaplan?
What's that?
Do you have a document on Lewis Kaplan, the judge in the E. Jean Carroll cases?
I do not.
Well, then what the fuck? Okay, what do you
Jaden,
got? What does
listen,
your
listen,
thing say?
Bro, I was just saying overall it's a political persecution. That's ironic that all this is happening. I didn't maybe the topic leaned off towards that, but I wasn't just talking about that. This is about clearly this case.
Okay, was it political persecution when he defrauded a children's charity and a veterans charity or a university?
I have no evidence of that.
These were all settled in court. Before he was president, while he was president. He wasn't running at the time, so what's the argument there?
Yeah, it's also 2019 when she filed, she had no reason to believe that when he was going to be held legally responsible that he was going to be running again. He very well could have won in 2022 or in 2020.
Can I just read this document and just kind of finish my point? Because
It's not answer my question. Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, it was an email that was sent to Todd Blanche, whatever. It said, "Dear Counsel, today the court became aware of a comment that was posted on the Unified Court System public Facebook page. I now bring to your attention, Michael Anderson states, my cousin is a juror and says Trump is getting convicted. Thank you folks for all of your hard work."
Yeah. Go on his page. He says, and it's in his own bio, he is certified shit poster.
Shit poster.
And makes it out that that's a fake remark. Did you know that? Did you bother doing your due diligence and looking up the guy that said that?
Nope.
No? Well, I don't know what to tell you, Cam. You guys got played.
It's still ironic, though.
Where's the
What?
irony? The irony is you guys
The
believe
irony
that.
is what you just did.
No,
That's what's ironic.
The whole entire
Chris,
like,
thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. Political prosecution.
Listen, I'm not trying to say that like I think. Trump
Wait,
is,
I have a question. Were the housing discrimination lawsuits in the 80s political prosecution?
all right, obviously not. That's in the 80s, Parker.
Okay.
But they were settled in the 80s, correct?
So he did it, right?
I don't.
So he did commit housing discrimination and defrauded a children's charity and a veterans charity and a university, right? He is a scammer. He is a criminal then, right?
He's
I don't know
criminal.
if he can.
He's a
I don't
scammer.
know.
You do know. Verdicts are out.
Okay, but
He was
I'm
found
not-
liable of these things.
Again, I'm not educated on that, so I'm not going to try to speak on it. if I
We're
don't.
telling you, does that or does that not make him complicit in a criminal enterprise of sorts, of criminal activity at best?
Sure. Yeah, it does.
Okay, and you want that?
All I'm saying is that my stepdad was a felon, and I do think people can change.
He's a violent
He's
criminal.
obviously
just a
not.
felon.
What's up?
He's a violent criminal, not just a felon.
He's shown zero remorse, and the fact that like now you're blaming the judge, the victims, everybody else involved but the guy that was found guilty, found liable, shows that he lacks remorse because this rhetoric came from him. These arguments that you guys regurgitate nightly come from him.
I'm not necessarily blaming the victims at all. I never said that.
You said, why didn't she file earlier?
I mean, it's a fair question, is it not?
No,
It's not blaming the
because she
victim.
doesn't owe anybody
It's
a timely
typical
manner.
it's typical for victims to wait years, if not decades.
I mean, that
Actually, most don't even come out in the first place. So.
Yeah, I mean that is definitely probably true. As far as that case goes, but there's clearly 33 other cases that I just think is like, why all 34 right now? You know, it's just kind of ironic to me.
It's not all
That's
34. There's plenty of other charges that he has still that he's been indicted of. Barbara, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You also can like, we can pivot and we can play the other card where it's like, what about Hunter Biden? Is he not a felon? Is he not
He
a
is.
criminal?
Do you
He
accept
is,
his-
yes.
accept his
No one's
felonies?
arguing that.
Okay,
No one's
so-
challenging the judge. No one's sending
do
out
you accept the
doxing.
felonies?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. If you accept his felonies, why don't you accept Trump's?
I never said I didn't.
Okay.
I just think it's ironic, is what I'm saying.
You don't think it's ironic for Hunter?
I think, yeah, absolutely.
It's ironic they think that Joe Biden's using the DOJ to go after his political opponents, but didn't use the DOJ to go after his son. Then
Yeah, why
And
would
himself?
that would literally be telling on himself.
yeah, exactly. Like, dude,
That's kind of the point.
You also know that Trump has 3 Nobel Peace
in the
Prizes.
arms. Of...
No, he doesn't. What the fuck? Do you guys just start saying shit when you run out of arguments?
Yeah, they do.
Donald Trump does not have 3 Nobel Peace Prizes.
He's the best. He's so good. The greatest.
Never said that.
The chosen one.
He's definitely the lesser of 2 evils, though.
How's he lesser of 2 evils compared
We've
to
given you
Biden?
everything under the sun here. What has Joe Biden done that's as bad as defrauding a children's cancer charity?
Kiss children? I mean, that's pretty weird.
Kiss children, is that the marker we want to go off of?
I'll play a video of Trump
Did he
doing
or
the
did he
same
not do
thing.
that?
Of kiss
I'll
children?
play a video of
Wait,
Trump
just
doing
want to
the
be
same
clear. Is that what we want to go off of? Kissing children, right?
I mean, I've seen it happen. So I mean, it looks
Right.
the children they look like they're uncomfortable as hell.
Bro, I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's not racist.
What the fuck?
dude. I can't, bro. No fucking way. You just said that, bro. Oh my
Man,
gosh.
God, you got nothing, man.
Dude, I can't even.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure every president has done it, but like, I don't know the way that I've seen like Biden. It just looks. I don't know.
You understand racists can still sexualize people of other races, right?
What do
Did you know that?
What do you mean?
It doesn't mean that they're
What?
disgusted. People can fetishize and sexualize people of other races and still be racist.
Yeah.
Right. So this doesn't vindicate him of anything.
I
This
was
doesn't
joking.
mean this doesn't mean that Donald Trump didn't commit housing discrimination or didn't say that Barack Obama was a Kenyan Muslim and the founder of ISIS. This doesn't mean that he didn't disparage HBCUs and the Congressional Black Caucus. That doesn't vindicate him in the slightest.
Sure, but he also designated 8,760 opportunities to spur 100 billion in private investments to minor communities, as well as he looked to boost the HBCUs. He actually, what was it?
This would be fun.
So you're talking about the HBCUs?
Yeah, there was more money
I would
given to
challenge
HBCUs
that.
under Biden's administration, 16 billion, whereas under Trump's administration there was 1 billion in his entire administration, 255 million.
Oh,
And I would challenge that by saying that Biden reauthorized the state small business credit initiative that added $10 billion, including specifically low income and 60% people of color. He's given billions in terms of Donald Trump's millions.
But what did the Future Act do?
What is the Future Act?
It permanently funded the HBCUs under Trump.
Didn't permanently fund it. It extended funding for it, but made it not permanent. Joe Biden made it permanent and extended the amount.
So Joe Biden's just done. He's the best, huh?
He's just done
No, he's done
more.
more than Trump.
He's done better. He's done a lot more in terms of representation. He's done a lot more in terms of appointments to the federal bench, towards the Supreme Court. In terms of policy, yeah, he's done infinitely more for black people. And I don't need any white people telling me who does or doesn't do more for black people.
It's funny how you just judge a book by its cover.
I didn't judge any book.
So I'm not white. My dad is black.
I never said you were white. You
That's
can
what-
have a black dad. You're mixed raced.
I'm all for like the African American community, so I'm not even.
That's great.
I thought
Anyways,
you were a white folk.
I didn't say you. This is a generalization. White people constantly trying to tell me what is or isn't beneficial towards African Americans.
Okay. How about this? How about you guys tell me why Biden is the best option? Because it's just a lot of why Trump's not. There's not
Trump.
really a lot of why Biden is. I hear a lot of
It's
it.
way worse, bro. That's what we're telling you overall. But we can give you bipartisan infrastructure bill, right? The Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, right? The Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Okay? There are plenty of things we can point to under his administration that we would see as beneficial. Now, obviously, we're going to mention specifically like what Trump has done, as that's relevant.
Sure, I mean that is the topic, but I'm just trying to spark a new conversation here.
Okay, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before we go on to the next person? Nope.
I mean, Trump did.
Jesus, ruthless tonight.
Yep, we are ruthless tonight.
All right, what is this? Teleprompter? Oh, this guy. Okay, this will be fun.
I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
He left. That's surprising.
I was really hoping to talk to them.
Me too. I've seen him around. Teleprompter Joe. Donald Trump can't use a fucking teleprompter.
He can't.
Thailand, Yosemites, Obama Airport 1776.
Obama.
He said something. We're here for our furniture and our future. He does that all the time where he'll use the wrong fucking word and then use the right word after that.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Solar eclipse, you there? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Yeah, come
Get
on
this
in.
next person up here. If you want to support me or Jaden, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Barbara, again, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Barbara. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Are you going to be voting for Trump?
I will be, yeah. I guess I'm more curious why you always have to have somebody in your live with you debating other people instead of just kind of
I'm mute.
thing.
Jaden has to be brought up.
I mean, it is what it is. I watch you and Dean. It's fine, but it's just like two people going against one person. It kind of gets.
I don't have to have two people up.
I know you don't
Yeah.
all the time. I'm just saying a lot of times that's the case.
Who do you want to talk to?
I'll talk to you. You want to run?
Oh, I've heard the spiel. I've heard the exact same stuff from Dean, so it's not like my argument's going to matter. I was just simply
Just crying?
coming in to say it. Yeah, sure, whatever. Simply coming in to say that, like, you know,
Why don't you
one-on-one
argue?
debates seem,
You
one-on-one
arguing
debates seem to be a
Dean
little
is
better.
different. That's not me.
Hey, don't run.
Did he seriously just come in to like cry and say that?
Yeah.
Wow. What a fucking baby rager.
We give these guests the option if they want to talk to me, if they want to talk to Parker or anybody else. They never complain that there's two people talking to them. And if your argument is good, you could debate 1,000 people.
Facts. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
You're a fag.
Hey, do you kiss your sister with that mouth? Oh.
Yep, he does. Sweet home Alabama.
They never say anything. Never say anything
And
about
the
the
skies
AP1.
are so blue.
What's going on, guys?
Hello, Hugh.
How are you doing?
Yeah, we're voting for Trump.
Yes.
Why so?
Because I don't think that Biden's going to make it another 4 years.
Okay, well then, would you rather vote Kamala or Trump?
I would rather vote RFK.
Do you want to hear something recently RFK just said?
Sure.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
God.
is, have you heard this clip, Jaden?
Yeah.
This shit is crazy, bro. One second, give me a second.
I love coming in here and watching the train wreck, bro. I'm not a Democrat, but I will come in here just to watch the train wrecks.
That's funny. Give me 1 second. It's taking a minute because my phone has been working really slow recently.
The guy ate a dog.
RFK?
Should be enough, yes. Barbecued a dog and then texted a friend about it. Have you ever tried dog?
Well, in Vietnam, it is a delicacy.
What?
He said
in Vietnam, it is a
It's
delicacy.
not a go, and several veterinarians have confirmed its skeleton was that of a dog.
Hold up, this is the video.
So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
Hold up.
Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask, sir. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
So that's in reference to a nanny who he schmexually assaulted. Allegations came out recently.
I did hear in another live that he was a convicted felon.
I don't know that he was convicted. I haven't heard that. But he schmexually assaulted a woman.
I don't...
And did you hear he say, I'm a church boy. I am who I am. Dude, he's quite literally not denying it.
Yeah, but I mean, look, Biden's daughter has that whole diary
Oh
out.
my god, bro. I'm gonna cry, bro.
Trump
So the
had
diary's contents have not
stuff.
been verified. She specifically came out and said that there were false accusations lobbed that defame her and people she cares about. So we don't know what she's specifically referencing. Therefore, like what's claimed in the diary is unverified. If there's like a handwriting specialist that came out and verified it, I'd accept that. If she came out and verified it, I would accept that. But quite literally, not only does the claim diary not indicate SA, but it doesn't indicate that it's verified.
Well, they did arrest someone for stealing that very diary from her. So
Yeah, I'm not disputing
Yeah.
that the diary is
that's
hers.
kind
We're
of
disputing the
verification
contents.
enough.
Because they stole and manipulated the contents.
Yeah, like they sold it to Project Veritas.
Right. I don't know about manipulating the content. I don't know what was in the actual diary itself. I know Yahoo News at one point verified that there was something.
They never provided a quote or anything.
Yeah. So my whole point is though that every politician is going to have stuff in their repertoire, right? They're all going to have skeletons in their
Like
closets.
this.
All of
We
them.
have best reason to believe that they're applicable to RFK and Donald Trump.
Well,
because of their
Biden
responses.
as well. Obama had it. George Bush had it. Bill Clinton had it. It's a
What was it with Obama?
the taxi cab driver,
I haven't seen this.
the gay encounter with the taxi cab driver.
What? No, that's a fabricated story. Top to
Again,
bottom.
It was an allegation.
Not even an allegation.
No, it was. I mean, he came out and
It
said
wasn't. And that's not of
it was an
misconduct. That's
accurate
not of
crime.
misconduct either. This is just speculation because of latent homophobia and racism that Obama's gay, though he's not.
Okay, but he did write letters to his girlfriend talking about being gay when he was in college.
It's not
And
been
I'm
confirmed.
Listen, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying every politician has stuff in their closet. That's what it is.
Being GAY is not a skeleton in the closet.
It's not a scandal.
It
Yeah,
is
like
when you're
what
married.
the fuck is wrong with you?
It is when you're married.
He wasn't married at the time that they allege it happened.
Only if you've cheated.
Right, and he was senator married to Michelle Obama.
No, they claimed this happened during his college days.
And no, they claimed it happened when he was a senator, not when he was in college.
Okay. Well, either
That
way, it
we
didn't
can pull
happen.
out. But and I find it odd, and I'm saying this because I don't really, I'm an independent, right? Technically, I would be a libertarian, is what I'd be considered. I'm very much legalize it, regulate it, tax it, and let it go, right? That's very much my opinion on everything, pretty much, if you
Did you
ask.
just say a drug's name, by the way?
Say that again?
Did you just say a drug's name?
No.
No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No, I said everything.
You can't say
Tax
the
abortion?
name of a drug, by the way.
If that's what you want to do, sure.
I don't want to tax that.
No, why would I want to do that?
But the point is, that's not just abortion, but everything, right? I don't care what it is. If the people want it, give it to them. I don't see what the problem is. But then I look at politicians, and really we're caught in a two-party system, and we probably have better candidates out there that nobody's ever going to see because it's
No, we
Democrat or
don't. No, we
Republican.
don't. We don't. Jill Stein is not qualified. She's a Russian asset. Joe Jorgensen from the last time is even less qualified. Whoever
They
the
have no
fuck
chance.
the
That's also
libertarian
relevant.
candidate is. Right. None of them are qualified. None of them are capable. None of them have the experience and the know-how or the decency to be running the country.
Well, that question comes to how do you get experience to run a country?
Some
running
level
a
of
country like Joe
governance would be
Biden?
nice.
So my point is, though, that we may have candidates out there that do qualify and could do a good job, but we never give them a second look.
Okay, but like we can talk about that once we're done with this election. There's no shot for them to win in this election. There's not even a point to talk
Right, which is why I'm voting for Trump, because I don't think Biden's going to hold up. I don't think
Trump is going to hold up. I don't think Trump's gonna hold up.
I don't think Trump is the greatest candidate. I'm not a Trumper hardcore by any means, but he's the best option to me.
How is he the best option?
He has good policies when it comes to
Can you name
economics.
one policy that he passed, that he influenced to get passed, that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Hey,
In the arms of an
angel.
you need a
fly
soundboard.
away from me.
All right, Dylan, I guess.
Oh God, Hugh,
Okay.
that's so brutal. That's so brutal. Alright, let's get this next
Hugh.
person up. If you are MAGA, type it in the chat, and I will bring you up.
Yes.
Your
Hugh, did you
answer,
have a
sir?
response?
Oh, you didn't hear me?
No, you swiped out of the
No!
app, so you were searching it up. He swiped out of the app again.
God damn it. All right. What is your name?
It's the Tax Cut and Jobs Act.
Oh,
Yeah, so
yeah.
83% of taxes went to the top 1%, increased to GDP by 0.02% a year, and added 1.9 trillion to the debt. So try again.
It also,
Underscore, are you MAGA?
Absolutely.
You vote? Why are you voting for Trump?
Because he's the stronger candidate.
How so?
How not?
He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He's been undermining our American democracy for the past years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that he won. Things like that.
Every single person that stands up against a Democrat gets accused of SA. Why is that?
Why didn't Mitt Romney?
Every single one of them.
Why didn't
Really?
Mitt Romney? Why
Mitt
didn't
Romney,
McCain?
John McCain.
George W. Bush.
nobody voted for him attractive.
Tried to be discredited in some way or
Wait,
accused.
how are they discredited?
Hello?
I'm talking to one person at a time.
Okay, how are they discredited?
Name them. I mean, they've
John
all,
McCain, Mitt Romney.
They've all been discredited.
How?
I'm talking about ever since the Obama administration.
Can you?
Right,
so
that's
since-
Romney.
Ever since
You
after
understand
Obama.
that Obama ran
That's
against
it.
Romney and McCain, right?
Look. Okay, I got one for you. How about this?
Lord.
What you guys think that Biden has a stutter?
He does have a speech.
He
impediment.
does.
Okay, how about this? Let me put this right here in the chat. Well, here. How can I show you a video?
You can play it.
How do I show my screen? I don't go on live very often. How do I show my screen?
Turn it on.
Play it, and we'll hear the audio.
Just play it on my screen. Okay, hold on. Where is? Let me get it pulled up.
Oh, we won't be able to hear you if you go to like a different thing on your phone. Do you have a secondary device you can play it on?
I'm in another room. I can go down to my computer.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question while
Give me
we
one
go
second.
back?
Go on, Hugh. Go on, Hugh. You can talk to them. I'm going to go to my computer.
Did you guys see that whole the NATO speech?
It was good.
What do you think he really said?
Everything he said. What does that even mean?
You know what I mean.
Everything he said is what he
Like,
said.
I get when they're criticizing him for saying intellectual wigger and he meant rigor, but the other part where he's talking about his wife, they're saying he said talk to, and that is definitely not what I heard.
What are you talking about?
Did you not see? Maybe you should go watch.
Gina, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you. You want to play it out loud, maybe?
Because he basically, and I'm trying to say this appropriately, said that he had relations with his wife, which I think maybe was a misstatement on his part.
He had relations with his wife.
Yes. Did you not see that part?
Okay, what's the issue?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Never saw it, but what's the issue?
He said in the middle of the speech, he told him he nailed his wife.
Okay, cool. Good for him.
So I don't know, because I'm asking to get the Democratic point of view because what I heard is not
Hey,
what
can you mute yourself under?
Bro's bringing up the fact that Joe said his and his wife had sex as like an argument against him.
Is that what he's bringing
That's
up?
so crazy.
No, I'm
bro.
asking about it. I'm not bringing it up as an argument against him. I'm asking because.
Do you have the exact quote?
I've heard the Democrats say, no, that's not what he said. But when I hear it, that's what I hear. So I didn't know if you guys heard something different or if you're like, yeah, he just said the wrong
I haven't
thing.
seen this clip that you're referencing.
It was
Me neither.
NATO a couple nights ago, the NATO speech. You should go back and watch it.
I watched the full thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's when I was like, okay, well, I'm not. I mean, Trump it is, right?
What? The fact that that's your argument to say you're going to vote for Trump is insane. When he said that he literally would grab a woman by the vagina, he doesn't even have to ask. That's literally while he's married, by the way. He
he
literally
did.
cheats on his wife with a corn star, right, while she's pregnant. Every single one of his wives he cheated on with the wife prior, or the wife after. I mean, so
I don't mean that. I mean, you can tell that his mind isn't where it should be. Like, it has nothing to do with what he said he did. It has to do with what he said on a main stage.
Why doesn't this level of scrutiny at all exist for Donald Trump? When he rambles and goes off about being bitten by a shark and electrocuted by batteries and meeting and being endorsed by Hannibal Lecter, or that he was endorsed by Joan Rivers despite the fact that she died 2 years before he ran for president, or saying that Barack Obama is going to get us into World War II.
I've never
You guys
heard
ever question any of that? You
I've
never
heard
hear
any
this
of that.
shit?
No, I've never heard that.
Well, now that you've heard it, do you question that? Does that give you pause?
it's because Donald Trump's incompetence is never weaponized against him.
I'm gonna have to go look that up.
Yeah, look up Batteries and Sharks, Donald Trump. He's told this story at least 3 times at his rallies. He thinks it's a profound question to ask. It's not. It's fucking stupid. And I'd have to wonder what's going through the guy's mind, too, when he's spending hours. Could be talking about policy, could be talking about how he's going to lower inflation, energy costs, housing costs, but instead it's going on about a fucking shark and a goddamn battery.
So I'm
Which one would you rather take, shark or battery?
I'm about to get off of here so I can go look that up because I really want to see what it is. So
Go
thank you
ahead.
for letting me up here. I'm going to check that stuff out. You guys have a good day.
Appreciate you, man.
Bye-bye.
If you're mad, go type it in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up, everyone. Because I don't know about you, I'd take the shark. No, I'm just kidding. I would definitely not.
I'm pulling up the link now.
For sure.
1 second.
Austin, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, my dollar was worth more under Trump than it was under Biden.
Your dollar was worth more under Obama comparative to Trump.
But is Obama running?
Well, Biden was the vice president.
I'm not talking
And
about
would you,
Obama.
Would you
I'm
vote
just-
for Obama over Donald
I'm
Trump?
comparing Trump to Biden.
Yeah, so like that's not a good reason to believe that it's caused by them specifically, because you don't believe that Donald Trump caused an increase in the prices, do you?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You don't believe that Trump caused an increase in the prices to the same degree, do you?
Okay, I'm going to have to stop looking at the screen because I see people mentioning me. I'm getting distracted. So one more time. Sorry.
Dude, you don't think that you don't hold Trump accountable for the increase in price, do you?
I hold Biden accountable for the last 4 years.
Dean, thank you so much for the raids. I appreciate it. So, do you hold Trump
Hey,
accountable
Dean
for COVID? Thank you, Dean, so much for the raid. W Dean in the chat.
Well, I don't think that's what I'm concerned about. Like, me personally, that's not what I'm concerned about. Like, at the end of the day, I just want to start a family, man. And I mean, that costs money, right? So why would I go with the president where my dollar was worth less?
Because of an extended child tax credit and universal child care under Biden's tax plan.
I don't care about a tax plan. I care about results. And at the end of the day, dollar
These would
was
be the
worth
results.
less under Biden than it was Trump.
All right, but you had more in terms of the child tax credit. It's extended and would be indefinite, permanently made and fixtured into the tax system through this current plan that he's proposing.
Okay, but is he proposing the plan? I mean, it doesn't matter.
He
to
did
me
it
if he's
before, and
proposing
it
something.
lowered-
I mean, is it concrete right now?
So he did it. No, because it wasn't.
Okay, I'm not worried about that then.
I'm telling you what happened.
I'm just
okay?
like-
He
I'm
did
just
it
looking for
before.
action, man.
It was
I
not
mean, talk is
renewed.
cheap.
Austin, can you wait a second, real quick?
It happened already.
Wait for what?
J Money, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
My birth year, 05.
And are you voting for Trump?
I am.
What month is your birthday?
My birthday's in August.
Okay, well you'd be 18 still. Okay.
Well, I have my audio ready.
All right.
If you guys want to hear this, if you want to know the truth.
Go for it. Also, here, let me ask this person a question. Dean is literally the worst debater. How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
What's your birth year?
2006.
No.
What month?
January.
Are you a fan?
Bro.
Hey, man. Trump 2024.
Okay.
Yeah, stop giving us false representation, bro. You're too young.
You call that false representation? You used to see the last gas.
Hey,
Parker, you should have seen my life,
I did
bro.
see. I saw RC in the guest box. I was about to add him up, but he's not there now.
I'm a fair person.
I just had
Every
the most
Sunday-
insufferable life of my life, dude. You should have been there. It was rough.
Well, here, let's hear my audio if you'd like.
There you go. Go for it.
Since everybody wants to say that Biden has a stutter, and that's his excuse for. Oh God! Since that's his excuse for all of his.
Hey, nope, not everyone.
The fuck?
Sorry, I got a bad cable. Yeah, okay, here we go. All right.
The Atlantic recently published a powerful piece about your childhood stutter. The author says he was stuttering at age 4, and he writes after interviewing you, I've been following practically everything he said for months now, and sometimes what is characterized as a memory lapse is indeed a stutter. Mr. Vice President, do you feel that?
I don't think of myself as continuing to stutter. That doesn't cross my mind that I'm stuttering, but apparently people will say occasionally, particularly when I'm tired, I'll say, and I'll find myself searching for a second. Look, the mistakes I make are mistakes, and some people think I still stutter. I don't think of myself that way. What I remember about my stutter was how debilitating it was and how humiliating it was. But I remember stuttering when I had to speak publicly, when I had to stand up and read, when I had to, and it was mortifying. But it turned out, and I mean this sincerely, maybe the best thing ever happened to me. Because it gave me an insight that I don't know that I would ever had before, that everybody has something that is not something they're
Hey,
able
underscore,
to
can I just cut you off there?
Now, was that enough? Or
I don't see
What
a
is the
problem
point you're
with
trying to
stutter.
make?
I'm just saying.
Just real quick, I just wanted to touch on the idea that when someone has a stutter, it is lifelong. There's like speech therapy and other tools or techniques that you could use to mitigate this stutter. But a
that's real
stutter
shit.
can go away and reappear. Stutters, they're lifelong.
And worsen with age.
Said that. That was his words, bro. His words.
Yeah, so then he probably started stuttering again. Like
you
I
guys-
think they go in and out.
You guys
go
are
in and out.
like so like.
Wait, what is the point you're trying to make? He says he doesn't stutter. Was that it?
Well, yeah.
No, he said he doesn't like to
He
think
says
of
he
himself
doesn't.
like that.
Right. He doesn't realize he's
He
doing
said,
it.
"My mistakes are my mistakes. They are mistakes."
Right.
Yeah,
but
not
he doesn't
people-
view them as exemplary of his character, as who
Why don't
he
you
is.
listen to your own little goddaddy that he
My God,
admits
Daddy.
does not have us? Yeah, the one you guys praise so much. He is not fit
Who?
for office. Biden is not fit.
Yeah, so
for
you're
office.
just
We don't
kind of
praise
pivoting.
fit. We don't praise Biden, and also we don't think Biden nor Trump are fit fully.
Then talk to your chat. They're all Biden 2024, all hard strung for Biden. Like, no,
No,
Biden
half
is
of them are
not your
MAGA.
man. Biden is not your man. If
I would prefer Biden over Trump.
If the Democrats, even in his condition, it's disgusting.
Yeah, I would prefer
it's
Biden over
elderly.
Trump. Absolutely.
I would take him over batteries and sharks and windmills kill whales and cause cancer.
I'd rather
Wouldn't
have
you?
somebody that says purposely some stupid shit than some guy that really
Why?
cannot even hold a thought.
Trump
He can
can't hold a
That's a
thought.
lie.
Trump is a troll.
He
Hey,
was
so how-
interviewed by Bob Woodward for
Trump is a
7
troll.
hours and described it as highway off ramps to nowhere. as discontinuing thoughts, as having an IQ of a negative number.
Okay. Then what about the interview that he did? I'm sorry, the interview with what was it, Dr. Pitts, I believe it was, just recently on CNN.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the live, but thank you for your time.
All right, Austin.
Gentlemen,
All right. If you're MAGA, type in the chat and I will bring you up.
I think it's Dr. Pitts. He's the that really high renowned Parkinson's doctor. They did an interview with him on CNN. I guess
He is not Biden's
Crack
doctor.
cocaine, meth, heroin, fentanyl, crack
Yeah,
cocaine.
he's gonna
meth.
get you live.
Yeah, no, if I just kick him, he doesn't realize that I don't get a ban.
The point is to have somebody that is not a DNC paid doctor.
DNC doctor. It's the White House doctor.
Okay, an outsider. Somebody that's
Hold
I'm
on.
going to be completely
Underscore, can you
honest.
wait
The
one
value of
second?
the U.S. American dollar went up and skyrocketed when
Gucci
Trump
boy, how
was
old are you?
president. I'm 24. Birth date October 13th of 1999.
Okay. And you're voting Trump because you think that Biden caused an increase in prices?
I mean, if you look at the statistics and you look at the increase in tax rate and you also look at the increase.
The taxes policy is still Trump's tax policy.
Okay, that's fine.
Constantly argue the same talking points over and over again. It's like an echo chamber.
Hey, stop talking.
Underscore, I'm literally talking to people who disagree with me. That's the opposite of what a fucking echo chamber is. It's an echo chamber if you would only say that the right wing doesn't have a response to what I just said. No, at least you
So,
acknowledge
okay.
that. Gucci boy, go for it.
So if we put aside all the bullshit of pedophilia and them touching a girl's shoulder and kissing a girl on the cheek, if you really look at the way Biden chooses to...
Trump has been held liable for sexual abuse.
Right,
It's not just
but
that.
didn't Biden's son just get hit by the feds for cocaine?
I gotta
Oh,
kick
under
you.
him. Oh, yeah, kicked me.
No, it's because
Okay,
of the
well,
word. Like
without
dude,
the
I don't
word-
know why he like said that.
Without
Because of
that
the
word, please explain Hunter Biden being really awful.
Skywalker is where you can fix your
Are
mic
you
and
in the
see
ocean?
Bro is literally in the ocean.
But why is Hunter Biden advising in the White House? If you guys are so against
Hunter
the
Biden is not advising him in the White House. He's advising him on the campaign. He's his son.
Robert with the future
Yes,
city. Holy shit, Robert,
No,
thank
he is
you.
not a White House
Can we get
advisor.
some
But if
W
that's
Roberts right now? Holy shit.
W Robert.
Yo, sir, how old are you?
White House.
Sir, how old are you?
45.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because he doesn't have a stutter.
It's ableist.
That is ableist
No.
as fuck. Why do you want to vote based on ableism?
No, I want to say that Joe Biden didn't have a stutter on the House floor when he was touting the 94 crime bill.
Yeah,
Joe Biden,
exactly.
Joe Biden, didn't-
you
Joe-
understand
Joe Biden
that-
didn't have a stutter when he said you got to have an
He
Indian
does have
accent
a
to go to
stutter.
7-Eleven.
He had a stutter his whole life, right? It is the case that
1976.
it is the case that through speech
He stutters
therapy.
when he lies.
Bro, shut up.
Listen, it is the case that through speech therapy he has been able to deal with it, but as he's gotten older, again, it is harder to be able to deal with it.
Okay.
No.
Right,
He,
and
didn't.
I would-
He didn't stutter when he said he didn't want his kids growing up in a racial jungle.
Here we go.
You didn't listen to that
crime.
quote. That quote was that specifically he
I
wanted
don't care
to
about the quote.
integrate.
He didn't stutter when he said the quote.
He
Here, I
wanted
got one
to
that's gonna-
integrate. Dude, do I have to mute both of you? Shut the fuck up. Right? He said specifically that he wanted to integrate communities insofar as the schools would then be integrated based upon the communities
Did
being
he
integrated.
stutter when he said it?
Shut the fuck up, okay? And I will let you speak. Be quiet. God, I have to act. You act like a child. Be quiet, right? So he was explaining that if through integrating communities you integrate the school systems, because if you do not integrate communities, which would then integrate the school systems, well then you have a society that is still segregated, right? That was the idea, okay? Now you're saying, did he stutter? We already explained to you, as someone gets older, it is the case that it's harder for them to deal with their stutter. You just don't understand how stutters work.
Right.
may
and
now
the
No,
question-
what I understand is you got a whole mouthful of Joe Biden's balls.
It's real mature.
Says the one who's voting for someone who's held liable
You're
for
on-
sexual
you're on here-
abuse,
you're on here
defamation,
daily. You're
fraud,
on here
34
daily.
felonies.
Can you shut up, you child? So I said I was speaking about the stutter.
You're
You
really
go
an
on and you
adult
gotta
right
tell-
now, aren't you?
You got to tell me about all these things. When he said you got to have an Indian accent to go into 7-Eleven, did he stutter?
Wait, so you care about racism now, right? Did
No, did he
Donald Trump
stutter?
stutter?
No.
Just a second.
I'm
Did Donald
asking-
Trump stutter
I'm
when he said that
asking, did he
Barack
stutter?
Obama was a Kenyan Muslim founder of ISIS? Wait, but you're bringing up racist quotes, so let's talk about racism. You
Donald
don't care
Trump
when
didn't
it's your
stutter when he
shut
said
up.
it. Donald
You
Trump
don't
didn't
care
stutter
when
when
it
he
comes
said
to
it.
it. You don't
Donald
care
Trump
when it
didn't
comes
stutter
to
when he
your
said it.
side saying
Nope, I
racist
don't.
shit.
Nope. You said
Do you?
you said that he
Do
has a
you?
stuttering
Wait,
problem.
do you care
said that he
about
has a
racism
stuttering
on
problem.
your
He doesn't
side?
care about the racism. He's just trying to acknowledge the fact that he has a speech impediment. That's it.
problem. No.
He does.
He
listen,
does.
You don't
He
listen.
was younger when he said those things.
Sir, listen to the context I've added.
No, I'm not going to listen. You listen.
No, you listen. I'll mute you until you fucking listen. So sit here and listen because I just explained it to you and you decided not to engage with it. He has a lifelong stutter. His lifelong stutter impacts him.
He's stuttering
right?
with-
But through speech therapy hasn't affected it as much for a huge portion of his life until he has become older, and through age it's harder to deal with the stutter. I've explained that to you multiple times. You don't give a shit because you don't fucking care about the truth. You just want to live in your own imagination. Imagination.
Yes, Donald Trump did not have a stutter when he said that the Central Park Five should be unalived as recently as 2018. He did not have a stutter when he said that Barack Obama was a Kenyan Muslim and the founder of ISIS. He did not stutter a word when he said, I can barely see the white people in the crowd. I can only see the black ones. And he most certainly didn't stutter when he asked the same crowd, who do you prefer, the white president or the black president?
Good call. Thanks for bringing that up. Joe Biden didn't stutter when he said, man, it's a wonderful story. Barack Obama's the first clean, articulate black guy. He didn't stutter then either. Thank you for reminding me.
Great, exactly. We're talking about racist comments, right? Does your side not make fucking racist-ass comments? Has he not said infinitely worse things about Barack Obama? Has he not said that Barack Obama was a Kenyan Muslim?
Is he a
Has he not said?
racist? Is Joe Biden...
Your conversation, the whole thrust of your conversation is that he didn't stutter when he made racist comments. I'm throwing this back on you and saying that Donald Trump has said worse without a stutter. And you're saying you're voting for him because he doesn't stutter. You're saying you're voting for him because he doesn't stutter, despite the fact that the racist things he said were worse.
I've been consistent. You're talking about anything other than what I came up here to talk about. If you can't,
You're bringing up only racist comments, okay?
Yeah,
because he didn't stutter.
You're trying to show the racism there, which we're going to acknowledge.
I'm just showing you're full of
shit.
No, we're going to acknowledge racism.
You know what you're doing.
On behalf of Joe Biden and on behalf of Donald Trump. We're going to acknowledge
You know what
the
you're
racism.
doing.
Holy fuck, dude.
I just
Stop
wanna hear
muting
it stutter.
yourself, sir. We are going to literally acknowledge racism with Joe Biden and with Donald Trump. The difference between the behavior is that one is not apologetic and continues to engage in the racism, whereas the other one is apologetic and tries to do better. That is the reality. It's one or the other. We're not saying Joe Biden's an ideal Superman, fucking magical individual. We're saying he's better than Donald Trump, and he's saving us from democracy. Or saving us, saving our democracy, not us from democracy.
And collect your coins. You get on here daily to carry his water and collect your coins. So go ahead and have a nice day.
Me saying voting for him over Donald Trump is not carrying
sir, do you
anything.
mind
I call it as bad behavior.
Do you mind if I talk to you before you leave, sir, or are you just gonna run away?
No, he's a bitch.
Anyone of the black community in the chat, is it okay to call you the N-word?
I'm right here.
As long as I say I'm sorry, that makes it better.
Right here.
No, we're not saying it makes it
Yeah, I'm
right.
sorry.
I never. Hey, underscore. I never said it makes it right. What I said is it's preferable to Donald Trump's unapologetic racism.
That makes it better.
I'm saying it's better than Donald Trump's unapologetic racism. I'm not saying it's good.
So one a little bit better. You can be racist if you're just a little bit more apologetic about it. Like
No, I never said you can't.
Can I take
Dude,
this,
are you
please?
fucking serious? Be
Racism is
quiet for a
racist.
second, underscore. I literally specifically said, I think it's bad. I will call out the behavior. But what you're not acknowledging is that there's a difference in their behavior. That's all I fucking said. And you're going to sit up here and you're going to act like I'm saying it's okay to be racist? Are you fucking trolling me? Give me an
No, I'm
actual
absolutely
legitimate
not.
argument. Don't come up here and say bullshit like that. It's fucking dumb. It's stupid. Engage legitimately. You're just trying to be divisive. You sit up here and you complain about fucking liberals doing that all the time, but then literally the same shit you fucking spew on a daily basis. Nice shit.
I don't spew anything on a daily basis. It's the first time I've talked to you, bro.
I'm giving an example, right?
Well, that's just categorizing me in a group of people. That's kind of racist.
That's not racist. Categorizing
What
you
the
in a
fuck?
group
You
of
didn't
other
do that
MAGAs
based on
is not
race?
fucking racist. Are you actually this Delulu?
I'm throwing back at you what you guys throw back at us.
We don't throw that.
We didn't
at
even
you.
throw that.
Yeah, okay.
Name
you
one time I said that underscore. Name
remember
it.
the 1993 crime bill speech?
94. And who? What part of the bill did he
93.
broker? What part of the bill did he write? Tell me what part.
No, I'm talking about the speech.
What part of the bill did Joe Biden write?
The bill, the speech.
What part of the bill? Oh, the speech. What speech?
Want me to play it?
Go for it.
All right, here you go. Tell me this is not. First of all, point out the stutter. Second of all,
Can we stop like
oh my God,
talking
holy
about?
get off that fucking
shit.
point.
Because I
Denying
want
the
to
stutter
hear a
is so
stutter.
insane.
I want to hear a stutter.
Hey, underscore. I just want to like
in
so.
history.
I want to point this out. So like stutters are something that people can.
I know what a stutter is.
Hey,
Stop
do
interrupting.
you mind if I've literally not said a word the entire time I've been up here?
Go on.
Can you act your age and regulate your emotions?
Go on.
Thank you, sir. Okay, god damn. Parker wasn't kidding when he says he has to treat y'all like kindergarteners. Second of all, so stutters are something that people can, in some cases, learn to control, right, due to things such as speech therapy or just like personally focusing on it and trying to overcome it. However, it's the case that there's a lot of factors that can impact one's ability to control and or to manage their stutter. Age is going to be a big factor, stress levels is going to be a big factor, or even just the contextual setting of a conversation is going to be a big factor. So I don't think that you can use this argument, oh, Biden didn't have a stutter in this clip from like 50 years ago, but he does now, so he's lying about it. No, there's just a multitude of factors that can impact a stutter and make it more prevalent or less prevalent over the course of time. So it's just completely unfounded for you to be like, because he didn't have a stutter in this clip, he obviously doesn't have a stutter now, and you're just covering up for him not being coherent.
I would just love to hear proof of a stutter at all ever in history.
Oh my fucking god,
Ever.
bro.
You get, boy, no, oh my fucking
Proof
god.
of a
about
stutter?
it.
But you could, I mean, there's clips
guys have.
there's clips of him with his stutter.
Where? Show me one. One.
Wait,
Please.
why would you think we'd claim that Biden has a stutter?
Show
if Biden
me
didn't have a
one.
stutter.
To cover up his
Is this seriously where we are at this fucking
Wait,
conversation?
wait.
Yes, it
Underscore.
absolutely is.
I have a question.
This point of
Give me
the-
one
of the-
clip. Give me one clip of
Dean.
Wait. Give me one clip of Dean stuttering.
Of Dean stuttering.
Dean has a stutter. Now give me one clip of him stuttering.
Dean's
If you
not
can't
running
do it, I'm
for-
not gonna believe that he
run the free
stutters.
world.
Like what? That's
Dean is
crazy
not
as
run-
fuck.
Dean isn't running for
You
president.
see how crazy that fucking shit is?
Dean
You don't
isn't running
accept
for
that in any
president.
other context. Fucking acknowledge reality.
And in the 93 crime
Hey, and
bill,
any of you fuckers in the chat that are spamming 3v1 and literally tell me what your name is, I'll add you up to the fucking panel. The only reason I don't have two other MAGAs up here is because half of the fucking people that come up here use fucking slurs when they come up instead of actually debating. Give me a legitimate argument. Type MAGA in the comment section right now.
in the 93 crime bill speech, he was not only racist, but he didn't stutter.
Oh my
Okay.
god, bro. Underscore. You literally, holy fucking, are you just gonna deny he has a stutter the entire time we're up here?
I'm gonna talk about his stutter as long as it's used as an excuse for his actual diagnosis.
Underscore. So there's some people with like really like debilitating stutters that can give full confluent speeches where they don't stutter once. There's contextual
denial
issues
of his
that can
sickness.
trigger or not trigger a stutter.
You're all in denial of his illness, and it's weird.
No, you're fucking delusional and believe. Do you believe the election was stolen in 2020?
It's weird. That's debatable.
No, you're
We're
fucking
asking you.
delusional. It's not
Me,
debatable.
in my opinion, if you want my opinion,
Yeah, what's your
yes, I
opinion?
have my feelings that something was funky in that year.
Yeah, see, you're literally delusional. Razor,
No,
how old are you?
I didn't say anything delusional
Stop
about it.
talking.
Yes, you did. You just said that you think it was stolen. Razor, how old are you?
I didn't say that.
You just
You
did.
just did, bro.
I said
Gabriel,
I
how
feel
old are
like
you?
he was weird about it.
I just talked to Gabriel. He's seriously one of the most insufferable people that's
No,
ever come
bro.
on my life.
No, bro.
Perfect.
Don't try to come in. Don't try to come in. I'm trying to talk to Parker.
No, you are literally the most
You got on mad
insufferable.
because you got pressed, and then you stopped your life. I'm talking to Parker now.
No, you
Grow up.
particularly. Oh wait, you're telling me to grow up?
I'm talking to Parker now.
No,
Grow
so
up.
Ray,
Gabe,
how
I'm
old
talking to
are
Parker
you?
now.
the particular issue
I'm
that we
26, bro.
Are you voting Trump?
I am going to be voting for Trump, man.
Why so?
So I believe that Joe Biden, I don't think he has the cognitive ability to run our country anymore. Like I said, I think Trump says a lot of stupid shit that I don't agree with, but I do agree with him policy-wise a lot more than Biden as far as just basically everything. But my question for you guys is, do you guys, like when you guys watch the debate, or if you watch the debate, I'm sure you did, do you guys think that
Before, can I ask you a
Joe
question?
Biden is
all cognitively there? No, I think there's cognitive decline with Trump and Biden. Now, would you vote for Kamala Harris over Joe Biden?
over Donald Trump.
I don't believe so, just politically.
She's more cognitive, though.
I don't know if I believe that she's more cognitive than Trump. I think Trump is
Can't think of
cognitive. I think he can stay stupid shit that he doesn't, he could come across as a dickhead, but I do think
Okay,
that.
so then was he lying when he said that he didn't essay E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type? Because in a deposition he mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who's held liable for sexually abusing, for his ex-wife.
So are you
Apparently
talking
they look
about on
similar
the?
enough that he
Are you
mistakes
talking about on the in the civil court?
in the deposition? Yeah.
Yeah.
civil
So I don't believe that. I think if it should have been a criminal charge if they really wanted.
Jade, you just got
They didn't have
flagged.
enough.
I didn't do
That's
shit.
why they went to the.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, you guys are talking. I can't
Jane,
hear.
if you have a second account, you can come up on that. Sorry, Jaden got flagged.
No, you're
Civil
good.
courts are a way of pinning some shit on somebody
Yeah,
when
I
you
didn't ask you about that. I asked you specifically.
when you have no criminal proof.
Oh my god, I asked you specifically, did he lie when he was saying that he didn't sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type, because in a deposition he mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife?
Are you talking to me or Trey? Because that was Trey's talking to him.
Anyone. Whoever. Anyone, answer it.
No, I don't think he was. I don't think he was lying. I think he was making a point, saying, "Yeah,
Okay,
he's
so
just
these
not even my type,"
incoherent.
making a joke out of it because that's what he does to get clicks.
No, he did
But-
make a joke. It was a
Trump is a
deposition.
troll.
It was
Trump
not
is
a troll. No, you guys are
He's been
literally
a troll for
joking.
years. Remember his?
Wait, are you just
know
saying
it's
that
actually
Trump
serious?
was?
It was a
remember
fucking
making a joke
deposition.
under
Listen to me real
deposition?
quick. Listen to me real quick. It was a deposition. It's not him fucking around. It's not him trolling. It's a deposition.
Okay. How do you feel
Do you
about
realize
HR,
what a deposition is?
2185? How do you feel about HR 2185?
Can you answer my question? What is a deposition?
Why does any of this matter?
Because it is a serious circumstance. He actually thought that was his ex-wife, so he truly mistook E. Jean Carroll for
sure,
his
he mistook her.
ex-wife. So
Okay, yeah,
they
great.
look similar
Yeah.
enough that he's going to mistake the two, or he's
Sure.
totally fucking incoherent.
Okay, he's incoherent. Whatever. How do you feel about?
Okay, you
HR
agree he's incoherent.
2185?
So then, are you going to vote for?
How do you
for
feel about
Kamala?
2185?
Are you going to vote for Kamala over him? Appreciate
Kamala
it.
is absolute negative. I would vote for a
Appreciate the
fucking
Galaxy.
rock
Thank
over
you so much,
Kamala.
Wolfer.
I would vote for a
Oh,
rock.
okay. So you'd vote for a rock. I'd vote for a rock over someone who's held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, 34 felonies. A guy who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. A guy who said he
felonies,
had sex in
name
common
one
with his daughter. A guy who said his daughter is voluptuous. A guy who said his daughter being called a piece of ass. Who says he walks into changing rooms of naked teenage girls.
So
who,
you're
quote,
telling
unquote,
me
owns
you'd
the place.
rather vote for a pedo than somebody that has allegations.
Do you have
How do
any
you feel about
evidence that you have any
2185?
Yes,
evidence
I do
that
have evidence. Actually, if
I'm
Dean
talking
didn't
about
want to look it
presidential
up,
shit.
was being
I'm talking about
low-key.
presidential shit.
what's the evidence, Gabriel?
So just to clarify on the
Look it up.
conversation that
Look
I
it
had
up.
with Gabriel.
Look it up. It's
Biden-
not
look
evidence.
up
Can I
Creepy Biden.
clarify on the
Look up
conversation that
Creepy
I had
Biden.
with Gabriel?
No,
real
shut
quick?
up, Dean. I'm not talking to
Hey,
you.
hey,
I'm talking
Gabriel.
about- I'm talking about-
Presidential shit.
Jesus
If we're
Christ.
gonna have a debate, we gotta listen to each other.
So just to clarify on the conversation that I had with Gabriel, so this guy came up and said that Biden was a P3ADO. So I asked him about, the fact that Trump was held civilly liable for grapes and he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, et cetera, et cetera. And then his response was, Biden's a pedophile, look it up, 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 look it up. He doesn't provide any, sources. He'll just repeat the same sentence no matter what you say. So
Told you
it
to
might
look
just be
it up.
dropping him.
Don't tell him what to do. He's a grown man. Don't tell him what to do.
Wait, so Gabriel,
Well,
what have
I
you
will if
looked
you don't
up?
give an actual response.
I told you to look it up, bro. I told you
Gabriel,
there,
that's
it's
not an
physically
actual response. I'm gonna give you like
it's
two more
physically
shots.
impossible for me to look it up and show you guys because I'm on
No,
my
it
phone.
is physically possible. You can look it up and then
possible.
come back and tell us the title. Thank you very much.
Literally look up Creepy Biden. You're
Look
gonna
it
see
up
the video.
yourself and tell me the title.
It's called Creepy Biden.
That's not the title of a thing.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, then who is it from? Who made the video?
It's on. You can look it up on YouTube.
Sophia, thank you for the $3.40. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'd like to talk.
Shit,
guys.
if you want, hey, chat, go ahead and give me a follow so that way I can show these fools.
Yeah, he's just like asking for follows. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Clout chaser.
Yeah. All right. Trey, you want to go?
Yeah, go ahead, man. You got any questions or anything like that?
Yeah, like all the things I said about Trump. Like, how do you deal with that? Like, justifying voting for someone who has all of those qualities.
Like you guys are saying with the lesser of two evils, there's a lot of stuff that both of them do that I disagree with. But like I said, I believe policy-wise, that Trump does a lot less as far as like the border control issues that we've been having. I know you guys have made some arguments based on the economy, but I think a lot of it comes down to the foreign trade stuff. And like I said, I think it is a lesser of two evils as far as Trump, but I think a lot of it's just because I think Biden has a lot more cognitive takeaway. But I wish our country wasn't in the position that it's in to where we have to choose between these two old dudes, which, I mean, it's just ridiculous. But like I said, it's where we're at. But I believe that Trump is the lesser of those those two evils. As far as I believe that he would be able to have, as far as foreign policy and stuff like that. I
With
think
foreign policy.
like so as far as like the war in Ukraine, and as far as the
What
the
would have
Israel-
been different insofar as that you would have supported him?
So I don't
If you
think
think
that,
the $2.
I don't think that Putin would have gone into Ukraine if Trump was the president.
Can you give us any
Yeah, can you
facts
give
to
us any
substantiate that?
Conjecture.
So the reason why I don't believe that he would is because when Trump was president, I mean, Putin has talked about for 15 years that he wanted those parts of Ukraine, but he didn't because he was scared of America and what Trump would have done to him. And I don't think that across the other nations, they see how, Biden talks and how he doesn't even know what the hell he's doing 90% of the time. It seems like he has someone else talking into his ear. So they're thinking, oh, we'll do this. Biden wants to get reelected. Nothing's going to happen, blah, blah, blah. And so I think that was kind of their mindset, which I don't think that would have happened if Trump was president.
We used to be feared.
So again, can you give me any actual evidence? Because this is just straight conjecture. This is just look what you feel like.
Okay, so what are you asking for evidence on?
Like evidence that like there would have been one, that there's more respect for Donald Trump. Two is that he would have led to literally them not invading.
No, there can't be any evidence on that because he wasn't the president.
Yeah, so then like if there's no evidence
The
on that,
question
it's
is
just
why-
the same as
why
me
am I
saying
voting
that Trump
for
is
him, and that's why I'm
Trump is
voting
a
for him.
reptilian asset. He's controlled by the reptiles.
Is there a policy difference you can point to in terms of the war in Ukraine that would have been handled differently under him?
Sorry, what'd you say? It cut out.
Is there like a policy difference that you can point to in reference to Ukraine?
I think as far as like the tariffs and stuff like that go, I think that Putin would have been a lot more fearful of the different tariffs and stuff like that, which I know are in place now, obviously. But yeah, I think. Go ahead.
What tariffs are we referring to? That so if Donald Trump took office tomorrow, are you saying that further tariffs would deter him from continuing this war?
No, I think Donald Trump would. So my understanding on the war in Ukraine is that Ukraine did want to withdraw from that war, and then the
no.
Okay, well, it's you can look it up, but
they want the war to end. They don't want to withdraw because that would entail surrendering their border, surrendering their territory and lost provinces, which they don't want to do.
Yeah, just
They
today,
want
by the
Russia to
way,
leave.
just today, by the way, Zelensky urged the U.S. to lift striking limits insofar as what they can and can't target within Russia, right? Like this tells us that they want to continue to obliterate Russia and win the war, not just pull out of it.
Okay, yeah, and like I said, I'm just mainly answering the question. I don't have a lot of the, I don't have a computer with me or anything where I can show you guys facts on stuff. But I do appreciate you guys letting me get on here and talk and listen. And I know some of these cats have been pretty childish, and you guys have gotten in screaming matches, so I do appreciate that, man. But I gotta go, so I appreciate you guys letting me on here and kind of sharing my point of view.
Thank you so much, Trey.
All right.
Okay, can we discuss HR 2185?
Yeah, what is that?
You don't know what it was? The bill that was passed yesterday?
It wasn't passed. I looked
Well,
it up.
it
It was
voted on.
introduced
It was
by
voted on,
Congress.
and almost every single Democrat in Congress voted against needing an ID to vote in America. Now, what is that bullshit? Except for 5 Democrats, 3 of them being Hispanic.
So
That's weird. I don't know whether race matters.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, it does because they're
I would
Hispanic.
specifically,
They're saying,
I would
yes,
just say.
What are
I
you
would say-
assuming about Hispanics?
I'm okay
saying
with.
they voted
I'm
that
okay
you
with
need an
voter
ID.
Holy fuck! I'm okay with voter ID so long as it is the case that we have free access to it.
Okay, that's fine. The bill is just getting started. Now, explain why Biden. Okay, so let's go back to
Wait,
the
did
whole
you say
idea
HR
of-
2185?
I believe it's 2185. I can double check it. It's the SAVE Act.
That's a
The one
different bill that I'm looking at.
It's the SAVE Act. I think it's 2185. It's a SAVE Act. They
No.
voted on it yesterday about needing a. It's referred to as the SAVE Act. Hold on one sec. I don't want to make it harder on people. Whoever just said I want to make it harder for people to vote, I want to make it legal for people to vote. normal, like we
Everyone
used
keeps
to.
how that's going to get to 1 million likes.
It's unconstitutional for non-Americans to vote in America.
It's already.
That's why they
it's
don't.
Go ahead.
Then why are we
settled in
voting on this bill?
96.
Why are we voting on this bill?
Because Republicans see a non-issue as an issue, like they do with gay marriage, like they do with abortion, like they do with everything
Then
else. That
why
they try
did
to
all Democrats
legislate.
vote against it? Then why did all Democrats vote against
Because
it?
of the specific types of IDs that are required, or typically
Tell me
aren't
those.
one.
Tell me those specific IDs.
Yeah, sure. So here, 1
You
second.
don't even know the bill. I don't know how you
US
know anything about it. You don't even know the
I
bill.
was able to look at. You gave me the wrong fucking number. Looking at valid passports, military ID, service records, government issued ID, and birth certificates.
Yeah, so there's a couple reasons why the Democrats in the Congress shut this down.
I'm sorry, 8281. I'm sorry, 8281.
So there's a couple reasons that the Democrats in Congress had shut this down in the House. So like first of all, it was claimed that citizenship is already a requirement to vote, but it's not the easiest thing to prove in some contexts. There's also better ways of verifying ID, citizenship, such as real ID, which the bill didn't suggest. And they also argued that the federal government should expand state access to federal eligibility data. And they also argued that state legislators are making progress on citizenship and list maintenances. So they just had a few contentions with it, basically saying that it just, was subpar and they would like a few improvements. And that's why they didn't vote for it.
The bill mainly just said you need to have identification to vote. That's
so they ruled out real ID and data sharing, which would improve voter list accuracy, which would subjugate a lot of citizens to not being able to legally vote because of the boundaries imposed by the SAVE Act.
So do you agree with the government offering? Okay, so Biden a little while back, I can't remember exactly what it was that he passed. I'm not going to speak on that. Speak on shit I don't know the truth on. But I do know that he wanted there to be voter registration options on damn near every avenue of seeking assistance in government, so that people can register to vote in any avenue without an ID, without citizenship. And then
that's a lie. You have to be a citizen to vote. That's already a requirement.
Then they were allowing people to register in all avenues of government without proving citizenship. That's the way. That's the workaround.
It's not true.
That's the workaround. It absolutely is true. Look it up.
In all levels of government?
No, and for seeking assistance, for like signing, getting welfare, getting TANF, food stamps, SNAP.
They don't apply for
housing.
those. No,
And
they're not
you can
eligible.
go apply for those without any. Yeah, you can register to vote any fucking where without ID, and they're trying to fight to where you don't
There's
need
certain,
a, you don't need
there's
an ID
certain
to vote.
citizenship requirements or residency requirements for that, but that's not unilateral.
There are ways right now to register to vote without identification.
Which ways?
What ways are those?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like completely
These
ruled out
benefits.
of the table by the National Voter Registration Act of '93, as well as the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of '96. Like, I mean, I'm like, we could like kind of look at some of the resources like provided online through Congress.gov, and we can find out that the reason they didn't like this is because it excluded individuals with like real ID, and it didn't include real ID as well as data sharing. So they just didn't have like accurate voter lists that they'd be basing the elections off of, excluding some citizens from votings. And this was like the predominant reason why like the Democrats in Congress didn't vote for it. Also, in some cases, if we were to implement the SAVE Act, citizenship would become harder to prove in the voting polls.
It should be hard
We
to
don't
prove.
So we like should exclude some citizens from voting that don't meet these particular.
Yeah, that
requirements.
goes against their constitutional rights.
Figure that shit out.
What?
Figure?
It was figured out.
Figure? No, I'm talking about the.
How about we make it so that in order to send it, how about we make it in order to vote, you have to be able to like send an email. So then, like all the boomers that don't know how to send out an email that
A
vote
Walker
more
ID is
conservative,
$70
they can't vote. How
Like,
about we do
Walker
that?
ID is
How about we do that? That
$70
sounds like a better idea. That sounds like a better idea. You have to be able to send an email to be able to vote. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like the SAVE Act, prioritized expediency over precision. The claim was that it needs more time and resources to be implemented well.
And that was their claim for why they voted against it.
Yes, because
Then
there's
why did
better
five vote
ways.
for
There's
it?
better ways, like real ID and data sharing, to make the voter lists more accurate. So the bill will value precision over expediency. The Republicans rushed the SAVE Act, and it wouldn't have been effective, or at least as effective as the Democrats in the House would like.
Nor is that nearly enough time or resources just before the election, even if signed into law.
Why is all this that Biden has tried to press is falling right in line perfectly with timing for the election, allowing in a lot of undocumented
He
people.
literally has made it so there's this 40% reduction in border crossings.
Vote against the SAVE Act. I mean, come on, it's all lining right up with the election, every bit of it.
So couldn't I just say that about them blocking the Langford bill? That they didn't want to hand Democrats... This is their words, by the way. That they didn't want to hand Democrats a political win.
What about...
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
About the immigration reform bill written by Republican Senator Langford.
Langford's an idiot, okay?
He voted
Langford's
for
a fucking
Trump.
moron. Yeah, and the fake endorsement and all that bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, everything's fake, I know. But can you just
Yeah, that was
answer that?
bull.
Because it wasn't just Langford, okay? Other
that bill
Republicans
was
in the
gonna
party
allow
voted for it. It was 70-20 or so in the Senate.
That bill was going to still allow 5,000 undocumented...
Evelyn, thank you for the $15 from the DNC. Thank you so much.
Right,
I
that's what
appreciate it,
they asked
Evelyn.
for.
Thank you.
Catch and release into the United States.
There's no such thing as catch and release.
Yes, there absolutely is. You need to be
There's
vetted.
not. That's not a policy.
Yes, you need to be.
Okay, give me that policy because we don't have a catch and release policy.
It's a word used with not being vetted and not being interviewed.
Anyways, you didn't
Okay.
answer my question though. We're getting off topic. My initial question was, can't you use that same argument that they're stalling progress during a political year on purpose with that bill?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just gonna say, Jaden. Like, like why are the Republicans rushing, Trump's, really silly brainchild of how to exclude citizens, or at least more citizens, from voting through Congress, right before the election?
Make sure it's all legal and legit.
Underscore. I would heavily recommend you go to bipartisanpolicy.org and look up 5 things to know about the SAVE Act. It kind of runs you through on how shitty of a bill it is.
When
You know what? I grabbed a hamburger.
when a bunch of rhinos agree with something, that doesn't make it bipartisan.
Everyone I don't like is a rhino. Funny, everyone you call a rhino has been a Republican longer than Donald Trump has.
Yeah, and that's why they're rhinos, because they're
Yeah. So what is a rhino? Is it people that vote with Donald Trump 99 to 100% of the
It's
time?
people against Donald Trump.
Well, that's what a rhino is. People against MAGA that's still against actually doing something positive in America.
Republican in name only. Yo, so you say
Yep, MAGA in the chat. Damn right.
Republican.
Bro, you're in your pocket right now, Eater.
Yes, what Rhino was. It's Republican in name only.
Hey, everyone be quiet so that Eater can speak.
Also, Eater, you should tell me and Parker why you think the both of us are paid for by the DNC.
So
How come I'm never in this conversation?
You're not. You're paid for by your.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna mute this guy, bro.
Alright,
Bro,
so
underscore,
Parker-
be quiet. And Eater, I
Parker,
can barely hear you, man.
You always say that.
I can't hear you. You're covering your mic, man.
Hello.
Talking.
Yeah, you're closer now.
Let me- all right,
Stop
I gotta,
talking.
I gotta be like right up against my phone. My bad. So you always say that Trump thinks that if you burn the U.S. flag, right, you should do a year in jail. Correct? That's what Trump says.
That's what he said.
Okay, and you obviously disagree. Correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I get it. It's in the Constitution. Blah blah blah. Why, when you burn a different country's flag in the military, you get dishonorably discharged? You are burning a country's flag, let alone your own country.
That's different than going to jail. But I'm not saying I advocate for that.
And then
then you
also,
always
that's just
say-
the rules and
you always say-
regulations of like the entry into the military. Like if I go into a church and say a curse word, I'm gonna get kicked out. But that's because of the particular like rules and regulations of the church. Just like the military upholds particular rules and regulations. It's a rule of employment.
Bro, that okay, so you always bring up so you would burn the pride flag, right? That's not your country flag. That is a group of people's flags. That is not a country. Not the
Yeah,
country.
should it be illegal to burn the UK flag?
Wow, the LGBTQ plus community
You
is
should
Wait, but
not
that's
be able to
disrespectful
Blimey.
to people from the UK.
You should not be able to burn the flag of your country or any other country.
Okay, I just said you just said you should be able to burn the UK flag.
You said you shouldn't be able to.
Oh, you think you should go to jail for burning the UK flag?
You should go to jail
Okay,
for
so if you
burning
burn
any
if you burn the
fucking flag.
Nazi flag, do you think you should go to jail?
I mean, Are there Nazis to this day?
Who cares about flags?
So wait, so you would say that during World War II, burning the Nazi flag should have been illegal during World War II?
Also, yes, there is still neo-Nazis today.
Yes. You burn
Yes?
any country's
Bro.
flag.
Make it
Bro,
make sense,
that's
man.
so crazy.
Make it make sense.
So why
Oh
is
my
burning-
God, bro.
So, Eater, just a quick question: why is burning fabric wrong? Why is burning fabric wrong?
I just we need to
not
hype
many
on that. We
good-
need to hyper fixate on that. He just said that he literally, to clarify to everyone in the chat, he just said that it should be illegal in the 1930s and 40s to burn the Nazi flag during World War II.
You can't make this shit up, bro. Oh my god.
I believe you should be able to burn any flag you want
People like you. You shouldn't be able to.
as a form of
Why would
protest.
you-
Peter, you gotta whip that phone right out of your ass, man. You have to whip it out.
Yeah, man, what's going on,
I
dude?
can't hear you, bro. Like you got
Hey,
some water
why
damage,
should you
or
be
like,
able- Hey,
you're in
Peter.
Trump's diaper or something.
Just saying, if
Why
you and
would you be
Schittler
able
agree
to
on
burn your
something in
own
the
country's
context of the
flag?
Ninth Reich, maybe you're wrong.
Why do you all always claim Hitler? Every year you go against.
Okay, Mussolini, is that okay?
It's always Hitler, 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 Nazis. Every damn election.
Marsha.
Nazi.
Dude, Skywalker, are you fucking tracking, bro? Shut up. No. This is not a comparison between like Trump and Hitler or whatever the fuck you're trying to
I
dream
didn't
up
say
here.
that.
Parker literally asked him. Parker literally asked Eater if Eater thought it should be illegal to burn the Nazi flag during World War II, and he said no.
Yes.
So all I said on top of
yes.
that was, well, if you and sorry, you said yes. Thank you for clarifying. Yep, you said yes, it should be legal. And I was just
Well,
simply
Trump is wrong.
clarifying to Eater if it is the case that you and Hitler agree on something
Dean's
in
messing up the
context
language.
of the Third Reich, like maybe you're in the wrong.
Trump's wrong about the flag. It should be able to be burned. That's a form
He
of
thinks
protest.
it should be illegal to
I
burn
know.
the Nazi flag.
Burn
It's
your
pretty
country's
unconstitutional.
flag.
I agree.
You kids are fucking dumb, bro. Keep promoting this brain dead shit to everyone.
Eater, you
bro.
think that I'm
you
paid by the
still
DNC
talking?
and your phone is literally shoved in your ass right now? I cannot hear you, man.
I bet you would like
Please
that. You little
pull it
fucking-
out, bro.
Oh.
Where does it say in the Constitution that we can burn flags?
The First
Johnson,
Amendment, freedom of
491.
expression.
Yeah, that's where I agree
Johnson
with Trump.
491?
Trump's wrong on that.
Hey, fuck all of you. Burn the pride flag. Burn it all.
Yeah, that's
This
fine.
guy, you're just a shitty person.
I know. Okay.
It's stated in the Constitution that you can burn a flag in form of protest.
Yeah, freedom of expression.
A constitution writ how long ago?
Burning a flag.
Oh, so now you don't care
Wait,
about
so
the
now you want to
Constitution.
do away with it?
I'm just asking. I don't
So
recall
is
reading
it
it.
Second
that
Amendment
we're
is
with
how
the
old?
Constitution or without it?
First Amendment.
I know, but they go on about Second Amendment all the time.
All I gotta say is keep brainwashing these kids, man. It puts money in your pocket. Good job, man. Good fucking
Yeah, keep
job.
listening, keep sitting in my guest box, keep whining,
Yeah,
and watch
Hey,
how
vote for a
society changes
pedophile.
for the better
Vote for
without
a
you.
pedophile. Vote for a pedophile. Yeah.
You have
good
no
I'm not
evidence
voting
he
for
is.
Trump.
You're voting for a guy that
Trump's not
sexualizes
a
fifth
pedophile.
graders. Wait, you literally are voting for a guy that
Trump's not a pedophile.
sexualized a fifth grader.
Oh,
So what are you talking about?
God.
And you're voting. You're
Go on
voting for
YouTube.
someone
Look
who.
what Biden
Okay,
killed
well,
a girl.
Biden's name is not on the Epstein flight log 7 times. Biden didn't call Jeffrey Epstein at 5 o'clock in the morning, telling him to call him back multiple times.
Biden
That
wasn't
happened?
held
No.
reliable
No,
for
he
very.
was
Biden
too
didn't
busy.
say he
He
had
was
his
too
tenure
busy,
for 10
with
years.
the Biden
Biden didn't
lab.
say boast to Howard Stern on Sirius XM about walking into the changing room of Teen Girls and Miss Teen USA with some of the teen girls there, reporting that there was girls as young as 15 there.
He was too busy
Biden
with
didn't
Hunter
look at a little
crack
girl in the stands,
cocaine.
call her beautiful. Oh my God.
Diana,
Biden-
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Diana.
Biden definitely looked at a little girl and said, "I wish, or I hope you are as smart as you are beautiful."
He said
Donald
names
Trump
of
looked at a
drugs.
10-year-old girl and said,
He
in
said
10
what?
years, I'll be dating you.
Names of drugs.
Okay.
So what about
Wow.
what about
You
What
kids
did
are
that person say?
fucking
They
slow,
cut
bro.
out. Underscore, you cut out.
Keep brainwashing these fucking kids, bro. Good job.
Aw, you
Thanks.
Are you
I
mad?
ain't mad.
Wait,
I'm
do you
not
think I'm
mad.
paid by the DNC? Do you have any evidence?
No. It's just why
No.
would a 19-year-old or 22-year-old like you be promoting this all over TikTok? It's gonna be
Yeah,
funny.
because you're voting
It's
for
gonna
a
be
guy that's been
funny.
held legally
25.
responsible for sexual abuse.
Oh, I
Quite
thought-
literally is
look,
undermining our
look,
American
Trump found
democracy.
guilty.
Is a
Trump found
misogynist.
guilty. He was never found guilty. He was found civilly liable in a fucking civil
That is
court.
being held liable by a jury.
Well, so
I
was
said that-
Kevin
yeah,
Spacey.
Yeah, Yeah, like
Yeah,
what?
do you typically
why does it
accept?
say Trump
Do you
found
typically
guilty?
accept?
Wait, and so were
Hey,
the members
Eater.
of the Catholic Church that specifically were held legally responsible for sexual abuse. They weren't in criminal courts yet. I bet you still accept it.
But it's basically
Yeah,
found not
Eater.
guilty.
Eater, just to
No, he was
clarify
found
here.
liable.
So the reason that he wasn't convicted
Liable
in a criminal
for-
court.
Stop talking.
So the reason that he was not convicted in a criminal court is because the statute of limitations had passed since 1996. So E. Jean Carroll and her attorneys couldn't pursue criminal charges. But if it is the case that you reject the civil liability claim for the reason that it was founded within a civil court, well, I just simply ask you, do you think that civil courts are unreliable in making correct determinations of defendants' guilt?
So I'll just ask you. So someone who
Cam,
got
I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you
someone
for the
who
love,
got
Cam.
sexually assaulted, what, 20 years ago? That dress that she brought to court for evidence, right? She didn't wash it since that night.
They didn't submit it, and yeah, she didn't.
That's
Yeah,
that's
she
bullshit. There's no way she put a dress that she got.
Victims actually do
SA
this.
Victims do this all
This
the
is
time.
common.
Oh, so people just don't wash something.
Tessa, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Tessa. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Tessa in the comment section right now?
Yo, Jerry, thank you for the
Thanks.
$10,000.
Hey, dude, shut up.
These kids are
Can you answer my question though, Eater? So do you like?
I got a
do you
hate
think,
speech violation.
What?
bro? I don't know. I don't know if it's just like my experience. I don't know if it's just something going on in my head. But like this whole like stream and all of the guests have been so chaotic and just like immature and insane. Like, bro. I'm
Oh
like,
God, I know. I
my
was on a
brain is
7v2 earlier, and they let my stalker up and then laughed at it. And then when they kicked it, they were like, "Well, we kicked him. Don't be mad at us because we laughed."
I'm still waiting to speak on the flag burning.
Oh, are you still talking? Oh, okay.
Go for it.
I'm waiting patiently.
Go for it.
I've had a point since 5 minutes ago that I haven't been able to make.
Go for it.
Okay. Do you?
Bro, all the people who say 3v1, I've invited every single
I'm not
one.
using
None of them
it
joined.
live, so I keep flipping screen. I'll pull it up on my computer.
Toxic
Yeah, that's
Lewis,
funny.
are you voting for Trump?
The U.S. code for flag burning. You don't know it?
No, just like I'm a Democrat, but
Based.
What?
Only send a guest
Fuck
request
is
if you are
happening?
MAGA, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. and
Okay,
to
Title
apologize
18,
everyone.
Title 18, Section 700. Are you familiar with that?
Okay, I'm gonna go on pause. So I'm gonna go on mute for a little bit and watch Biden's press conference.
why are you running,
Title
bro?
18, Section 700.
Okay. Desecration of a flag.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see here.
And you're gonna tell me it's not illegal?
Man.
I think it lacks standing today.
It lacks standing. It's still a law.
Well, this is 1968. I would say that the Supreme Court case, Texas v. Johnson, kind of undermines that.
It kind of says in certain situations that if you're doing that's bullshit. That's just that's a fucking what do they call that? Not a what is it called? I can't even think of the fucking word right now.
Language.
It is not against.
Eversole, how old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 29.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah,
RC, how old are you? Sorry.
me 29.
Okay. Yeah. Why are you voting for Trump?
Well, I just wanted to preface this.
Meatball might be my word.
You need to get a PayPal so I can donate to the Princess Parker Tierra Fund.
Base.
Anyway, yesterday I just heard he had a huge dong, so that's
What?
fine. I'm not voting for Trump. I'm sorry. I love you. Bye.
Hey, RC, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Just want to make sure that you're over.
I'm a little over 18. Yeah.
Yeah, you voted for Trump.
Yep. Trump is definitely better than Biden
Why so, RC?
because he doesn't support the Skittles. Neither do I.
Oh, would you say that like okay? So you're referencing the LGBTQ plus community in a derogatory way? Makes sense
No,
for you.
At
I'm
least he
referencing
admits that
them.
Trump does not support
Yeah.
the LGBTQ community. At least he said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
Cam, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love.
Why
Hey, would you
should
say
you
that Trump is a
support-
godly man? I know that. Would you say that Trump is a godly man?
No.
Okay, no. Okay, of course. So just like out of curiosity, would you particularly say that you would prefer the guy that does support the that does support the LGBTQ plus community, or the guy that doesn't support the LGBTQ plus community, but was held civilly liable for rape? He is a felon. He's an election denier, and he told a 10-year-old girl that he dated her in 10 years, and boasted about walking into the changing rooms of teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
this is a
Hold on. I
very
have to
loaded
break y'all off.
question.
This person just said. Person said, I used to work for the I worked for the FBI watch list. You want to say you aren't paid? Rick. Yeah, what evidence do you have that I'm paid?
No, this is Rick. Rick, what the fuck are we doing?
You're paid by your live agency.
No, I'm seriously asking you because, like, I can look into it, dude. Like,
Me and Rick go way back. Rick, what are you doing up here, Bo? I haven't talked to you since the flat Earth debate. You don't work for the FBI. Last time we talked, you claimed to be an airplane.
LinkedIn is fucking attached to my profile, bro.
No. Last time we talked, you claimed to be a pilot. Now you're claiming to work for the FBI.
my profile.
That's
pilots don't work for the FBI.
Wait, so Rick, yeah, you can try to find any evidence you want of me being paid.
So, no, I said I worked. I said I worked for the FBI watch list for the airlines. I work for Sabre. Do you understand? Do you know what Sabre is? Sabre Holdings?
Rick,
look it
can you
up,
just
bro.
give me any evidence that I'm paid for?
No, I'm just asking you. Like, you don't know what I know? I know what you fucking trolls are, bro.
Wait, so
Dude,
what
they all work
evidence
for
do you
the same
have?
live agency. That's it. They work for the same live agency.
Look at my profile.
I don't have a live
Look at my
agency.
profile.
We don't
That
have
is
a management
bullshit,
company.
Parker. That is bullshit. You work.
I'm actually totally real. I don't have a live agency. I don't have. That's actually one of the reasons why when I get banned, I can't contact TikTok. Otherwise,
You, Dean, and Harry work for the same live agency.
No, I don't. I don't have a
retard.
management company.
So-
I don't have a. Okay, they just said.
You all sound like
sorry.
repeats of each other in all your lives. You sound repeats of each other.
So me and Parker don't have a management company. We don't have a
Sure.
manager here on TikTok. We don't have a live agency.
Sure,
None
you
of this
don't.
shit is real. Like, this is all just delusion.
Nah,
in our
bro.
mind.
Parker,
Dude, why
if it's
is
out
that
there,
like
credit,
that?
Parker and Dean are definitely not paid to do this by the DNC. No, there's no shot. You can just tell how inorganic Harry is, though. It's very obvious how inorganic. I mean, Harry's a freaking robot.
They
RC,
sound
you,
exactly like
not
each
you
other.
too. RC, do you buy into that shit? You, man,
What?
you, RC, do you buy into the conspiracy theory?
No, he's
that
been
Harry's
saying that
paid
for
by
a
the
while.
DNC?
That I don't think you're paid by the DNC.
No, Harry.
Yeah, 100%.
You buy into that shit?
I was the person that broke the news with Victor Nieves.
Oh man, I can't believe. I thought that you'd be more rational than that, man.
Nobody cares if Biden's talking. I keep saying Biden's talking in the chat. Nobody gives a shit. He's not going to make sense any damn way.
No, wait, but underscore. Do you actually think that I'm paid by the DNC? Me and Dean.
I didn't say that. I just said I know you guys are at very least on the same live agency.
We don't have. I don't have a management company. I've never.
Actually, I
worked
think
with any
Dean admitted it
business.
in one of his lives a couple weeks ago.
No, he tried to get in contact with them, but they never responded to him.
You're going to tell me you
ghosted me. Pallet Media ghosted me.
He actually got ghosted by Pallet.
I know. I really wanted some of
Prove
that DNC money.
prove it.
You want me to? Oh
Wait,
wait,
so you
actually,
admit
funny thing is, I think I can. I actually think I can prove it.
So
I
you admit
legitimately
that
think I
Harry's
can prove
paid
it.
by the DNC indirectly.
He's not paid by the DNC.
What evidence do you have?
Well, because Dean said he would have liked to have worked for Pallet.
Bro, it was a
because he wants-
joke. I was making a joke, RC. That was a joke.
Yeah, the DNC's funneling money to Pallet.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, Pallet Media, not Pallet Management.
And then also, he doesn't get paid by them. He pays them. And I could if you want to know why, I could go in depth. But if only if you see it like super necessary.
Matt, thank you for the $5 for the DNC. Thank you.
Biden mumbling now. Yep.
So yeah, I don't think there's any good reason to believe Harry's paid for by the DNC.
Well,
I understand what people mean, and like they think that he's inorganic because of his views. His views are kind of like a blue and on type views sometimes.
It's the same talks over and over and over and over and over. Like
No,
between
it's
you
just
three.
it's
Like, it's the
literally
same talking points.
I
You,
just
like,
don't think
sound
he's
like each other.
paid. Like if he was paid for by the DNC, why would he make the arguments he does?
But then y'all are being clowns unpaid. You should probably get some money for it.
I wish I got money for it.
You should.
I'm not a clown, but
Venmo Cash App in the bio.
You sound
Yeah,
exactly
Venmo
like
PayPal in the
each other.
bio for real.
You sound
Now,
exactly
this person
like
thinks we're paid for by the Rothschilds.
Yeah, can I just be for real with you?
No, they're not important enough to be on
Underscore.
the
I want to be.
top
I
of
want to be for real with you.
Wait,
So-
TikTok user, do you actually think we're paid by the Rothschilds?
They are not important enough to be on the Rothschilds' radar. by any means.
No,
No
we're
shot.
talking to TikTok. Hold up. TikTok user.
No
today.
shot in hell.
Yo, what's up?
Do you think we're actually paid by the Rothschilds?
Dude, you and Dean are especially paid by the Rothschilds.
Okay, there's
It's not me.
Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. All right.
Dude,
Anyways, underscore.
Why am I the odd man out?
I just
Here,
want to put it out there.
We should talk to RC real quick. I feel like I
Okay.
want to.
You say put it out there.
Yeah. No, I asked.
Really
I
just say
asked
put it out
RC.
there.
I'm so sorry. I can't really like. Sometimes when I say a lot of words, I kind of have to
No.
slur them together, so I don't.
That's not a slur together. That's what every single one of you teenagers do. You roll your
No,
keys.
no, I literally have to do that because when
Every
I try
kid
to sound
does
out
that
the
shit,
individual
bro. Come
words, I like
Come
stutter.
on.
Lorenzo,
Come
thank you for
on.
$2.
Now you got to stutter. Come on.
He literally does have
Bro,
a speech.
that's just like
no
one of that's.
excuse for the put
You
it on.
literally deny it. You deny
Put it on
everyone's
isn't a
speech
What the fuck are
impediment.
you going on about? Shut up.
Put it on isn't a stutter.
Bro, dude. That's literally something I learned in speech therapy to control the stutter when I'm saying like particular syllabled words with like similar tonalities close together.
Is that what
I
every
just-
Gen Zer is doing in all their TikToks and all their videos when they're?
Alright,
have you ever heard of Jinxie? You know Jinxie? He talks like that.
Whatever.
Do you have
whatever,
friends
bro.
outside of this, sir?
I just.
Absolutely.
Are you
I'm a DJ.
liked by the people around you? I mean, given the way
well-known
this conversation is, I
DJ.
can't imagine you're all that sufferable in person.
I'm a well-known East Coast DJ up and
Not
down.
for good reasons, I'm sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
anyways,
I'm a very
I
well-known
asked RC a question. Maybe we could get a response. Jess, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
Nothing.
Okay, bye. Anyways, RC. So yeah, you particularly said you're voting for Trump because he doesn't support the LGBTQ+ community. So just to make sure, you'll take the guy that doesn't support the community, that has raped a woman, did say he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, and boasted about walking into the changing rooms of teen girls without consent that were half naked, over the guy that does support the community?
What a loaded question.
You want to full size this?
What a lack of a response.
Yeah, I already said I would rather vote for Trump than Biden.
Can you full size this?
Yeah, that's a very out picture of Trump. I wish I was in his cabinet. I would tell him this is ridiculous. Why would you want to support?
What's the matter with it? He supports gay people.
Why would
He's
you want to
courting gay
support-
people? He's courting the Lincoln Caucus, which is a section of
only
the party
need
of gay
support-
Republicans.
They only need support because they know. it's
Wait.
not normal.
Did he not? Are you guys not boasting about the first gay cabinet member in his administration? Did that not happen?
I'm not. I don't know who other people are, but I'm not.
Well, why did that happen if he's so
Can we
anti-gay?
get some rainbows in the chat, everyone?
He's not anti it enough. He needs to be more
Anti
anti
enough. So how much more does he have to be?
Just like he needs to be more anti-abortion. He needs to be further right. He's not right enough.
So how much more anti-abortion does he have to be?
No abortions.
I know you've been out of this game for a while, RC, but do you understand that in anti-abortion states, abortion's gone up?
Yeah, not legal abortions.
Abortion's gone up. It doesn't matter. And yeah,
Hey, I got a
legal
question.
abortions too have gone up.
I got a question.
You can make grape illegal. Grape still happen. Doesn't mean we should legalize it, right? What kind of
No.
argument is that?
I got a
But
question for
within
abortion.
these,
So you
wait,
don't
just a
think we should
second,
legalize
just a
things?
second here. We're talking about. I know you want that, but we're talking about these 6-week abortion bill limits here. People seek it out sooner as opposed to later now. So even within a legal scope, they're doing it sooner than they are.
You can say that for any crime. That's not a good
No,
argument.
I can't, because that's the deadline that's given for abortion. More abortion has occurred in anti-abortion states. Your policy has not prevented abortion. It's just enabled it to happen at a faster rate. Also, if you're for preventing unnecessary deaths of fetuses, more infant mortality has occurred in these states, as well as more maternal deaths as well. You're not protecting women. You're not protecting children. You're not stopping abortion. What have you done? Nothing.
You are stopping a lot of abortions from happening.
No, you're not, because they happen at a higher rate in red states, RC.
No, they don't.
I can give you the numbers.
So I got a question about
that are
abortion.
happening in Texas. 'cause
15% increase in states that have.
are allowed in Texas.
That's
There's
great.
abortions that are allowed.
15%. I know.
There's
Including
no
Texas.
red state that has an absolute
Including
legal ban
Texas.
on any and all abortions.
Including
There's
Texas,
not-
there's an
but Texas
11%
doesn't have-
increase
Texas
in
doesn't have
abortion.
an outright ban on all
Oh,
abortions.
he got dumped
There are
on.
exceptions for abortions. There's exceptions for it. I think there should be no exceptions at all. Find me a red state has a no exception.
Wait, you think
abortion
there should
ban.
be? You think there should be no grape exceptions or no self-defense exceptions?
No, there should be no exceptions to abortion.
Even self-defense?
Sorry, you don't think there should be medical reason exceptions?
It's RC. Are we?
No,
are
no
we
exceptions
surprised?
for
It's
abortion.
RC.
Sorry,
Did I stutter?
You're saying
Did I stutter
an
like
unviable
Dean,
child,
bro? No,
an unviable child in a woman that will die. You would rather the woman die and not even be saving a child. That's what you're
Most
saying?
women would say that, though. In their defense, most women would say that.
But to RC, are you
Save
saying
my
that we should
baby.
not
Stop
even
talking,
save
dude.
children? This
Save
is
my
beyond
baby.
saving children. This is just ideology.
So, Will, what's your question? Because four
In
people.
the case where the child will die anyway, and the mother will die if
Like
she
an
continues
ectopic
having the
pregnancy?
pregnancy, should there be an exception?
So, like an ectopic pregnancy, you're
There
saying?
are multiple cases where this happens. Ectopic
Yeah, I mean,
pregnancies are a good
Will's
example.
making his question very clear.
It's
right?
very
so we
clear.
have
So in the
Well,
case
I'm
where you're not
asking-
saving a child and
All
you
right.
are killing a woman,
So
would you
Will,
rather the woman die, RC?
Will, I'm trying to respond, all right? So in your question, where it's guaranteed the child's not going to live and the child has no chance for life, then you're not ending any future life because the child has no chance for life.
You are,
That's
because it's alive right now. And it will be alive
you
an
just
hour
said
from
there's
now.
no, you just said the child will not survive the
It
pregnancy.
will not survive, but you need to kill it earlier so that the mother doesn't die.
An ectopic pregnancy has zero
I
chance
didn't
for
say
life.
the words ectopic pregnancy, brother.
So then
There
what
are
kind of
multiple
then
cases
what
where
kind
this
of
happens.
then give me an example outside of ectopic that this happens?
People develop chronic illnesses all the time from
Can
pregnancy.
you
What
give
are
me an
talking
example
about?
instead of speaking vaguely?
Preeclampsia.
So what is that?
Why are you speaking about this topic, RC?
You're saying that the child is guaranteed to not survive the
So
pregnancy.
in the case of preeclampsia, right, where the mother will die if she does not get the abortion, and the child will die because the mother will die, and it will happen before
But you're making this
viability
up, though.
happens.
What's the percentage
Explain
of
to
that?
me. Explain
Yeah, so
to me
you're
what you would.
making this
So preeclampsia is a great example of this. What do you say to the case in preeclampsia?
What's the percentage of preeclampsia?
It's not.
What does it matter?
All, of
it's
these
zero.
are,
It's
all,
not
the- all
relevant.
of these are edge cases.
It's very
the
rare,
question,
though.
he said no exceptions. Very,
Right,
very
right,
few
right.
cases
No.
fall into exceptions anyway.
It's still
I'd
rare.
love to know what RC believes in this case.
Well, I'll tell you why I say no exceptions because y'all use grape
Would you
victims to
rather a
push your
woman die
abortion agenda.
unnecessarily?
That's what you do.
Can you answer my question that I asked?
Yeah, and your question, there is a chance that the baby will survive.
There's literally no chance that this baby will survive.
So if there's no chance the baby will survive, just like an ectopic pregnancy, then no, that doesn't count as an actual pregnancy because there's no chance
Why?
for future
There is
life.
a pregnancy
Because there's
going
no
on. She is
chance
currently
for
pregnant.
future life.
If she didn't have
What is
preeclampsia,
pregnancy?
she would live.
Ridiculous.
What do you mean?
There's
She's
no
currently pregnant.
chance
There is
for
there is a
future
child
life.
in her womb.
Wait, RC's saying it's literally not a pregnancy, as this will not yield future life. RC, what is pregnancy?
Yeah, sure. Technically, it fits the description of a pregnancy. Yeah.
Okay, so
Pregnancy,
you were
that's
wrong.
what that word means. So
there's no
should this be
chance
an
for
exception?
future life. There's no chance for future life, Will.
That's not what pregnancy means.
There's
So
no
you
chance
do
for
think there
future
should be an
life,
abortion
Will.
in this case.
What is pregnancy, man?
All right, so you're using those victims to push your abortion agenda.
No,
is what
I'm just
you're doing.
saying you're batshit
No.
crazy if you don't believe in at least some exceptions. Like,
No
yeah, like
exceptions.
I'm showing
Zero.
how clearly extremist your position is. Right.
Yeah, there should be exceptions. I believe that too.
Great. So RC, do you
zero
think there should be an exception?
No exceptions.
I have to disagree with
Okay, so you would rather a woman unnecessarily die in that case.
Yeah. Okay, you can keep appealing to emotion.
Can I ask a question?
You would rather
you
a
can
woman
keep dodging
unnecessarily
the
die.
question.
You are defending just unnecessary death of women. Why?
I'm not. Your
Okay, then why
example
would
is
you
not
give an
even
exception
true.
when that is the only outcome.
All right. So an ectopic pregnancy, I would agree to because it's not the child has no chance for life.
Okay, what about the case of preeclampsia where the mother will die and the child has no chance of
I
living?
have no idea what preeclampsia is.
Okay, then
Then
actually
maybe
know
look
what you're
these
talking
things
about
up.
before you condemn women to death.
Everybody in the
Why don't
chat
you
doesn't know
actually
what
know
Trisomy
the-
18?
Why- Sorry, RC.
Nobody knows
Why don't
what
you actually know the
preeclampsia
topic
is?
that you're talking about? Why don't
Nobody
you
knows
actually
what
look into
preeclampsia
issue
The women in the
before you
comments
condemn
do.
women to death?
No, they don't. They're gonna lie and say they do.
Women don't know what
advocate a
preeclampsia
policy-
is?
Maybe don't
No.
advocate a policy that causes women to die.
So you're
Betty?
saying in all preeclampsia
Betty, do you know
cases,
what it
it's a
is?
0% chance the baby will survive?
No, I'm saying there are preeclampsia cases where there's a 0%
Well,
chance.
so not every preeclampsia case the baby will.
Describe to me
definitely
what
not survive.
preeclampsia is, RC.
So you've already conceded your point. You've already failed the point.
No, I didn't.
You
He
did.
failed that
You
you
not all
conceded to?
ectopic. Sorry,
In
RC,
every single
RC, you're wrong about ectopic
every single
pregnancies.
ectopic pregnancy, the baby will not survive in an ectopic
Yeah,
pregnancy.
but you don't always
But in
need an abortion
preeclampsia,
in
the
an
baby
ectopic
could survive.
pregnancy. but you don't
So
even
in
have to
preeclampsia
for
case,
pregnancy.
okay. So it
Nothing
doesn't-
is extreme.
This is
RC,
why I
you
say
don't know
no
what you're talking
exceptions. No exceptions. Tell the
No
women to
exceptions.
close
So
their
women
legs.
should die
That's what I
unnecessarily.
say.
An ectopic
They should close
pregnancy
their
is an
legs is what they
exception.
should do.
Oh, sorry.
Wait, why don't you say the same thing to men?
Bro,
Yes,
closing
sir.
their legs doesn't prevent preeclampsia or trisomy 18.
Yeah, we shouldn't be promoting hookup
If men
culture, 'cause
if
this
men
is what
just didn't
happens.
spread their
RC
seed, well, then it
culture
would be the
doesn't
case that
cause
no
that.
kids would be born.
RC is like the best counter.
If men
like,
kept their legs closed, there would
That
be
goes
no
both
abortion.
ways, Parker. That goes both ways.
I know, that's what I was showing him.
Yes, it goes both ways. Can I ask a legit question real quick? Okay. Now let's say, and this is a place where men can have a say, not a say. I don't want to word that wrong because I'll get called some misogynist or some shit. Let's say there's a pregnant woman and she wants her baby. She's happily pregnant, and somebody comes up and stabs her in the stomach and unalives her baby. Okay.
Yeah, it's double
What is
homicide,
that
sir.
charge? What is that charge?
It's double
Why
homicide.
is it a double homicide? Why is that a double homicide?
I
if
can
that's not
explain it
human
to you
life?
because
I
if
hate
you
when
like.
Dean says this because it's so confusing to them. Dean,
Why?
you could just say that.
No,
they're not a
I know,
person
I know,
yet,
that,
but,
I
like,
know the
Dean, I'll
whole
let
thing
you
about how they
explain.
made a
Go for it,
fetus
Dean.
in some states. It's not in all states.
I don't
though.
consider it double homicide, but it's
It's not. It's not double
I'll let Dean
homicide.
explain. Okay, be
Yeah,
quiet.
so I
Some
mean,
states it is.
I could,
Some states it
I
is.
could, oh my god, I could explain my view. So this is like something that me and Parker disagree on.
It's a
However,
view.
it's not only like the fact that I think it is double homicide, but I also think it should be double homicide for the reason.
It should be.
being-
Yes, I
Hey,
agree.
sir. I'm like really not in the mood to be interrupted. Can you let me speak?
I'm on your side with it.
Okay, stop, please.
Okay. So anyways, so the reason I'd uphold the idea that that should be double homicide while also saying abortion is not immoral is by delegating property rights over the fetus to the mother, right? It's like if you own a car, you could walk up to your car and break the windshield and you did nothing wrong. But if a non-consenting third party walks up to your car and does the same thing, they did something wrong. So if you're a woman and you have a fetus growing within your uterus and you go to a Planned Parenthood and abort that shit, you did nothing wrong. However, if an unconsenting third party walks up and unalives you and the fetus, they did something wrong. And I classify homicide or murder as the unjust termination of human life. A mother has just reason to terminate the life of the fetus
No, she
growing
doesn't.
within her uterus,
No, she
while
doesn't.
an unconsenting third party doesn't. So that's specifically why that would meet my qualifiers for murder.
So I could go slam my car into a pole and not get charged with reckless driving.
That's not
But
the
somebody
argument you
else
made.
can go slam my car
It's
into
not
a pole. and they'll
comparable,
get
man.
charged.
That's not the
No, it's the
argument
same
he
thing he
made.
just said. It's
Yeah,
one
if
line.
you're
that
on, if you're
comparable.
on,
Make that
if you're on
one-to-one.
private,
I agree,
if you're
it
on
should be
private
double
property,
homicide.
if you're on private property, you could slam a
Homicide.
car into a pole and you're not going to get charged with jack shit.
Yeah, you will. You'll get charged with reckless driving.
If you're on
As long as
public
it's-
roads.
Sorry, you won't. Not on private property.
Yeah, my dad got charged with hitting a fence with reckless driving. So yeah, there's that. I live in Virginia for starters, so I mean, it's very
Given the
Commonwealth,
use
it's
of
very fucking
given the use of public roadways.
weird here.
Wait, he was driving on a public road, wasn't he?
Yeah, and hit a private fence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it's
you
not
were on a public
comparable.
roadway. You were
You're on a
reckless
private
driving on a
roadway.
public roadway.
It's still reckless driving. That's not the point. I agree with Dean on his view about it
Why
should
did you
be
bring it
double
up?
homicide. I agree with Dean. I'm saying it should be double homicide, but it's not. Even if the mother isn't unalived, even if just the baby is unalived, that is not murder or whatever we have to call it on here.
Okay, I'm so sorry. If you're not using this point to ask, like, well, why can we say abortion isn't wrong, but we will say that they should be charged with double homicide if they unalive a pregnant mother? Like, what? what's
My
your-
question is why is it considered a human life only in that instance?
No, it's considered a human life in both the instance of abortion as well as the
It's
instance
not
of-
though.
So yes, human life begins at the moment of conception, sir. Right? We're just
Yeah, I
saying that
believe
this
that.
human
Wait,
life
what
is
are we arguing
valuable,
about? I'm talking
so
about
there's
everybody
nothing
else.
wrong with it being
You
in
clearly
there.
have a
I
good
think
brain.
it's a human life. I still think abortion should happen. Like there are
Yeah.
people that
No, most
like
most
the
of these
reason like the
pro-choicers say
reason
that's not
talking
the,
to us,
the
not
reason
most people.
yeah and like those other pro-choicers that don't think a fetus is a human life are wrong.
Yeah, they are wrong.
yeah,
Okay,
they're
but you
hashtag
have a
not
good
us.
head on
So
your shoulders.
disagree with us.
Yeah.
So I do think abortion should, I think there should be
exceptions.
Exceptions.
Absolutely.
That I agree with. I don't agree with it being late term, like 7 or 8 months or anything like that. I think that's stretching it.
Yeah,
but
after the point of viability. So Betty,
what I
after the
can
point of
say-
viability, like we could use non-lethal means of abortion, such as induction or C-section, to remove a fetus from a mother's womb. And it is the case that we don't really see elective abortions in like the 7th or 8th month, anyways. I particularly would hold to the stance that lethal abortion becomes immoral after about 24 weeks.
I agree.
Yeah.
You heard about what Youngkin passed or what he said in Virginia, correct? Everybody heard that?
No.
About setting a baby aside and don't worry about the baby because of late term abortions being a thing. Just set it aside, even if it's dying, to tend to the mother. Not pulling 2 doctors to take care of each of them.
What are you
I don't know what you're yapping about.
That's what Youngkin said.
I'm sure. Yeah, give us the exact quote, please, and
I
not
don't-
your approximation.
I mean, I don't. You have to look up the quote.
Wait, what's
Look
the
up
relevance
Glenn
of
You
Youngkin.
look it up.
So
No,
there's
I-
like another thing is like if a
quote him
woman is gonna die over a pregnancy or whatever, the thing is that's really up to the female though too. Like if it was me, I would die over my kid. I'm just being for real.
Yeah,
But
you
that's
should have
just
the
me.
choice. But see, the thing is, you should have the choice to be able to choose to do that if you'd like. However, it's the case that we shouldn't force all pregnant women, including victims of rape, into those same circumstances, right? So just saying that you would personally choose to die with your kid is not contradictory or antithetical to the pro-choice worldview. In fact, it would fall perfectly within that. You should be well within your rights. You should be well within your ability to choose to do so.
What
And
about
in
men's
fact,
rights?
I'd even say that there's nothing wrong with doing that. What's that?
What about men's rights?
Oh yeah, so
Very
here's
controversial.
my thing.
Very
So men
controversial, but I wanna
actually,
bring it up.
men
I wanna bring
actually
it up.
lose the right over their sperm as soon as it's ejaculated into the
No, no, no,
womb,
no, no,
and
no,
they
no.
lose any
Men's rights
say-so
to what?
over said sperm.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Wait,
That's not
men's
what-
rights to what? Women's bodies?
Can I? No,
Like
absolutely
what?
not. No, absolutely
That's the
not.
question. Men's rights to what? Yeah.
Absolutely not. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about paper abortion. I'm talking about being forced to be held financially responsibility for 18 years for something I didn't want.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine
They can
with
opt
that.
out.
A
I'm
woman
fine
can
with
say,
that.
I don't want that, and
Yeah.
just get rid of it. A
Yeah,
man
They
can
opt
just-
out and often
just to-
opt out.
Just to clarify
No,
here real
no, no,
quick.
they don't
So
opt
it is
out.
the case
They
that
dodge.
child
You
support.
can opt
So,
out. Child
so
support.
hey, so just
That's
to make
different.
sure real quick. So child support is not sexist. Child support applies to the parents of a child to better the life of said child. So it is the case that when you ejaculated inside of a woman, right, you ran the risk of her bearing pregnancy and bearing a child that
Oh,
you
when she
have the
stabs a
right to
condom?
support.
When
However,
she stabs a condom?
oh, if she stabs a condom,
rape.
Yeah, that's rape.
How is that rape? What the fuck?
If you have to ask that,
That's interesting that you think that's great. That's
How is
very
that
interesting.
rape?
The
I wanna
law
hear that
thinks
how-
it's
how
great.
stabbing a
Just,
condom is
wait,
rape.
sorry, just PSA,
Oh.
everyone, especially
Steve,
you.
how is that rape?
That is great. That is SA.
How is
That's
that
interesting
rape?
you think that. That's
I know
interesting.
that it's like under law, like under Swedish, UK,
Wait, what's
and
the law?
US law, it is.
Show me the law. Cite the law.
I mean,
Cite the
what
law.
was, it was. I mean, I know the law in the UK, the Snowden case.
I'm not in the UK. I'm not in the
wait,
I
give us
also-
the
we don't-
Youngkin quote first.
Wait, 1 second. We don't base what we consider to be grape off of law. I just want to make that clear. Like,
Yeah.
I'm making a moral evaluation. and make
I'm
the
just
claim
trying to
that this is
protect,
grape.
RC from going to jail, and everyone else on this live from going to jail. Yes, that is SA. You can be persecuted from that, and people have.
No,
to
you don't. You're not principled to that
That's not
position.
SA.
though. You're
I think it's really hard though
I'm
to
sorry,
say
I believe
for
that
sexual
that's a
assault
violation
though.
of
Like
consent.
honestly,
Yeah,
like I think it's
that's a
extremely
violation of
hard to even
consent.
prove.
Here, everyone,
It's
I'm gonna
immoral.
let
Gotta have
Betty
a lot of
speak real quick.
evidence. Even
Betty
with
hasn't
females that get
spoke yet.
raped,
It's
like,
immoral, but it's not illegal.
like it's hard.
Hold on,
it-
everyone,
it's
please be
difficult.
quiet. Everyone, please be
illegal in
quiet so
the
Betty
UK.
can speak real quick. Everyone, please be quiet so
No,
Betty can speak.
so this is the thing. It is extremely hard with sexual assault, even for females. So you have to have so much freaking evidence, and even the evidence you have, it's like, well, was it consensual? Was it not consensual? Things like that. Like it is extremely hard. Our sexual assault laws in the United States absolutely need to be revamped.
Do you
It is
accept? Wait, do you
extremely
accept
hard.
Trump's? Do you accept Trump's essay case?
I don't. So this is the thing. Like I think what has happened is absolutely messed up. What I think should have happened is he should be charged criminally and be prosecuted for that. However, because of the statutes of limitations, then like, okay, now you get money for it.
Do
Well,
you
that
accept
doesn't.
the civil
There's
liability
no.
case.
There's no justification for that, though. Do you see what I'm saying? Like
What?
for the female, there's
Why is
no
there not?
justification. Because he's
Female.
not criminally charged. He's not being registered as a sex offender.
Wait,
he's
do you think
not
that civil
being,
courts are
like,
unreliable
in
in
jail
making
for it?
So you don't
Like,
accept the civil case.
I want it to be criminal.
Okay,
you
me
don't.
too.
So you Can you answer my question, please?
No, I don't. I want it to be criminal.
Okay. So you only accept it if it's criminal. Do you accept his felony case? His felonies.
I mean, yeah, because it's what he broke. I would hope that with any politician, though.
Do you
know what I
think
mean?
a felon should be able to own a gun?
No, I don't think.
Okay,
I don't.
They shouldn't
think,
be able to own a gun, but they should be able to run for president, getting access to the nuclear codes.
Well, no, I got like
That's
honestly, no, but that's
Okay,
not
so Trump
what we're
should be able
dealing
to
with
run.
right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's not what we're dealing with right now.
No, but
and
what you
as
just
much
said
as
is
I
Trump
disagree,
shouldn't be allowed to run.
he shouldn't. But again, that's not my determination.
So he should
Right?
be allowed to run, but are you voting for him?
No. I didn't say he should. I said he shouldn't.
Yeah,
because of
I know.
everything
I
that's
said
going
you
on.
said he shouldn't be able to allowed to run. And are you voting for Trump?
I honestly am thinking about JFK at this point. I'm just
JFK.
Do you want to hear what RFK just
I'll get the excavator and dig up his body.
I want everyone to listen to this.
Oh,
real quick.
why
You
should
should
I
not be
vote?
allowed to vote, RC.
Yeah.
Like why?
Because
like,
listen
that's
to yourself.
Dumb. That is a dumb statement.
Sexual assault
Because
allegation from one
like,
of your former
I don't-
nannies. So I want to give you.
Okay, I'm just gonna start muting people. Please be quiet. Everyone.
Sorry, I'm like I want to vote independent. That's what I'm thinking.
Not a comforting one. Sexual assault allegation from one of your former nannies. So I want to give you a chance to respond to that.
I've said this from the beginning. I am not a church boy. I am not running like that. I said I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have so many skeletons in my closet that if they could all vote, I could run for king of the world. So, this Vanity Fair is recycling 30-year-old stories, and I'm not, going to comment on the details of any of them, but
Don't make fun of the way he talks.
I am who I am.
You're talking there about the nanny situation. I mean, I do have to ask her. I mean, are you denying it or not?
I'm not going to comment on it.
All right.
He had a sickness. Why is it? I mean, I'm not for.
Okay, nobody brought up his voice.
Hey, underscore.
Yeah, they are in
no,
the chat. They're all talking about it in the chat.
I'm not
Making
talking
fun of
about.
the
I
way he talks.
disagree with that.
Well, we're
now, would you
here.
like to respond to what I just brought up,
Yeah,
rather than
sickness.
like not acknowledging what anything at all?
Also, you were making fun of like my stutter earlier. Don't try to like pull some virtue signaling
double
shit.
standard.
by referencing RFK.
Yes, you did. You spent a whole minute doing it with the
No,
rolling of
that
the
was about
R's.
the way he rolled his T's like every other team.
That was making fun of it.
Because every other go to TikTok, you'll see every other.
Betty, are you
I'm
still
trying to
voting?
like determine like between the three, to be completely honest. And Biden has skeletons in his closet too, and he
Like
was
this?
accused back in 1993. I think it's 1993 about a sexual assault as well. And it's
Should
just
be
like,
canceled.
From
but
who?
it wasn't. But
What was
the
their
person
name?
that came forward, it was Tara.
Yeah, Tara
Yeah, she-
Reid.
Tara,
Tara
or something like
Reid.
that.
She
Tara
literally fled to Russia. She also perjured herself in court.
No,
Yeah,
got
she
forced out
lied,
of it.
perjured herself in court, and fled to Russia.
She wasn't
Where-
forced out.
Where did E. Jean Carroll, right? When we're
Oh, you're
specifically
delegitimizing
referencing-
a victim? That's
Oh,
interesting.
and Jade,
You're doing that now.
I like how it's funny that you're literally denying a
No, I'm
civil
just
case
pointing out your
that's determined by
hypocrisy.
unanimous.
It's not
jury.
hypocrisy.
I also
No, we're
like
just
how
acknowledging
RC
that
said
we have reason
earlier.
to believe it's not applicable.
I also like
women
I
are
also like how
liars.
RC said earlier that 10-year-olds who get raped shouldn't be allowed abortions, but somehow we're we're delegitimizing victims.
Also, you don't believe grape culture exists. So
Also, RC, in her own words.
That is what you said. You had a whole fucking live about it.
You're
Not
speaking
nuts.
for
Remember
me,
that?
And then I can't respond to it. That's sad.
No, go for it, RC. Let's hear.
Okay, so you're using 10-year-old grape victims to push a general abortion agenda.
No.
That's what you're doing. Yes,
I can
that's
explain why
exactly
you're
what
wrong.
you're doing. No, Dean, that's what you're doing. Because
When
if
you're
I
done,
even,
I'll explain how you're wrong.
Dean, and the reason I say no exceptions, because if I concede and say, okay, sure, yeah, fine. Now, how about all adult women that consented to intercourse, abortions banned for them? You're going to say, no. So you're using 10-year-old victims of grape. It's
I'll explain how
disgusting.
you're
and
wrong.
pathetic. It's pathetic.
Okay, now I'm going to explain how you're wrong. So
You're
no,
using them as incubators.
I want to just clarify here. I don't think that abortion should be legal, specifically for the exceptions, for the 1% of women who seek abortions because of rape. I particularly think that abortion should be legal because I find no value in the life of a fetus. And when we ban abortion, we destroy the family unit, we put unwanted kids in unready households, and we increase rates of poverty, decrease levels of education and income, and overall decrease the quality of life. But specifically, I find it to be a very important point for us to try to meet in the middle of the aisle, rather you be pro-life or pro-choice, and agree on explicit exceptions. Because while it is the case that I care about rights of all women and access to healthcare of all women, I think it's has an explicit impertinence when we're referencing individuals such as 10-year-old victims of rape, victims of incest, right, or other similar medical exceptions. Like, that is somewhere where we should meet in the middle of the aisle, because these are particular cases where it is like life or death. Literally life or death when it comes to these medical exceptions, or incredible travesties when we're denying 10-year-old victims of rape abortion. Like, it is absolutely somewhere where we should meet in the middle of the aisle, but it's not the reason why I'm pro-choice.
There's no meeting in the middle of murder.
Hey, Jaden.
What?
Hey,
Wait, before you go into that, I just want to clarify one more thing. So RC is basically saying that a 10-year-old girl that's raped by her uncle, right, forcefully, shouldn't be able to get access to an abortion, even if it's going to kill her.
You're just appealing to emotion is what you're doing. There's no justification.
You just called us murderers. The fuck?
No, I just want to hear RC. RC, is that true? Like, you think you think that 10-year-old girl should be forced to die?
You can use whatever appealing to emotion example.
It's not an appeal to emotion. It's doing to kill one person or two.
It is. It's literally.
It's a reductio ad absurdum. It's actually
no,
crazy.
It's not, because I'm remaining principled. There's no excuse. There's no excuse.
You sound crazy.
Your principles are murderous.
Murdering a human life. No excuse.
Homophobic. You're being principled. Sorry. Just to be clear, you're being principled, and your principles lead to women unnecessarily dying. Even
no, my principles lead to people not getting.
I'm sure Nazis thought their beliefs were principled too.
So there are lots of principles that are consistent. They're just really bad, right? The fact that your principles lead you to saying that women should die even if it doesn't save a child's life, or that a 10-year-old should die because they were, SA'd by their uncle.
You're weaponizing those victims.
No, we're not weaponizing it. We're
I literally just explained to you, RC, how it's
RC,
not the case that we are saying that abortion should be legal because of the particular exceptions, right? We think that abortion is not wrong for other reasons, but it is the case that these particular exceptions are among the most pertinent to meet in the middle of the aisle with particular pro-life individuals.
For the 98% of abortions that are for consented sex from adults,
then talk about those, RC.
Should those be banned?
Then wait,
no
sorry.
Complications.
I'm happy to have the discussion. I'm happy to have the discussion about the 98, right? But that means that we need to talk about them without talking to extremists.
No, you brought it to the
extremist here.
You all brought it to the extremes.
No,
you all
the
brought
thing
up
is, if
10-year-old
we
girls.
can't agree,
is not the extreme.
You brought up
One
the
second,
extremes.
sorry, RC. If we can't agree that we value human life, and we will at least do the thing that maintains human life the most, which means women don't unnecessarily die, then we can't agree on a complicated, principled matter about how we apply specific axioms to abortion. Right? We need to agree on the very basics that, women shouldn't unnecessarily die, and at least pretend that this discussion is about you caring about women continuing to live,
so all the female
rights existing, etc. But if we can't agree on that, right, this is why people say you can't negotiate with terrorists. It's because there's no common ground here.
So for all the female babies that are murdered because of abortion, what about them? Those female lives.
What about them? Let's talk about
those female lives.
Right?
Oh, you're okay with them?
You care about human life, though, RC. Okay. You are weaponizing them because you are doing it disingenuously.
You're weaponizing 10-year-old girls.
Sorry, RC. You don't actually care about human life when you guys should die unnecessarily.
You guys brought up 10-year-old girls. It's disgusting.
What is wrong with saying
it is disgusting that your principles lead you to think that in order to be consistent, you must accept a 10-year-old dying because they were SA'd by their uncles.
You brought that up.
And you conceded that you think they should die because they were SA'd by their uncles.
I conceded
can I ask a question?
Modern healthcare.
RC, would you be down? Would you, real quick, I'll be
super...
5 seconds. Oops.
I just want to read this quote.
What?
No,
please don't.
This is why I can't do so
Betty.
many people on the panel. It's like everyone wants to talk at the same time. Okay, everyone, can we just please just order it up a little bit? Dean, you can go. Betty, then you can go, and then underscore, you can go.
Yeah, no, I just, real quick, 5-second sidebar. RC, I would love to give you some pro-life arguments that would account for particular exceptions such as these in private, so you could at least hold to a more virtuous view. So, just you have my Instagram. Feel free to text me if you want me to run those by you to try to convince you of exceptions. But that's all I really wanted to add on.
All right, Betty, you can go, by the way. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Sandra, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sandra. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Is Kinsey
Go
in the
ahead,
books?
So
you don't
I
have any
just-
spaces to add up, people.
No, I just
I can
just
drop
wanted
for
to
her if you see her.
actually.
For sure, I got you.
And I haven't really looked too much into those, and maybe I don't know. You guys are way more in politics than I am, but what are we doing in terms of like the sexual assaults? That like in terms of what does Biden plan on doing to making it better for women to prosecute males specifically, not just males, but like just in general with sexual assault? Because our laws
Reauthorized the Violence
like,
Against Women's Act.
Huh?
He reauthorized the Violence Against Women's Act of 2022, which made it easier to do exactly that for assault cases, for domestic abuse, for spousal abuse, and things of that nature. Children abuse as well, and CSA.
I see Kinsey in the chat. I can invite her up.
She
Yeah,
here?
we can't add her up until someone drops.
All right, yep. See y'all later.
Peace out, peace out. All right, there we go.
Oh, I didn't even get to read him my quote.
Go ahead.
Okay, so earlier, if he's still if Jaden's still listening, he asked about that quote. I did misspeak about it being because Youngkin is Republican. It was our former governor, Ralph Northam. So he said third trimester abortions are done in cases where there may be severe deformities. There may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. Northam, a pediatric neurosurgeon, told Washington radio station WTOP. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mother. That is now a born, living human being that is now being decided upon by a mother based on late-term abortion laws, that it's allowed. Now, why?
Yeah, if you want to leave it up to the states like Donald Trump, things like that will be able to occur.
Can I also add context to what was happening? This was in the case that the bill that was being proposed was that a third trimester abortion required 3 physicians to determine that such an abortion was necessary to prevent women's death or impairment of her mental or physical health. So this did not apply to, voluntary abortions, right? This only applied to abortions both you and I agree are necessary, right? Ones that are necessary to, according to 3 medical doctors, prevent death or impairment of mental or physical health.
But that's
right?
a living baby.
But you agree that these abortions should happen.
That's not an abortion. That's a living baby already. It's been born.
Yeah, you believe that these ends of pregnancy should happen, correct?
Well, yeah, if it's affecting the mother, absolutely. Yeah.
Which is the case that we're talking about.
But that wasn't the case.
We can agree that they should resuscitate the baby regardless and save it by the state. Sure, but this is not an abortion issue.
It is.
It's not, because you agree that you agree with the point being made here, which is that the abortion should happen in these cases. So where's the abortion issue? We agree on the point of abortion.
What he was speaking of was tied
What
under
happens after the abortion? But that's not an abortion issue.
It is, though. They tied it to an abortion case.
But you agree the abortion should happen. The contestation is what happens after. That's not a question of abortion. That's not a question of whether abortion is wrong or right, because this child will be outside of the womb.
I don't agree with if the baby's crowning to kill the baby and save the mom.
But that's not the question in abortion. Like, they're saying what is medically necessary to save this mother will happen, and then we have a child. He said that it should be up to the parents whether we save it, right? Which is a very Republican position, by the way, right? I, as a leftist who believe medications and the healthcare system should be socialized and owned by the government, think the government should step in and save this child, right? But we can have that discussion about whose rights are whom's over this child. Seems odd for a pro-lifer to be arguing for more government control, but that's neither here nor there. But this is not an abortion question. You and I agree that the abortion in this case should happen. Constituting this as a question of whether abortion or not should be legalized is completely disingenuous.
That is now a human life. It was tied to a whole.
We agree. We all agree
situation.
with that. That has nothing to do with the abortion.
It was tied to an abortion situation.
It was
To an
tied.
abortion
It's
law.
totally irrelevant to the point being made.
It was tied to an abortion law.
Sure, it can be linguistically in the same sentence as abortion. That doesn't mean anyone cares, or it doesn't mean that you weren't misrepresenting the context of it.
In Virginia, it was stated that is part of late term abortion, deciding what happens between the mother and the
What
baby.
happens after the abortion? Yeah,
I mean, after
sure.
the
But that
baby.
doesn't have to do. That doesn't have to do with whether the abortion should happen.
After the baby being born, it is still considered part of the mother. Okay.
Okay, I mean, and we can disagree on whether that's right or wrong, but that doesn't choose whether the abortion should or should not happen. This has nothing to do with the question of whether abortion should or should not happen. There's no way to twist this because you and I agree in these cases abortion should happen. So we agree. We can't have a disagreement in this case.
So why would Ralph Northam say that it's up to the mother whether the baby lives or dies?
After the abortion.
No, after it's born.
How many times do I have to say that? I'm going to keep
After
repeating
it's
it.
born.
After the abortion.
Are you just considering abortion to be being born aborted from the body?
Thank you for the amazing. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, it's medically classed as it when it's early.
Fine. You're
It's not
talking
required.
terminology. I'm just talking when the baby
I mean,
is
I'm using
outside
words in
and
the English
unattached.
language, correct?
When the baby is outside and unattached from the mother's body,
I mean,
she
if this
still has a
isn't, if
decision
these aren't cases of abortion, then why is it relevant to abortion?
because she still has a
We're
decision whether the
agreeing.
baby lives or dies.
And why does that have to do with abortion?
Because that's part of the abortion laws in Virginia.
But you said that this was not abortion.
You're twisting things, bro. I'm sorry.
No, either there was an abortion that occurred and you're talking in the context of that abortion, and still this is too far outside of the discussion.
Baby
Or
born.
an abortion didn't happen, and this is triage. Do you know the concept of triage?
Baby is born. Baby is detached from the mother. Okay. And the mother still has a decision whether that baby lives or dies.
Yeah, that's called hospice care, brother.
How is that hospice care?
Because the baby is severely deformed and the family is considering whether to continue supporting it and give it resuscitation, just like every other family member is given the option to when people are old or people are chronically dying. The decision of resuscitation of children is given to the parents very often. This is an extension of that, and it's tangentially related to abortion. But once again, there's no actual argument that you're making that has to do with whether abortion should be legal, because we are agreeing in this case that abortion should be legal. You just saw the word abortion and connected it to something you disagreed with. That doesn't mean that they put together.
Okay. Have you read the bill?
Abandon this point. It's bad. This isn't.
Have you read the
argument.
bill?
It's just saying what you said was totally irrelevant.
Have you read the bill in Virginia?
I mean, I cited to you what the bill was about. So, have you read the bill?
Among other things, would end a state rule that requires at least 3 physicians confirm that a third trimester abortion is necessary to prevent a woman's death or impairment of her mental or physical health. The need to find that any such impairment to the woman's health would be substantial and irremediable is
I
current.
don't see how this has to do with the quote about what to do with the child after.
Because they're tying it to abortion.
Okay, so it's in the same sentence.
It's tied to it, yes.
Okay, so things because they're in the same bill.
You know,
we're
it's
having
like
an
a
argument. Like,
footnote.
well, I'm sorry, I'm confused about the point you're making regarding this. Yes, things can be in the same bill. You realize there are like 2,000-page bills. It doesn't mean that every argument has to do with everything in the whole entire bill. What do you mean? Because I use the same word in a sentence doesn't mean that they're related. Yes, he said something bad about something else at a different point in time. Sure, and we can have talks about that. First of all, this doesn't matter. I mean, I don't even understand the point you're making. I don't like Democrats. I don't like really anyone in the government right now.
If not for late-term abortions, that wouldn't happen.
How about we say this? Like, you know, unaliving a newborn infant for no reason is wrong. And instead of you saying that we should thereby ban all abortions or push it
That's
back
what
to
I'm
the
saying,
state,
yeah.
that would result in the same thing. You should just simply focus more on advocating for better legislation to better equip it to be illegal to unalive newborn infant babies with no reason.
Right. Yeah, I mean, this is an uncomfortable conversation for any of us men to be having.
It's not uncomfortable. It's like mentally.
Well, it's a wrong conversation for any of us.
It's wrong
to be
because it
having.
has nothing to do with what we're discussing.
But I'm just bringing up the point because people do
You can
fight
bring
for
it up. It doesn't mean it's
abortion.
related to anything.
Okay.
Jay, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get a WJ in the comment section? Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate it.
I call on you, underscored, to give up this point.
Okay, I'll give that one up. That's fine.
Gray, Kenzie, what are you doing up here? What did you come up here to say?
I mean, I wanted to talk to RC, but I don't know if he
ran
left
left the app and then just didn't come back. Is he back in the box now?
Podcast.
He has a podcast now?
Unfortunately, for everyone's ears.
What's Underscore's position?
On what? On abortion?
Yeah.
Exceptions.
Why?
Well, what do you mean? Why? Like, I mean, I'm for the most
So
part
I assume you're anti-elective abortion?
anti-elective. Yes.
Why?
Because it's just not right. To recreationally just rid of a responsibility. I mean, it's just not right.
Why? I would actually say having an abortion is responsible.
You saying it's responsible? In some cases, sure, maybe.
Yeah.
That's why it's a touchy thing. I've watched my aunt. My aunt has had 9 abortions recreationally, so to speak. Okay.
I mean, I don't know what you mean by recreationally.
Recreationally might not be the right word. I'm trying to think of a better word. Just to do it.
You
know
could
what
say
I mean?
elective.
Elective. Okay, we'll go with elective. 9
Right.
elective.
So I'm wondering why that's an issue.
Why is it okay to do that? Why is it not an issue?
Yeah, so I would just say that a person owns their uterus, and if they don't want something in their uterus, they have the right to remove it.
Well, then why continue to do things that's going to put it there?
Well, I would argue that SMEX is not necessarily for the outcome of reproduction. There are
But
other
it does
reasons.
any reproduction, and you know that.
Right, it can also end in an STI. Do you think someone has an obligation to?
That's different. It's not a human life. STI isn't
No.
breathing.
Right, but essentially you're saying because it's an outcome of reproduction, therefore it should be sustained. Yet you don't apply that to an STI.
No, it should just be a little more responsible about it. That's all.
Well, I mean, 54% of abortions, people were using birth control. So in the event they're using birth control, do they get an exception?
I'm sorry. Repeat.
54% of people who get abortions are using birth control. In that event, do they get an exception?
Do men when they use a condom and it breaks?
I'm asking you. Like, I don't care if they're using birth control or not. I still think they have the right to govern their body. So I'm asking you under your framework, if they were being responsible and having safe sex and still got pregnant, is that an exception?
That's why I agree with exceptions.
I'm asking you if that's an exception.
If they have a baby and taking birth control, I guess that would be considered an exception.
Yeah, so I think here's the problem with exceptions is that they're clearly like unlegislatable. I don't think there's any effective legislation that you could implement to where people have been raped, get abortions, and people who haven't do not, and people who were using birth control get abortions, and people who weren't don't. Like, do you think, what if I use a condom on Monday, I don't want to use one on Tuesday, and I use one on Wednesday?
Okay. Look, that's why it's such a tough position for anybody to be on.
It's not a
easy
tough
for women to be
position.
on. It's easy for women to be on. Absolutely.
It's not tough for me.
Yeah, it's not tough for me at all.
You know, but explain the other half of America that is for pro-life. Okay, I mean
most
Yeah, I
of
think
America
it's
believe
either
in
for
angels,
religious-
not confused.
Yeah.
You know,
I
like
think it's either for religious reasons or they just lack education.
maybe not.
Certainly.
Felicia, thank you for the $10. Thank
Statistically.
you so much, Felicia.
It's mostly religious. A good portion of pro-lifers.
I'd say it's mostly racial, actually, but whatever. We can do that analysis. That actually is interesting. But the fact that America believes something doesn't mean that it's complicated. So why do you believe what you believe?
Me? Why do I believe what I believe?
Underscored, yeah. So, like, do you give an exception for people using contraceptives? Because then, by and large,
He does, which
most
is
people
really weird.
getting abortions would be able to. So.
It's just it's a tough thing for a man to speak on, and
Then
even
why
at all.
speaking on it?
Because
I
it was
think
the
men
topic,
can
so
have
I just gave
opinions.
my opinion.
Well, I think men can have opinions.
That's all.
Obviously, they
It's just
can
an opinion.
recognize.
That's all.
Right, but they can recognize there's a limitation, and obviously that this legislation won't necessarily affect them in the way that affects women predominantly.
Okay.
So, but I mean, if you want to have an opinion, I would assume you would do the heavy lifting and know your opinion.
Okay, so why, with there being, for whatever reason, there may be religious or racial, like Will said, or whatever reason for somebody being pro-life, there is the fact that there are many pro-lifers in America. Can we agree with that?
Majority of the American population is pro-choice.
But yes, there do exist pro-life people.
There's plenty of pro-life people, okay? Thousands, hundreds of thousands. Okay. Now, why is their opinion any lesser than yours as a woman?
Because it's wrong.
I asked the woman.
It has nothing to do with me being a woman. I would just say there's no reason and logic behind it.
But it doesn't. It's their body, their choice, right?
Well, I mean, if they want to sustain a pregnancy, I'm certainly not going to tell them not to.
Okay. So now, why should they be
I would
forced
say
to
that
live in
their
a state and a
opinion-
place? Why should they be
What?
forced to live in a state and a place that is against their beliefs?
They're not. No one is forced to get an
Well,
abortion.
they are under Roe v. Wade and under it being federally mandated. Yes, they are. They're being forced.
Roe v. Wade was not a federal mandate. It was a federal protection.
It actually wasn't a federal protection. It was a constitutional protection. When was it federally
Sorry,
mandated, brother?
constitutional protection.
Okay. The whole
What
my whole
federal
point
mandate
is
are you talking
making
about?
it. My whole point is making it state decided instead of federally.
I mean, Roe made it
makes
state
more
decided.
sense.
Just to be clear.
Makes more sense. Take it out of the Fed's hands. Leave it up per state. That's.
Can I
I
ask
don't
you a question
understand
here?
why that's an issue.
So I think that we're talking about women's rights. We're talking about reproductive rights. We're talking about how Trump will be concerned with this, particularly in relation to the presidency. I can have a more broad question. Feel free to cut me off, Kinsey, Will, Parker, if this is detracting from the current conversation. But what I would particularly like to ask you underscore in relation to women's rights, how can you expect Trump to effectively legislate for the wants, needs, and desires of women while sitting in the Oval Office when it is the case that he has a track record of consistent disrespect and violence towards women, throughout his history?
Well, all I know is with Trump's position on it, he doesn't believe it should be in his hands. He doesn't believe it should be in the federal's hands. He stated that multiple times. It should not be up to him. It should not be up to the feds. It should not be up to any of that shit. Per state, government, vote on your local level.
But I did say I was asking a little bit more of a broad question, and I
Okay.
don't feel like you quite answered it. So
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and repeat the question. I mean, we've seen, signifiers in Trump's past of him being blatantly disrespectful towards women, such as cheating on 3 of his wives, or being violent towards women, such as being held civilly liable for rape, or walking into the changing room of half-naked teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place, or even sexualizing little kids, such as saying that he'll date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. What this shows us is that he doesn't care about the wants, needs, or desires of women, or even little girls, because it is the case that he constantly violates them. Another good example of this would be when he said that he could just unconsensually grab women by the P word and he doesn't even have to ask because he's so rich and famous, right? So how can you expect Trump to effectively legislate for half of our population, all 170 million American women and girls, sitting in the Oval Office, passing executive orders, signing bills into law, when he has this history? He's obviously shown us that he doesn't give a shit about half of the population, so how can we expect him to effectively legislate for them?
That's a question for the women that support him.
No, that's a question for you because you're voting for him. And if you can't take the time out of your day to have enough empathy to take yourself out of your shoes and put yourself into the shoes of another, well, then maybe you should have some of your own introspection and find fucking empathy, brother.
I have empathy. No, I do. It's just not an opinion
Well,
of
if
mine.
you have empathy, well, then why is it the case that this isn't a question that I can't direct towards you, right? I'm straight, but I wouldn't vote for a candidate that's vehemently anti-LGBTQ+. I'm white, but I wouldn't vote for a candidate that's vehemently racist. I'm a man, and I wouldn't vote for a candidate that's vehemently sexist. I don't see why we have to draw the line
Spears, thank
saying
you for the
that this
rhythmic.
is
Thank
only
you
a
so
question
much.
for women that are voting for Trump because we are men and it doesn't apply to us. No, this is a question for every individual that would constitute that of the American public, because it is in all of our hands to hold these people accountable for their track records and how it can impact their presidency. And this is exactly what we should be doing in reference to Trump. My question had no answer because we can't place an expectation on Trump to effectively legislate for women because of his history, which is such a good reason that we shouldn't even be voting him into the Oval Office in the first place.
Dean, that is a very, very, very small portion of the reasons he should or shouldn't be president. Okay.
But the 170 million
It's a very
American
small
women
part.
is a very large portion of the American
I'm
public.
not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying it's a very small point.
You're okay voting a rapist into office?
Where was he found guilty of being that?
He was found liable in a civil court.
Liable in a civil case. That doesn't mean
You don't
he did
accept
it.
civil
Right.
cases?
That doesn't mean he did it.
Do you accept
Yeah,
civil cases?
it means it's more likely he did than he did not.
Then why couldn't they prove it in a court of law?
It was the
They
statute
did
of
prove it in a court
limitations.
of law.
Then
Statute
why
of
did she
limitations
wait?
passed.
Why did she wait until outside of the limitations and right before? he found-
62% of women never report in the first place. Why are we victim blaming one woman who waited 20 years?
I'm not victim blaming.
She probably
Yeah,
didn't
so
even
she
know the
was
statute of
assaulted-
limitations for a while.
I'm
She
not
was
victim
assaulted she was assaulted in the 90s in Manhattan, and in the 90s in New York, Trump was very popular. Like, do you realize that Trump has 27 accusations from different people? Are the testimonies of 27 people not enough?
How many was he found guilty of?
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
for
just
what?
asking you. I'm just asking you. So you have the
Because an important person like that,
one second. You have the testimony of one man, and you have the testimony of 27 women, and you're saying you're going to believe the one man?
I'm surprised there aren't more with his magnitude. Like,
I mean, if you think
seriously, like,
if
I'm
you
not
think
saying-
there
don't-
should be
don't look
more,
like
then
that
it
part. I'm
sounds
just- I'm
like
not
you
saying I'm
acknowledge he's a
surprised about
rapist.
him. I'm saying I'm surprised that more people don't go after. People go after celebrities and shit all the time. It's
How many
Can you
allegations
stop
does Biden
dodging?
have?
cancel culture.
How many
Like,
how many allegations does Biden have?
what? A few, 3, 4, maybe 5, 3 or 4.
I mean, he has one that's gone after him, and it's been recanted, basically.
I don't know about recanted.
That's
Covered up.
That's what I have a hard time with, though, is that women do also recant because they
Betty,
don't.
you are covering your mic, it seems.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay. Women do recant all the time because they don't want to get bullied and they don't want to
Sure,
get threatened and things like that.
That's
So,
possible. So that's
so
one.
that's why I have like
Compared
issues.
to 27.
And- no, you're right. I'm not disagreeing
Yeah.
with you by any means.
But
okay?
underscore- so
27 is no better than
That's what I
one.
mean with the sexual assault is that we don't do enough to get these people prosecuted and in jail.
Yeah.
And on
Even
the
if we
registry.
do, even if we do, they typically aren't convicted. So that to me is irrelevant. Like I don't think the judicial system can really solve for great. But underscore, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you saying you're taking the testimony of one man over the testimony of 27 women?
Why is one better than 27?
Bigger.
It's not.
Why does it matter?
27
One
is
is-
bigger
one is
than
too
one.
much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's asking the
One is
right
too much.
questions.
One is
Bigger
too much.
number.
One is too much.
Okay, so
Why is one
so
any
do
better
you
than the
do
other?
you believe
why,
that
why
he
is
is
Biden
a,
any
do
better
you
than the other?
believe wait, do you believe that he is a
It's an
rapist? Yes or
accusation.
no?
Go ahead, Kinsey.
Do
He
you believe
interrupted
that he is a rapist? Yes or no?
Do I think it? No, I don't.
So you don't, even though he was found liable in a civil court, you don't, even though there are 27 testimonies, what are you basing that on?
27 testimonies, but how many was he found liable for?
One.
One.
At
One.
least.
Okay, so one more than Biden.
How many was Trump? Yeah, how many was Biden held liable for?
Well, one bailed, just like she said.
How many
Betty
was he
said,
held liable for?
The answer is zero. The
Because
answer
if
is
you want to
zero
talk about
on the score.
allegations, we can go through allegations. There's Jeffrey Epstein allegations where Trump and
There's-
Jeffrey Epstein, where they have
there's
allegations
27.
against them from a minor, specifically of them trafficking, abusing, and torturing, and assaulting, right, a minor.
Biden and the Obamas are on the Epstein list too. What the fuck does that matter?
No, they're not.
No.
Wait, you can,
Biden's
you can
not.
see it in, sorry, Dean, you can see it in Trump's own like statements about him talking, what was it, Miss Teen USA? How you can essentially go into their locker room and see them naked and touch them? Like, come on.
Great
Where's the
point,
proof
Kenzie.
he
Great
didn't
point.
walk
Yeah,
in
why don't we
that?
go ahead and talk about this? Why don't we go ahead and talk about this, Mr. Underscore? So not only was Trump held civilly liable for this in a court of law, but when E. Jean Carroll was explaining what happened to her, she explicitly used statements along the lines of he thought that she wanted to engage in intercourse with him, and he thought that it was a secret romance between the two of them, and she made this explicitly clear. And it's kind of funny how this tracks on to other statements that he's made along the lines lines of how he could just grab any woman by the P word that he wants because all the women want him because of how rich and famous he is, or how, yeah, like Kinsey brings up, he walked into the changing rooms of Teen Girls and Miss Teen USA because he owns a place. Trump doesn't care about the thoughts, needs, wants, opinions, or desires of women or girls. And that is a fact, sir. And one other thing that I wanted to point out in your deluded worldview here, Sandra, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo, thank you for the love, is also the fact that you said the only reason these allegations have came up against him and the only reason that E. Jean Carroll pursued litigation in a civil court of law is because he's Trump, because he was our president, and because he has a lot of money. What you are doing is you are superimposing immunity onto him because this essentially makes him immune from anything that could come. Oh, if a woman accuses him of raping him, we don't need to look into it any further. He's not a rapist. He's just famous and she wants his money. Or when we're talking about the election denial, when we reference the fact that he went 0 for 60 in 60 courts of laws, including 17 courts with judges he appointed, oh, well, the people that rigged the election would specifically make it so there was no trace and no evidence so they could be found guilty in a court of law. You superimpose immunity onto him by granting these non-falsifiable hypotheses insofar as why your contortion of reality, your deluded mind, this tinfoil hat syndrome that I see in you and a lot of the other MAGA cultists that I speak to is true. You make the hypotheses non-falsifiable.
Toby, thank you for the $10.
You know,
Thank you.
honestly, I used to very much so dislike Trump. To throw that out there. Okay. Over the past couple years and seeing what our options are, that's where I've turned, my opinion. Okay. We don't have any other options.
Yes, we do. Biden.
Our option is Biden.
Yeah,
What the fuck kind of option is that?
What the fuck kind of option is
that's
that?
the best option.
What kind of
Definitely
option
not
is
saying
Biden?
that.
But out of the two, like I'm just like, well, maybe we should try
Biden
something
is better than
different than
Trump
what
out of
we
the two,
have.
and that's
You know?
I don't disagree with you, Betty.
I also
I
think we
don't
should have
disagree.
I really wish Michelle Obama would run because I totally, like in a heartbeat, would vote for her. And it's just like, but and that's kind of the issue as
in
well.
another. But the thing is like Trump, a convicted felon, active criminal, active
stop with that
SAer
convicted
and
felon
rapist, right?
With bad
He's all
policy,
these
by the
things.
way.
That shit
We
was
know
not
these
fair.
things, okay? And Biden could literally go comatose tomorrow and still have my vote.
Like it wouldn't surprise. See, that's
I'm
the
saying
cold.
he could be on an
actually
IV
prefer he
drip
go
being walked
comatose.
around by nurses on a
That's the
medical bed.
That would be
I'd
great.
vote for it.
Please
Right,
go
because the
comatose.
reason we're voting for Biden isn't because we want an amazing leader to give, the golden age back to the United States of America, to bring prosperity for all, and to shoot us into an evolved future of eudaimonia. We're voting for Biden because we want to do the least amount of harm to this country. No, it's the choices are, oh, do you want to get stabbed or do you want to get shot? I'd rather get stabbed. I'd rather vote for Biden. We get that he, isn't all there. He's an old man, and there's gaffes in his speech. Sometimes he's incoherent. But at the end of the day, I'm going to take the old man with a good policy over the rapist with that had policy that served as a detriment to the middle class for the
The
benefit of the top
pathological liar,
1%.
the insane lunatic that's literally fucking delusional, still believes the election was stolen. Right, this
So who
guy,
they calling-
this guy is a threat to this country.
Who
If
they
you can't
calling
see it,
after APM?
I'm sorry,
Who they
but you're going to
calling
see it in the
after APM?
history books.
Who are they calling after 8 p.m. when there's a national emergency or an international emergency?
I mean,
Who they
sorry,
calling?
can I just note here, like, we focus a lot on the people because the people are incredibly horrible at Trump, like insane at Biden, right? But the staffers and the advisors and the cabinet are really what make a government, right? And who are they going to call? Biden's staffers, just like they would call Trump staffers. Do you think
And they would
Trump
wake
could
him
point
up?
to? Sorry. If there was something coming from Pakistan, do you think Trump could point to Pakistan on a map? Like, do you think do you really believe that like Trump has good enough foreign policy?
Biden
to
doesn't even
push
know what
the
a map
nuclear
is.
button? No advisor in their right mind ever would allow Trump to make that decision unilaterally, and no advisor in anyone's right mind ever would allow Biden to make that decision.
Y'all are just panicking.
Ever.
Y'all are
So
just
let's
panicking.
talk. Wait a second. Let's take a second and look at their policies
Panic
and look at their
mode.
advisors. Like, what is it? 17 former Trump staffers or advisors worked on Project 2025, which is actively trying to dismantle American democracies and institutions. Biden policies, on the other hand, have gotten bipartisan support to massively rally our economy to be one of the best in the world following the COVID pandemic. right?
And that's not going to happen
They're
under
both
Biden.
horrible. One is an active rhetoric fascist felon and essayer. One is
He's not a
a
felon.
comatose patient. I don't care. But talking
He's not
about the
a felon.
staffers, one is staffers are fascists trying to destroy American democracy, right? And the others are actively, I mean, they're old-time 90s Democrats. Are they effective? No. Do I like them? No. Are they trying to destroy American democracy and active fascists?
He's not a felon. He's not a felon.
Wait, sorry. How do you
wait,
define felon? How do you? I define felon by people convicted.
He's
of
not a
felony.
felon.
But no,
Wait,
I mean,
I
we can
don't
say he was
know.
falsely convicted, but
He's
he's
not
still
a
a
felon.
felon.
He's not a felon.
So define felon for
He,
me,
by
brother.
definition, is a felon.
Somebody-
You might say he's a falsely convicted felon, but he's a convicted felon.
Yeah,
I don't understand why, in order for you to concede that he's a rapist, you hold the standard that he needs to be convicted in a court of law, and he has been convicted in a criminal court of law for felonies, and you're like, nah.
Yeah, and he doesn't accept it. Exactly, it's the hypocrisy.
lawfare.
Yeah.
It's even if it was the case that it was a criminal court for the SA case, you still wouldn't accept it. It's
You're a
fucking
lawfare.
bullshit.
You
You,
won't.
believe every
Like,
single
I
one of his
am-
lies. He's above
Weaponizing
the
of the
rule of law
DOJ.
to you because you wouldn't accept
Weaponizing of the
any of his
DOJ.
crimes. He's
Weaponizing
a
of
violent
the
criminal,
DOJ.
and you want to put him into office.
Weaponizing of the DOJ.
I really am
Can you give any
curious.
evidence for this?
Underscore.
Absolutely. There's plenty of evidence of it.
Wait,
Hold
one
up, let's
second.
let
Let Kenzie
Kenzie
talk.
speak real quick. Yeah.
I really am curious. Underscore. If there were evidence that was convincing of you that Trump was a rapist, would you still vote for him?
If there was strong evidence and he was found guilty in a criminal court, maybe.
Let's not even say guilty. Let's just say like a videotape came out or something. There was strong evidence.
I'd feel differently about it, sure.
Would you still vote for him?
Probably not. I'd probably go Green Party.
Okay, so why is being held civilly liable in a court
Because
of
people
law?
pull that
why
shit
is-
all the time. That's bullshit.
1 second. Why is 27 testimonies and why are all of this nefarious statements that Trump has made not enough?
Because that's just word of mouth. That's just, oh, he did this. Dirt, dirt, dirt.
You realize that testimony is evidence, right?
Dirt, dirt, dirt. Yeah, okay, so what about the... okay, you want to move on to
Hey,
testimony?
underscore. Could you name one piece of evidence submitted
You
into
wanna
the
talk
court of
about
law?
Ornata?
Eugene- Hey, 1 second. Underscore. You said it was all word of mouth. Hearsay. He said. She said. Can you name one
It
piece
is.
of evidence provided by E. Jean Lawyer's attorneys in the court of law? Sorry, E. Jean Lawyer's. E. Jean Carroll's attorneys in the court of law.
It's still just word of mouth.
Okay, so can you name one piece of evidence
There's
they
no
submitted to the
proof.
court?
It's word of mouth.
So can you name one piece of evidence they submitted to the court?
Can you?
Yes, but I'm asking you the question.
Why should I argue your case?
Because you're making the claim that it was all word of mouth when you don't know one piece of evidence submitted to the court. You're ignorant as fuck on the issue, and instead of being like, I'm gonna critically examine this and think for myself, instead you're like, I'm gonna go out and shame and blame women, continuing to perpetuate.
I'm not
systemic
shaming or
misogyny
blaming anybody, bro.
One
I
second,
just
and,
said
and the
it's word of
patriarchy,
fucking mouth,
because
bro.
I like mob mentality,
Word
and
of
I would
fucking
agree with
mouth.
the rest of the
I've
MAGA
been through the court
cultists,
system.
and just assume that there
you
wasn't
are.
any.
You are definitely because you said like, why didn't she report it in the 90s? That is shaming her.
I didn't shame her. No.
I mean, rejecting
Yeah,
the case
women
on the
often
basis
don't
of no
It's just
evidence when he doesn't
it's
know
hard
a piece of
to
evidence
it's hard to
submitted in
understand
court
why
is
people don't do it
victim
when it
shaming.
comes to high profile people. That's
Because
That's-
women often do it to avoid misogyny. Because here are 27 women who give testimony, and yet you think the testimony of one man has more merit.
Hannah,
Which
thank
to
you
me
so much.
proves that you.
I'm saying neither of them have any merit because it's all word of mouth.
1 second, which to me proves that you think women, you don't believe women. You
I
believe
didn't
men.
say I don't believe. You can't believe any
You
word of
did.
mouth.
You're putting more stock in his one testimony over
I'm
27
putting
others.
stock in none of them. Nobody's word of mouth should be enough.
Hannah, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love.
I
Hannah.
feel like
I'm
there should
sorry
be
for
proof of all of
for
it
interrupting
on
you
either
Thank you so
side.
much for the love, Hannah. W Hannah's in the chat.
You know how many women falsely accuse men of rape?
Hey,
Of rape?
underscore. So how do you know that?
Accused Biden of rape.
I'm sorry.
How many women have falsely accused Biden of SA?
It doesn't matter. We're not doing this back
Wait, no,
and
but
forth.
he's a high
Rape is
profile
better. Like,
individual.
I mean, that's
he's been a high
stupid.
profile. He's been a high profile individual for the past 40 years. So how
This
many
is all
women?
whose
I'm
grape
sorry,
is
how many
better than the
women?
other's grape.
How many?
Like-
sorry, answer the question. How many?
It doesn't matter.
It
Like,
does, to your point. If this is a really common issue, and there are false accusations all the time being pushed against every famous person.
Clearly, this is
how
not
many?
where it's going to affect his viability being a candidate. So this
I
is.
mean, you don't think that
this is
allegations
an echo
affect the
chamber
viability
talking
of candidacy?
It's an echo chamber talking point. It's not affecting
Your
his
talking point is an echo chamber talking
not
point.
affecting his candidacy.
Yeah, underscore. Hey,
It's
real
not-
quick, just to
it doesn't
clarify.
matter.
Just to clarify, you said all the evidence was hearsay, he said, she said, but then you couldn't name one evidence supported in the court of law. So if you can't name one evidence supported in the court, one piece of evidence supported in the court of law, then how do you know all of the evidence supported in the court of law was hearsay?
Okay, well then enlighten me. What wasn't hearsay? Enlighten me.
Yeah, so we could reference her therapist notes from
I'll
the
learn.
90s, and we could reference particularly her dress that she claimed had Trump's DNA on it, that was confirmed to have male sperm on it.
Oh, that he wouldn't give up his DNA, blah,
in
blah,
which
blah,
then
yeah.
he rejected to give his DNA for 2 years. Let's actually, run a little bit of a game show here. So, I mean, I could pop off so many good reasons for Trump to provide his DNA, assuming his innocence. First of all, he would have saved hundreds of millions of dollars in defamation.
Dude,
suits.
you
He
said
would've
the
been
same shit in your live
One second,
yesterday.
hey.
You're just a
Oh,
fucking
so good to know that
egg,
you're
bro.
listening. So good. So he could have saved hundreds of millions of dollars in the defamation suits, countersued E. Jean Carroll for hundreds of millions of dollars as well. He would have saved 2 years of his life sitting in the courtroom. He would have saved the negative PR from being labeled a rapist, and he would have been able to use this as his main talking point for his campaign to show that the Democrat Party was unfairly using the DOJ against him. So could I just ask you for one good reason
Yeah, he
for
got his
not to
DNC
provide his
talking
DNA, assuming
points
his
from Pallet.
innocence?
Oh man, these are all fucking talking points that you all.
Yeah,
use.
Pallet sent him the DNC talking points from the Illuminati.
Respond to them.
Yeah, respond to it. Dude, you're saying you've heard it so many times. You've heard it on my live and you've heard it on Harry Lives. I'm assuming you have a response then. So name one good reason for him to not provide his DNA, assuming his innocence.
So respond to them. You're prepared. You're well studied. Respond to them.
Word for word.
Yeah, word for
It's
word. The
wild.
same thing I asked the same misogynistic pig on my live yesterday. Now I get to do it again today. Whoop-de-doo. Answer my question.
No, you were talking to a woman yesterday. And
So I'm watching and viewing, and I'd love to hear the response underscore.
What was her name? What was her name, Dean?
Oh no! I asked. This was
yesterday
I asked
afternoon?
this to misogynistic men. Misogynistic
No.
pigs
Yesterday
men,
afternoon,
just like you all
you
the
were on a live with a girl. Ballsy. B-A-L-Z-E.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I also asked the same question to a woman who denied the same grape.
And she
but
put
now I'm
you
asking this
clean in
question
your
to you.
fucking place.
Maybe from your delusional perspective, but anyways, can you put me in my place? Can you name one good piece of evidence for him to provide? Can you name one good piece? Oh, sorry, one good reason for Trump to not provide his DNA to the court, assuming his innocence.
Because why should a high-profile person have to give up their DNA? You know what harm him putting his DNA out there could do to somebody of that magnitude? Like that's
Prove
not.
his innocence.
He'd rather
What
pay
harm
out-
could it
he'd rather pay
do?
out- He'd rather pay out in a civil court.
Yeah, it could be used against him in other crimes.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper for him to just go ahead and pay off on a stupid civil case than it is
Pay
to
off? What? That makes him look so much worse.
Yeah,
So wait, you just
He's
said
also just
you know
lying
what
here.
harm. What harm does the Department of Justice having your DNA do if you're not a criminal?
See, I can't even go there with
Go there.
Exactly. He has no
You can't even go
clue.
there with your people.
Yeah, he's also just lying. He's
Like,
just saying
explain the
words.
harm. You just said you
I have-
know all the harm. Go on.
It can be used for framing.
Framing by the
God.
Department of Justice?
Oh
How could
my
them
god!
have the-
Oh my god! You were literally saying that the reason he didn't provide his DNA to prove his innocence is because they were gonna use the DNA to frame him for other crimes. Brother, you are
he's already
lost.
been-
You are gone.
they've
You are
already-
He's literally a
delusional.
conspiracy nut.
They've already used.
It is
the
just as
DOJ
likely
as a
that
weapon.
unicorn farted the universe into existence as the horse shit that
statement
is
is true.
spewing out of your mouth right now is true,
They've
sir.
already used the DOJ against
Yeah,
him.
yeah, feed me more
And he
horse
used the
shit.
DOJ
Confused on
against
the
his own
mechanisms
son
here.
too, against Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden got it too.
Yeah, can you please turn on your
You wanna go
camera
on
and
that?
show us your
You want
tinfoil
to-
hat, sir?
You want to?
I'm also so confused on like the mechanism by which they would use one piece of DNA testing to frame the person, because they don't just get like a whole vial of sperm or a whole vial of hair, right? They get a DNA profile and then the evidence is gone. They have the profile. What do you think they're going to chop it up and spread it in places and be like, look at the 10 other crimes you did? Explain this one to me.
They can. What do you mean?
How?
You're being too rational, Will. You're asking him too good a question.
Yeah, too good of questions. Brittany, thank you for the $10 for framing Trump. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Somebody just said they get his DNA. No, they don't. Not when he gets booked. That's only in federal court. That's only when you go to
only in criminal.
like a federal prison.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
only when you go criminally for a federal prison.
That's a really good question. Like Will
You're-
said,
you're
they
all
just take a
misinformed.
swab. Wait,
I've been
they
in
just take
federal
a swab,
prison.
they take a DNA
I've been in
profile,
federal
they match
prison.
it to the sample.
I've
Like
been in.
they're not collecting blood and sperm to like put in the bank and then be like,
Yeah, they
oh,
take a whole
blah, blah,
fucking
blah.
vial.
We forgot.
Kenzie,
They're
you
gonna
don't know
clone
what you're
Trump.
talking about. They take a whole vial of your blood. I've been
Yo,
to federal
Parker,
prison.
I actually had someone
No,
say
they
that to
don't.
me
They take a
unironically.
swab.
When's the last time you went to
swab
federal
in your
prison?
cheek. What are you talking about?
I've been to federal prison. They took a whole vial of my blood.
Yeah, and
It
they're
was a
cloning you,
civil
right?
lawsuit.
Yeah, so, oh my God.
So, do you understand? Can you just like recognize how like fucking insane it is to say the reason he didn't give his DNA is because they were gonna then use that DNA illegally to frame him for other crimes?
Yeah.
That is
Can you just like recognize?
No
how,
motherfucker is gonna
Can I
give
also
up
note
his
that this is in the
DNA.
context
That's
of
akin to me saying that Biden has no cognitive decline, right, and is completely
Nobody
mentally fit for
of his-
presidency.
Nobody of his magnitude is gonna fucking give up his DNA on a 20-year-old fucking case that is now civil. That's
I
fucking
mean, when
stupid.
it costs him a few $100 million, he probably should.
Yeah,
but also,
why-
the thing
why
is
wouldn't
this.
he?
Why would
I
you
just want
say
to add,
that-
this is in the context of you saying that the DOJ
That is
is
included
currently
only for a violent
successfully
felony.
framing him.
Who
I've
just said
also
it
like
was for a
heard no
violent
good
felony?
reasons
Red
why that's
Storm
quote unquote
only take
fucking
DNA if you have a
stupid.
violent felony. That's bullshit.
Has anyone heard any reasons why it's stupid? Has anyone heard any reasons why it's bullshit?
No,
You're just-
he's given a reason. He's actually given a well-reasoned argument.
Drew, nice
that the DOJ is going to use it to frame him. But I just want to note, this is
No,
in the
I said they
context.
could.
One
I said
second, brother.
could.
1 second, underscore.
Could.
This is in the context of you believing that the DOJ is currently, right now, successfully framing him in not one, but 4 other cases. What, like, are you thinking it'll make it easier? Are you thinking suddenly they'll be like, guys, we can't do this without evidence. Thank God he gave us our DNA so we can be more corrupt? You already think the DOJ is corrupt. You already think that they're falsely
They could just fake another
destroying.
criminal case and then
Yeah.
get his DNA.
Like
what?
What do you
It is
mean?
not
If
the
suddenly
job
they're going to
of
adhere to
of somebody
evidence now that they
accusing
have it? What are you,
somebody
what are you
to prove
talking
they're
about?
innocent. The job of the DOJ to
No,
prove
listen
their
to
guilt.
what I just said. They could fake a criminal case, right, and then get his DNA. Couldn't they not?
What?
Couldn't they fake a criminal case and get his DNA?
They'd have to find him guilty of the criminal case.
No, they wouldn't.
No,
they
they
could
wouldn't.
subpoena.
Yes, they would.
Yeah, you just
They
need probable
can't they
cause.
manipulate the
Yes, subpoena
evidence?
somebody's
They
DNA.
stole the
Not-
election, but they can't manipulate a criminal court.
No, and they wouldn't have to find him guilty. They would subpoena.
They would have
his
to find him
DNA.
guilty. I've
No,
been to the system,
no,
bro.
no,
They
no.
wouldn't.
They'd
I've been to
subpoena
the
his.
system.
They'd subpoena his DNA, and insofar as having it to be used as evidence to prove.
I've been to
guilt.
the system, bro. I've been to the system, bro. That's not the way.
Motherfucker,
Nobody
like-
cares.
And what? You're wrong.
I'm explaining to you how subpoenas work, sir. I'm explaining to you how they could use.
That's not how
his
they work.
DNA.
That's how you think they work.
Okay, how do
Can
you
you
think
tell me
subpoenas
how they
work?
They can
How do you think
compel
subpoenas
someone
work?
to give DNA.
Do you think subpoenas come after they
It has to
found them
be a viable
guilty?
reason to ask for it has to be subpoenaed. It has to go through the. You have to have good cause.
Yeah, but not guilt.
Right. That's what we're saying. So yeah, why couldn't they just come up, like, get a corrupt judge, be like, hey, this is probable cause, and then the judge would be like, cool.
Yeah, but like they literally do it for DUIs. I'm just putting that out there. Of
They do it
course.
for DUI. They get your DNA for DUIs.
They do.
Yes.
You are
They
so
form
far
consent.
misinformed. You are so
Like,
far misinformed.
If you
Get
get
your
pulled
goddamn
over
DNA
and
for
you
a
refuse
DUI? The fuck
to,
outta
yes,
here.
they do. I'm telling you because
Yeah,
I'm
even
married
your own
to somebody
team.
that's in law enforcement.
So
So,
when you-
if
Betty got
I've
you
had
get
a
pulled
DUI.
over,
I've had a DUI. I never. No, they don't take your DNA.
Wait,
They-
listen
no,
to
you
Betty
have
real
to.
quick.
So hear me out. So if you get pulled over and say the police officer is just like, I got to do a breathalyzer test on you, and you refuse,
They go, yeah, you
and
go to
they,
the jail
they
and they
tell
take
you
your
your
blood. They don't
rights,
take your DNA.
and then listen to me, like they
please
tell
don't
you
read
your
it.
rights, and then they sit there and say, well, if you're not going to do this, then I'm going to have to order, or not order, but
Order a blood test.
get a
Yes,
blood
no.
sample on you.
You know how it works.
And- yes, it is. I'm telling you. Listen, I live in Wisconsin. I'm telling you, this is how it works. I don't know how it works in Virginia, but in
It's
Wisconsin,
nationwide. It's called informed consent. When you get a driver's license, you also consent to having your blood drawn by the request of a police officer.
They take your
to
blood. They
prove
don't
a
get your
no alcohol
DNA.
level.
they don't
What do
take
you
your
think
blood
you
there.
can take from
Like,
blood, brother?
like
They
they,
take
don't
your
take
blood
your blood
at
at
the
the
jail.
at the scene. Okay, they
At
don't
the
do that.
jail,
They take you
your
to a
blood.
hospital.
At the jail.
I'm telling you, like I'm married to a law enforcement officer. I know.
Congratulations.
So-
okay?
What do you
And
think
Well,
is in
I'm
blood?
explaining it because I understand it, and if you don't understand it,
Order a
then
blood test, but they don't take your DNA.
What's
Un-
wait?
underscore,
Where do you
you're
think
literally
DNA is?
disagreeing with your own team.
They have no right. They have no right to keep your DNA.
What do you
in
think,
that
bro?
blood
There's
sample.
DNA in blood.
Oh my
There's
God.
DNA
They
in
have
blood.
no right to keep your
Motherfucker.
DNA.
You have
from
to get a
that
subpoena
blood.
for
Just like
it.
in the civil court, they'd have no right to use that DNA, legally speaking, for any other purposes but to test it against the male sperm on the dress submitted by Eugene
But
Carroll.
it's saying blood cells have DNA. No shit, Sherlock. It doesn't mean they're allowed to keep
No. 1 second. You just said that the cops had no
Yeah,
right to use
okay.
that DNA
Thank you,
for any
Miguel.
other
Oh my God.
purposes
I
than to
feel
test
like
for
I'm
blood
being
alcohol
my head against
content.
the wall.
It's also the case that in the civil court of law, they have no
Jesus
right to use that
Christ.
DNA
I bet
for
you
any
think
other
J6
purpose
is
than
real
to
too.
test it against the male sperm on the dress submitted by Eugene Carroll and her attorneys.
I bet you think J6 was a fucking real thing too.
Oh my God.
This guy's
outta
so
here.
delusional.
I can't
This
believe
guy
this.
denies January 6th happened.
And he makes
Right,
us
right,
seem
right.
crazy.
Wait, but like,
for it.
guys, he's trying to
Goddamn
distract
right,
us from his belief that the DOJ. Well, number one, him seeming to believe that taking a blood sample isn't also taking a DNA sample.
It's not.
It
not.
is. I mean,
It's
it
not.
is. If the cops
It's
want,
not.
if the cops
Yes.
want, if the
Okay.
cops want to take your DNA profile from their blood, they have the legal right to do so and add it
Yes.
to the national database.
Yes.
Number two, you
They do
believe
not.
that somehow the DOJ, which you already view as
You need to
corrupt,
look up your laws, man. Like,
yeah.
honestly,
You
when it
believe
comes
that-
to that.
They do not keep your DNA.
One second,
from
let's
that.
finish the list,
They do-
Queens. He believes the DOJ, which he already thinks is corrupt, somehow needs DNA to be more corrupt. Number three, he thinks that that's a good enough reason for Trump, who has gone bankrupt 4 times, right, and is currently having a huge amount of his assets seized, to spend over
Oh my God, you people are
$100
stupid.
million.
And no DNA is in
Wait,
blood.
So explain, like, why? Why?
Of
What
course, there's
harm
DNA.
could it do? It's,
All these
so the thing
dumbasses
you're saying
in
is
chat,
somehow it's going to make the
they're fucking
DOJ.
stupid. No shit. There's DNA in blood. You dumb shits. Fuck.
said there
Let's calm
wasn't.
down. Let's
not allowed to
not
use
insult
it.
each other when
You're not allowed to.
you're
use
this
it.
conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, let's
You're
not
allowed
insult
to-
each other when you literally believe, like, you probably believe JFK Jr. is still alive.
Why the fuck would I believe that?
Oh, okay. Well,
I believe.
that's
I believe.
surprising.
I believe it was an assassination by the government.
Hey, I have a question. How likely do you think it is that the Earth is flat?
Excuse me.
How likely do you think it is that the Earth is flat?
I think those people are fucking idiots.
So flat earthers are idiots?
Yeah, they have the
Earthers
same
are
reason.
fucking
They
idiots.
actually, I've talked to flat earthers that sound more reasonable than you. I'm not
Yeah.
trolling. There are flat earthers that are more reasonable than you.
Yeah.
Or at least can
Sorry,
control their
versus
emotions
description.
more. This is why only women should be able to vote. Look, men are too emotional.
Men are too emotional. Like,
Let's
men
get
should
rid
be
of
able to
men's
run for public
suffrage,
office or
everyone.
vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, underscore. Honestly, bro, if you were on my life, I'd probably just kick you and never think about you again and tell you to never.
Congratulations.
Because you're
You're
like
so
so lost, bro. Like, honestly, I don't really see this conversation going anywhere, but I'll leave that up to Will and Parker.
Up to Will and
Yeah, I have another question I want to ask him. And this is going to be an interesting one. Do you think violent offenders should be able to run for president?
violent offenders.
Yeah.
What does that matter here? There is no
Appreciate the
violence.
mystery firework. Thank you so much, Arlong. Thank you so much. I'm just asking, do you think violent offenders should be able to run for president?
Why are you using hypothetical shit? There is no violent offenders, so it doesn't matter.
Can you just answer the question?
Brittany, thank you for the $10 on
I'd have
Venmo
to
for
say
the
no,
DNA blood sample.
but that
Thank you for
doesn't
the
matter.
$10 on Venmo, Brittany.
Okay. So to clarify, violent offenders shouldn't be able to run for president. Trump is a violent offender, yet you think he should still be able to run for president?
How is he a violent offender?
He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse. That's a violent
Legally
offense.
isn't an offender. It doesn't matter. That's a civil case.
You understand that offense isn't only applicable in the context of criminal cases?
Wait, we could also ask
Show
this
me why he's
question.
not being
If someone was,
There are
if
civil
someone was a,
offenses.
Then
if
show
someone
me
was
why he hasn't been taken
wait,
out. If that's the case,
underscore,
then
underscore,
show me why
underscore.
he
If
hasn't
someone
been
was,
taken out.
if someone was proven to have raped a child in a civil court of law, should they be able to live within 500 feet of a school?
He wasn't, so it doesn't matter. You keep asking these
We're not
irrelevant,
talking about Trump.
hypothetical questions.
We're not talking about Trump.
No, if that's the
someone-
case, then no, of course not. But that's
Okay,
not the
so
case.
you'd
So it
say
doesn't
that,
matter.
so you'd say that like the civil court was sufficient to show that this guy was a violent P3DO, therefore he should have some of his rights
If they
violated.
could show it, they should take him out of the candidacy, but they can't. So it doesn't matter. That's why it's
in a
hypothetical.
civil court of law. Actually, I'm intrigued if you
Well, it's
know the
hypothetical.
difference. Underscore, what is the difference between being found legally accountable
If
in
this
a
is
criminal
real,
law?
if what you're saying matters, then they should take him out of candidacy.
Wait, so but it's not. That's not the current law. Currently, violent offenders can run for
Yeah,
candidacy.
yeah. Currently, Hitler could run for president if,
If
he was
what
alive
you're
and a U.S.
saying
citizen.
is true, all that matters is if it's true, they should take him out of candidacy.
Bro,
Simple.
You should
listen.
take him out of candidacy by not voting for him.
According to
doesn't
the
matter.
Constitution, according to the
If the
Constitution,
law
if Hit-
agreed
bro,
with you-
underscore, according to the Constitution, if Hitler was alive today and was a U.S. citizen, he could run for U.S. presidency just like Trump.
I mean, he probably couldn't. He
No, he could not.
against
That
America.
is just stupid, Dean.
Thank you so
That
much.
is stupid.
Like the
Wait,
one
I'm so
exception
sorry.
to that applies to the H guy. considering the
please-
Zimmerman telegram.
Absolutely could not, bro.
No,
That is
please
incredible.
give please give me the clause under the Constitution that would not
Man,
allow
that is
Hitler to run.
ignorant, bro. That is fucking ignorant.
Give me the
He
clause
could
of the
not run for
Constitution that wouldn't allow.
president.
Give me the
Fuck
clause of the
off.
Constitution that wouldn't allow Hitler to run if he was.
Give me the
elected
clause
and
that would
wouldn't
allow
The
it.
insurrectionist clause under the 14th Amendment
Jesus Christ.
would stop that. But your point is true.
I mean, can we actually say that's
but he
also
was an
applicable to
insurrectionist. What?
Can we say that's applicable to Trump?
Yeah, hopefully.
If he was a real
Mashallah,
insurrectionist, yeah.
you know,
If he was a real
let's get
insurrectionist,
a- like DC, like
He was real.
yes.
Thank you so much.
If you want to talk
The
about
14th
J6,
Amendment is our
you
best
talk
goal,
about-
but the DC case is not going to go before him being in office, and then he will just be able to kind of brush it under the rug. That's why he needs to not win. But underscore, currently the law is that the only crimes that basically say you can't be president are insurrectionists or housing insurrectionists, right? Both of which he
Then
did.
why is he not
Won't
taken
be-
out if it's a real insurrection?
Because he hasn't
I will.
convicted yet, because due
will
process
rephrase,
exists.
I will rephrase my statement.
Shit, I got a call.
If Jeffrey Dahmer was alive today, he would be able to run for president, right?
He would.
So it is the case.
Thank you for
Just
sharing your
saying.
plan. Thank you
Well,
so much,
he
Robert.
hasn't been taken out of the race, therefore, like, how is he a sexual abuser? Well, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer, like, unalive people cut him up and ate them, and he could still.
I
run.
just
So
want to
think that
know
would
if
have
he's
bad
an
legislation.
actual, if he's a real insurrectionist and that's in the Constitution, why has he not been taken out?
Because
Do you know
he
what
wasn't
due
charged.
process
He
is,
doesn't
brother?
listen.
Why is
He
that?
doesn't. But do you know what due process is? Underscore.
Yes, I'm aware of all of this, but I'm wondering.
So do you
why he
think?
hasn't been
Sorry.
taken
So
out.
he's currently on trial for
And it's
insurrection.
not gonna fly. Like,
Okay,
it's
cool.
not-
That's your belief, but that's why you don't think that this trial. You don't think he shouldn't.
Cocaine, heroin,
have a trial,
meth,
right?
cocaine, heroin, meth, sex, rape, cocaine, heroin, meth.
Why does that person do that? I just want to kick him off.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
So underscore. You and I agree.
do you know what tyranny is? Do you know what tyranny is?
I do.
Okay, all right. So you're very familiar with tyranny.
Kelly, thank you for the
All right,
$3.
So now,
Thank you so
with a
much.
divided country, answer me this: in a divided country, all right, one side does something to stand against tyranny, okay, or what they believe is tyranny, okay, with me?
Yep.
Okay, so you got two sides. One side says that's tyranny, okay. The other side says no, that's criminal. How, as a country, do we stand against tyranny?
How do we stand against tyranny? By
How do we stand against
strengthening
tyranny?
our institutions, protecting our democracy, and ensuring free and fair elections, and respecting a peaceful. One second. Let me answer your question.
Them, and them.
Shush. No. Underscore. If you ask,
Okay.
No. Underscore.
Okay.
No. Underscore. Underscore. If you ask
Okay.
a question. Underscore. If you ask a question, what is fair to it? Thank you. There we are. A fourth thing, final thing, respecting a peaceful transition of power. Those are the four building blocks of a non-tyrannous country. Trump has destroyed our institutions, blasphemed our democracy, called basically every election he's lost completely rigged, right? He called the primary that he lost rigged. He called it like his fashion show rigged, like he's insane, calling it rigged. He doesn't have any respect for the Constitution. And then he actively said that the peaceful transition of power was a farce. So he has pushed for the only protections democratic liberal societies have against tyranny to be destroyed.
Can you repeat what Will just said? Underscore.
Blah 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 and blah.
Then why'd you ask me a question?
Bro,
Because it's bullshit. You just said to stand against tyranny, we need to give them more power. That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
No.
You didn't listen to
That's the
anything.
dumbest shit you just ever said. Like that was
No, you don't even know what he said, so you can't even consider it dumb. Like, dude,
I heard-
that was the dumbest
More
shit you
power
ever
in
said because you
institutions.
literally
I
don't
heard-
even know what he was saying.
I heard power in the institution. I heard
Underscore. Don't you got shit to
He
do, bro?
heard buzzword.
them, and them. I heard.
Can we move on, guys?
Okay.
Please?
Yeah.
Them, and them. How does that give us more power?
Interesting
I'm
them
sorry, but
rhetoric
you're
from a
just
conspiracy
dumb.
theorist.
Dude, I'm so sorry. That was so unproductive. Oh my god. Oh, good lord. Jesus Christ.
People are interested.
Wow.
If you're mad, type it in the chat. Everyone will add you up. I don't know what the fuck is going on today.
Lead in the air, baby.
I'm so lightheaded, bro. I had a long drive today, and I
It's the
just stumbled
people.
into this.
No, it's the
Wow.
people. I'm telling you, the people who are coming up on the live. Brody, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much.
Oh man, dude, I'm cooked. Chad, I'm cooked.
Yo, no named. Thank you so much. I appreciate the whale diving. Thank you. There's only some people. Oh, there's a person with the Confederate flag. They don't even.
I
have the
saw
ability
that.
to be brought
Yeah,
up.
Biden Lover 9, get him up. Confederate flag profile picture, man. Come up here.
They can't. They can't. They don't have enough followers.
Oh man. Oh, by the way, so Biden's historic.
How much
press
y'all getting
conference,
paid? Dom, join up.
God, is he stepping down? Please.
No, he actually said he's not. He actually
Again,
specifically
that means
said
he's not stepping down at all.
Yeah,
No,
Biden
he's going
says
to.
he's the
I will put it under
I
our
thought he was, but like I don't see him doing it now.
So Biden actually said at the press conference that he's the most qualified person to run for president.
Oh God, he's kind of delusional right now.
It's so painful.
It is
Guys,
really painful.
please.
You know,
put
no,
us up
no
on the
cognitive
group.
decline. Am I right?
He also
Yeah.
called Trump Vice President Trump. He called Zelensky Putin.
Yeah, at least he didn't call Putin a genius, but he did call.
For real.
Dude,
Right?
dude.
I know there's always some way that Trump is worse, dude. Like I swear to God, this
Seriously.
guy, like,
It's like with every quality. It's actually
oh,
unbelievable.
Jesus Christ, guys.
What does
It
reality
is.
come to?
It
Chat?
is.
Anthony, how old are you?
58.
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, well, I apologize. I kind of misunderstood who you were pulling up. I'm not voting Biden, so I'm a little confused of what to do. And I only made that decision after tonight. I was really watching the debate, and it's unfortunate at my age, because I'm an old dude, that my father's also 83. And my father's very together, just like Biden. And if Biden was in any other situation at his age, you know what? He's doing pretty well. And I know each one of these individual things are individual faux pas, but it's not switching the Putin name with Zelensky is kind of not a small deal on that level of stage. Maybe if it was a regular conversation, or calling with the Trump, I can see why he's confusing the last names. Right? I do get it, but I'm just
No,
really
I get
worried
that
about.
he's mistaking it. I see he's an old man. I don't dispute he has cognitive decline. I think that's very apparent. I think it's also apparent within Trump. And I mean, all these terrible characteristics we see within Trump, he's a raging lunatic. He's delusional. He really believes that he won the 2020 election when there's no evidence indicating that.
Logan,
so
thank you for the $5 something.
he's a threat to this country. He's been held legally responsible for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. Obviously, I don't think that he's like a good candidate by any means. So although I do acknowledge all the bad things that exist within the context of Biden, like he's old, right? There are plenty of things to disagree with him on, but he's better than Trump. And that's the point I would make. So it's clear in this election we should vote for Biden over Trump, even though that's a crazy thing that we have to say.
And maybe there's a question that I could actually ask here. What negative consequences does Biden's declined cognitive state yield?
Well, I think the general negative thing it can cause is the fact that it can cause people to vote for Trump. Like a quick example, what I mean by that, Dean, is if
Oh, so you're saying that voting for Trump is a negative thing?
Yeah. Wait, Anthony.
well,
kinda
yeah,
sounds like you're a
yes,
Democrat
yes,
now.
I
So we
think
agree with
well,
you.
Right, we do agree, but I guess where the little bit of the disagreement is, I'm still really concerned about what's the best option, because if
We're
I'm
not
not
saying the best option is Biden running. I actually agree that Biden should step down. And
Okay,
I
all
think
right.
that both Dean and Will would say the same thing. So
I mean, this is literally what we're talking about right before we brought you up.
yeah.
Okay, I apologize. I
appreciate
just listened
you
to
coming up. You're good.
Parker, before, and before was a little bit stronger on Biden, so that's why I didn't realize the turn. If I could just say one thing before you boot me, I know you have a lot of people, but here's why I'm very concerned about the election with Trump. Because if you go back to 1976 election with Carter and with Reagan, all these things about finding the facts and what kind of facts, that's more important than your feelings. That's not going to be how people voted. So Carter brought up a great point during the debate, how Reagan voted against Medicare. And it didn't make a difference, because all he had to do was summarize, hey, are you better 4 years ago? And it doesn't matter why you were better 4 years ago. It doesn't matter if it was the president's fault. People just get angry, and they're like, no, yeah, I'm not doing that well. Let me go back to somebody else. And that's what I'm scared about. You can cite all the facts, and they're accurate if you break it down, and to just dismiss 34 felonies on 100%. But I've seen it happen before where it really is based off of emotion. And that's where Trump does a good job, and I'm afraid that's what's going to get him in. And I'll stop preaching, and I appreciate you letting me come up.
Appreciate you coming up, Anthony.
All right, thanks.
Yo,
Oh, I
Dom,
guess
how old
he-
are you? Bart, thank you for you're amazing. Thank you so much. Dom, you there?
and I just want to hear from
Oh
a.
my gosh,
Oh Jesus Christ,
dude!
that was a fetus.
Holy shit!
That was a fetus. You will not be voting.
It's
anytime
funny how the
soon.
fetus was like more respectful than every adult that's come up today.
I know, doesn't that speak loudly? I'm also reading here that Biden referenced Kamala. Kamala is
Two Spears, thank you so much for the
Vice
rhythmic, and also thank you for the subscription as well. Thank you.
President Trump.
Yup. Vice President Trump, baby.
Yeah, I did hear that. I did hear that as well. Dude, it's actually getting unbelievable. Someone's name in the guest box is Vice President Trump. Let me add them up.
How did you produce
This
that so quickly? Holy
This is Vice President Trump. I'm ready to serve under Biden. Thank you. We're going to take over China.
They're so quick with it.
They're so quick, bro. Oh my
Dude,
god,
fuck, bro. Dude, this is American politics. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump.
Why so?
Why so? Whoa, that was
Why
perfectly
so?
in sync.
Well, I have a question for you guys. So if Trump wins, what are you going to do? Just curious.
Leave
Do
America
lives
again.
about how that's terrible, and also I won't. If he actually makes it so that tips aren't taxed, pay 0 taxes.
Yeah, so like essentially, Brian, if Trump wins, I'll probably like bump up my advocacy much more. Because I think it'll just become more of an imperative because the country will literally be regressing back into a worse state. But yeah, as Parker also said,
Mac,
literally
you appreciate
paying
the
no
scripture?
taxes.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, do you think it's embarrassing that these are the two candidates we have to select?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank God. All right.
It's unfortunately, by and large, the systems that conservatives supported, right? Like,
That put us in this.
And trust me, like,
Can I ask you a question though, Brian?
did vote-
So do you see how we as Democrats are like asking for Biden to step down, as well as there's Democrats in the House, Democrats in the media during his press conference tonight? That's generally what the questions revolved around. But my
So I
question to
did
you
see
is,
that, and I
why is there no Republicans? Why is there no Republicans asking Trump to step down? So apparently Biden needs to step down because of cognitive decline, but you'd say Trump doesn't need to step down because he was held civilly liable for grape?
Well, I'll be honest with you. If he stepped down, I wouldn't be mad. You know what I mean? Like,
Would you call
I'm
for him to
voting,
step
I'm
down?
voting for him because I want a president that's coherent, semi. Don't get me wrong. He has his faults.
Do coherent men
Saying,
grape women?
I would
Trump
love to
incoherent
see-
in the same sentence is pretty crazy.
But mentally, I think he's there. You know what I mean?
Kenyatta, I appreciate the $5. I don't. He's literally delusional. He believes the election was stolen with no sufficient evidence.
I think he's over that in a sense. I'm over it.
No, he's not. He still
he's still
believes it.
tweeting about it.
Yeah. But I
He's
mean,
rigged
like,
the
like,
election.
to me, like, you guys like hold on to that, like, and then
He holds on to it. He literally
tweeted
tweeted about it like 2 weeks ago.
I agree. I agree.
So we're not holding on to it, brother. Like,
I just, I mean, it's just
Yeah,
so
no,
sad
like
that-
Trump is currently delusional. How does that sentence make you feel?
and also, did you watch the debate with him? Like, he challenged Biden in like golf matches. Biden is like,
thought that
you know,
was
maybe
awesome.
like
I'm a
stage
golfer.
10
That was
in mental
kinda fun.
decline, but Trump is like stage 7. Like,
It's
we aren't,
okay to
we
be
aren't going
funny.
off
I think they
intelligence
both
here.
I think they were trying to be funny there. I mean, you know, everyone wants the president to be the serious guy. Like, they were just having a good time there. You know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, that's not the stage to do it. But I laughed my ass off on that.
Okay, I mean, so we all know that the advisors and like the background cabinet are going to be running the stuff. So we can talk about the policies. What do you like about Trump's policies that will undoubtedly harm America's economy, right? Regress our institutions and actively threaten our democracy.
So I always tell my parents this too, and like you guys are gonna totally disagree with me, but I vote on one thing and one policy, and it's abortion, and I don't believe in it in any means. And don't get me wrong, I know you guys are gonna like give me all the facts and
Do you think a
stats,
zygote's a
this and that.
person?
What's that?
Is a zygote a person?
What's a psycho? Sorry.
A
zygote?
single cell organism at conception. Is that
Yeah.
a person?
I think so.
So should women with IUDs, which in some contexts will allow conception to occur, allowing a zygote to spawn into existence, but then it prevents its implantation into the uterine lining, essentially starving it to death? Should these women go to prison for killing people?
That's dark, Dean. That's out of my realm. I
How
just
come?
believe.
If a zygote's a person and these women with IUDs are murdering them, why do you think they should go to jail?
I believe, in a sense, don't get me wrong. Like women's rights, it's something, but like at the same time, there's
Bro,
another. There's
you're fucking unreal.
But in that
But-
statement is so crazy.
no.
Guys, gay rights, there's something, but like,
No,
Guys.
I just think there's
What
two
the
bodies.
fuck are you saying? Can you answer my question? Should women with IUDs go to prison because they murder people?
No,
Oh, okay. So you don't think it's a murder to kill a conceived zygote? So why would you say it's murder to kill a conceived fetus?
I think there's two human beings that are one can't talk, one can.
can a zygote talk?
Can he answer my question?
Dude, your question's like out there, man. But like,
Wait, sorry,
Oh God,
you're
I'm
willing to
making you
vote- sorry,
critically think.
Just to clarify, you're willing to vote
zygotes are
for a
very
fascist on this
Wait,
one
I'm-
issue. This should be the issue.
Yeah, Brian,
You
just
should
out of
know
curiosity,
everything about it.
I'm
You're willing to
literally-
vote for a man that does not believe in American democracy on this issue. How is anything outside of your pure view on it?
Yeah, then like, oh, you're just saying that you don't need to critically think and examine your beliefs to literally any level when you're literally hinging the rights of 170 million American women and girls on the line. You know, you're potentially risking just disenfranchising the family unit and forcing unwanted kids into unready households. You want to increase the rates of poverty, decrease the rates of employment and education, and decrease the qualities of life without critical thought.
there's some critical thought, but like, I think a lot of times, do you think there's, like, think about it. Like, if you guys had a kid, didn't want it, and you could abort it, do you think that's reasonable?
Yeah.
Just because you can't afford it, you can't.
Yeah,
I think
like
that's-
if
I think that's
if I got my
selfish.
girlfriend
I think it's-
pregnant and she wants to get an abortion, right? Yeah, I don't see an issue with that.
And if I get a girl accidentally pregnant, I think I have bigger issues. So
No, I just think there's selfishness. Like, you know, you gotta pay for your actions. If you have sex with your girlfriend without a condom, you get pregnant. I mean, I think your name's Parker. Parker, right? You have the money. You could support the child, but you just don't want to have it because it's inconvenience in your life. I think that's wrong, bud.
Why?
I'm just saying.
It's before it's sentient. Why?
I think it's just selfishness, human selfishness.
Okay, you do selfish shit all the time,
Oh, trust me, I do.
right? Like you
Brother.
voting for Trump is selfish, is it not? You saying that you want
Well,
like
I
women
think
to do what you
voting-
want is selfish in a certain sense.
Wait, I'm so sorry. We don't even need to frame selfishness in necessarily in a negative context here. Like
Trust me.
taking Advil because you have a headache is selfish. Going to the
Why?
hospital when you have a broken arm is selfish. Getting an
How's that
abortion.
selfish? What are you talking about?
When I think
What
of
do you mean by
selfishness,
selfish? Then we just need to clarify that.
yeah.
By selfish, I mean, well, this
You mean
is
like self-interested?
No, it's
or,
like,
like, excessively
This is an
self-interested?
inconvenience for me. I'm gonna take this out of play.
Yeah,
so
who cares? I don't
can-
give a shit
Advil
about a
does
zygote or an embryo.
Yeah,
I
Advil
really don't
literally
give a
does
fuck.
that. Advil
What do you call a
literally
headache?
fucking does that.
Trust me, like I mean, I guess
I don't. But go on.
I've seen a lot of people on this. Like I'm talking.
I
to
care
you
about
guys,
my
like, you're
feelings more than I care about a zygote. Let's just be real.
Nah. Okay.
I care about my girlfriend's feelings more than I care about a zygote. Let's be totally real.
Yeah, but like I don't know how
It's
you.
a single cell organism.
I don't know how old you are, Parker, but like I have a lot of friends that like ended up getting an abortion when they were young, and then they started having kids when they were 32, and they regretted when they were 22 and had.
Okay,
the
so
abortion.
let's use the very low regret rate of abortion, a virue signal, and
Nah, that's-
invalidate
I
the
mean,
women
I
who
don't-
got
Well, you know what?
abortions
You know
that
what
don't
has a
regret it?
higher regret rate?
Knee surgery.
Well, knee surgery, and also
agree with
those that
Knee
were
surgery's
denied abortions
That's
have
true.
higher regret rates for failing to get them than those that got
What's
them.
the statistics on the abortion because and the mom died? Is that 1%?
I mean, no. So the Turnaway study showed that the mental health impacts
Parker
of
has
being
15.
denied abortions was exponentially higher than the mental health impacts of getting them. So actually, your policy would be the one that lead to regret and mental health harm to women.
Yeah,
So,
and
do you
regret-
care about mental health harm to women now?
I mean, Will, that's a That's a tough loaded.
Well, you're
question.
willing to tokenize it when you think it helps your agenda. But when the actual
No, I
reality
don't have
shows
an
that you
agenda,
are harming
trust me,
even
bro.
further women, beyond just denying their rights, but long term, right, are harming their mental health, you suddenly don't care about mental health. Why is it suddenly complicated when it ceases to help your narrative?
I don't have a narrative, Will.
You have a policy that you think is correct. You want to make abortion illegal. You're
I
actually
don't
willing
think
to
it's
risk
correct. I think
fascism in
it's
America,
humane.
right? You are willing to risk a racialized populist, which is fascism, in America because of one social issue that was led by racists as well, if we go down into the history of the social movement that you're joining by being pro-life, right? And you're saying you don't have an agenda, and also you clearly are, because you talked about mental health and regret rates among women regarding abortion, and I brought up the facts,
Well, men
and
and
suddenly
women.
you don't care about mental health rates and regret rates in America, in women. Why is that?
So I have a problem with, you guys are going to kill me on this, but it takes a man and a woman to make the baby, and the woman gets to make the decision. Don't get me wrong. I know it's their body.
Whether she continues to support it with her body? Yeah,
Yeah,
that is her
I have a
decision. Is it the
problem with-
sorry, when I have intercourse with a person, do I suddenly own their bodies?
Absolutely not.
Okay, then why would it be my choice whether they use their body in one way or another?
It takes two to conceive, Will.
Yeah, but it doesn't take two to be
Wait, so
continue pregnancy.
can a man tell a woman that he wants her to get an abortion and then she has to get an abortion because of it? Because he also helps
Yeah,
conceive?
it's like, you're catch-22. I get it.
Can I, after you answer Parker's question, I have one for you.
No, I agree. A man shouldn't force that, but why can a girl force it because it's her body? Do you know
Can
what
I
I mean?
explain?
Okay.
Let's talk about it. All right. Well, first of all, when you're engaging in intercourse with a woman, what are you consenting to? What is she consenting to? Fill me in.
Say that again. Sorry, bud.
When you're engaging in intercourse with a woman, what are you guys consenting to there?
Sex.
Okay. So she's not consenting to the risk of if she gets pregnant,
Well,
you having
I mean-
control of her body for 9 months?
I think we're smart enough to know that there is a risk. If you have sex, you could have a baby, especially if you don't use protection.
But is she consenting to you having control over that risk for 9 months, or is she consenting to the intercourse?
It probably depends on the woman.
So here, you know what? Men lose the right over what happens with their sperm the minute it's ejaculated into the woman for the next 9 months, for the reasons that giving that man any right over his sperm for that 9 months is giving that man rights over the woman. Okay.
Hey, Dean, can I?
Now, I understand, one second, Brian. I
Yeah.
understand that you view this as unfair. You view this as the woman having more rights than the man. And you're right. It is unfair. And this is the woman having more rights than the man. Suck it up, cry, cope, whine.
It's literally
Okay,
her
dude.
body. Of course, she has more rights over her body than you do.
Yeah,
I would say-
are men's
Ben
tears good
Parker, I
reason
would agree
to
with you.
oppress women? Like, really?
I would agree with you.
How hard do you think the the plantation owners cried when slavery got abolished? We don't give the fuck about the tears of shitty men.
Can I ask you something, Dean?
Yeah.
All right. So, say you got a girl pregnant. You're ready to be a father, and she goes, "Screw you, Dean. I'm aborting this baby without your
I'd
permission."
cry. I'd cry. I'd be so sad. I'd be devastated. But once again, why should my emotions
be
be
like- I'd
good
be like
reason
L-
to
L
control
me.
her body?
No, and once again, you guys say her body. I think there's two bodies in there. That's the problem.
A zygote doesn't have a body.
But you keep saying zygote, but let's say that she's 3 months pregnant or 4 months pregnant.
Okay, embryo. Like, what do you want to reference here? Maggie, thank you for the $2.26, and Hannah, thank you for the $20 for W Willie Peen. I appreciate it. Thank you.
W. Willie Peen. Yeah, man, maybe there's
That's
another way that
crazy.
we could explain here. So the fetus is solely dependent, absolutely reliant to, to a certain extent,
100%.
upon the bodily resources that are being provided to it via the mother, right? And it is the
100%.
case that prior to the point of viability, there's no other means that could sustain the life of said fetus. There's a special relationship between the existence of that fetus and the continued growth of it, and the existence of the mother and the continued growth of the mother that is not present between that fetus and the father. In this hypothetical dream version of reality, where when people engage in sex and pregnancy pregnancy occurs, an orb just spawns in the middle of the room connected to both the man and the woman with a fetus growing inside it, then you're right. In this world, the man and the woman would have equal say over what happens to that fetus. But guess what? We don't live in that hypothetical version of reality. In reality, the fetus resides within the womb of the woman for 9 months, and that's the truth, sir. And if you
I
want to
agree.
contest that fact, well, then you simply have no good reason for doing so. The woman has, full control and autonomy over the fetus as the fetus resides within her body, and granting the man any control or granting the man any autonomy over what happens to the state of that fetus is nothing more than merely granting men control over the bodies of women.
Well said, I guess. But my whole point is that other fetus that's in there that you guys are calling zygotes or whatever. But I'm just saying, like 5 months.
What?
Zygotes?
Whatever
Do
you
you,
say.
Brian, do you not know what a
Zybot?
zygote is?
Zygote.
In what
Whatever.
part of a
Do you know
woman's
what a
body does
zygote
this?
is?
Hey, Brian,
what-
what's a vulva?
It's called the uterus.
A car.
Oh God. Brian, I have a question.
Hey, bud. What's up?
I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much, Lemoyne. I appreciate it.
Zygotes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Where does conception happen?
I was just going to ask him that.
When does conception happen?
Where
No,
does
where?
conception happen?
Where?
Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
He doesn't know. Where does a human fetus grow? We'll give you that one. It's a bit easier.
The uterus.
Oh,
Appreciate
Egg
wow.
Egg sperm.
Egg, sperm, uterus, grow.
Lemoyne, I appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much.
How many holes do women have below the belt line?
Huh, you don't want to ask me, buddy. I went to college.
No, just answer the question.
2. Well, actually 3, so.
Yes, let's let this man, right, have a say-so over the 170 million American women and girls in the context of the U.S. You know, pro-life legislation is
I appreciate the
devastational to the
moving.
family
Thank you
unit.
so much.
Pro-life
Forgot about the
legislation is
pee hole.
devastation. One second. Pro-life legislation is devastational to the family unit. Pro-life legislation is devastational towards the rights of women and girls. Pro-life legislation is devastational towards the quality of life of all. I'm pro-choice because I care about life.
Dang.
You're pro-life because you're ignorant and you want to control women. Point blank. Period. Your rhetoric is fucking gross. And please, before you continue to perpetuate it, pick up a damn book and at least learn who you are oppressing.
Can I also note he's beyond just pro-life, right? He's willing to literally risk fascism and the destruction of American institutions and the rights of every single minority and lots of people in the majorities for this one issue. So you've hinged your whole entire political view, your whole entire civil right to vote on this one issue, and you don't know the
I
underlying
wanna-
science and biology behind it. You should not vote. You should not
I
speak
shouldn't
in those
vote.
Crazy.
I shouldn't vote. Okay.
Alexis, thank you so
Lemoyne, I
much for the
appreciate
$20
Thank you so
on
much.
Venmo.
Robert, I appreciate the $5. Yeah, if you're gonna vote for Trump, I would prefer you don't vote.
Alexis, thank you so
Alright.
much for the $20
Thank you so
on
much for calling
Venmo.
for
I
you.
really appreciate you for the love, Alexis. Let's get
Do
some
you guys-
W
do you guys
Alexis in
have
that chat for the
kids?
20
I'm
bucks.
just
And
curious.
Brittany, thank you for the $5. No, do you have a
Yeah, I have
uterus?
10 children.
No, we don't have kids. He's
Matt,
lying.
thank you for the
Hyperbolic.
$5.
Do you have a
Thank you so
uterus?
much. I appreciate it.
I wish I did.
We don't have
when
kids. You
guys
don't have a
kids,
uterus.
when you
What now?
when you see a kid, when you see it born, I think you'll change your perspective.
We don't have
I
kids.
really-
You don't
I'm
have a
telling you,
uterus.
I have
What
I've seen
now?
a child
I have
born.
10 kids,
I
bro.
wanted to vomit.
No,
I have
when
10
it's
children.
yours, buddy. When it's yours, don't get me wrong. I didn't want a kid.
Brittany, I
waited
appreciate the
till I was
$10. Thank you so much.
33
They
years
told me to
old
ask
have
you
it.
what/where the clit is.
It's on top. You got to play with it.
What is the full name of the clit? What is the full name of the clit?
Clitorius?
Clitorius?
I didn't know I was taking anatomy today. Sorry.
I mean, you chose to limit women's rights. You should at least know which
not
rights you're
limiting.
limiting.
Yeah, that's what I
you guys
said. Yeah,
are.
learn who you're
I'm
oppressing,
not limiting.
motherfucker.
I said I agree with what you guys said. I said
so then you're
Except
not
that
voting
women
for
should have
Trump?
rights to their body.
no.
Yeah, he agrees
I
with
think it's a
everything,
problem.
but giving
You
women
actually
rights
hate
on their
women's
own
rights
bodies.
so much that you're willing
No.
to vote for a convicted felon and sexual assaulter.
You guys won't get off that felon thing. You love
Oh
that.
my goodness.
Wait, I'm so sorry. If
I like how you're
Biden-
more worried about us calling him a felon than literally a sexual abuser. Like, bro, like,
you see
get your
Biden-
priorities straight, man. Holy shit.
Hey, look, I'm not trying to stir anything up, but do you see Biden when he talks to women? I mean, he's like flabbergasted when a woman talks to him that's good looking.
What?
And,
What?
Like, yeah, little girl.
Ronan, thank you for the $2.
He kisses any girl that's good looking. Have you seen it? I mean,
Oh wait, I
Didn't
could play
Trump
a clip
say
of.
that he wanted to kiss his daughter?
Wait, I could play a clip
Yeah,
of
he wanted
you.
to date his daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He also said his daughter is voluptuous.
Yeah, he also said that he likes
Which
to
means sexually
unconsensually
attractive
grab
and
women by the
curvy.
P word because they all throw themselves at him. He walked into the changing room of teen girls at Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place. And about you referencing a clip of Biden kissing a little girl, I've never seen that shit, but what I have seen is a clip
You
of Trump
haven't
calling a
seen
little
that?
girl. I've seen a clip of Trump calling a little girl at the stands at one of his rallies beautiful 10 times, inviting her up on stage, grabbing her and kissing her while she squirms away. Not to mention he's
you
been
haven't seen
held civil
Biden
liable
kiss
for
little
rape.
girls or hug, and it's creepy. You haven't
Oh
seen
yeah, yeah. One's creepy, one's a rapist. Wow, holy shit. Lesser of two evils goes burr. Hey, real quick, do you think that Trump will be able to effectively legislate for the wants, needs, and desires of all women in the context of the United States?
I can't answer that, man. I'm not. I'm not.
Oh, so if Trump won't be able to effectively legislate for half of our population, then why would you want to put him in the Oval Office?
Did I say? I just told you guys when I just got on. I said it's pathetic. We got to vote for these two. But
It's
if
pathetic
I'm,
that you're voting for Donald Trump here.
no,
That's
I
what's
don't. I
pathetic.
don't. I don't think it's pathetic.
I do.
It's
I do
pathetic
really
that you're
believe
voting
it's
for a
pathetic.
I
Yeah.
think it's nice for a president that can talk.
I'd prefer him be
God.
silent than be a fascist.
Yeah, I would literally, seriously, Biden in a comatose state. I'm serious. I would rather
Put a
vote for him.
squirrel on the ballot.
A squirrel on the ballot, and I'd vote for the
And
squirrel.
honestly, like
the
I'm
DNC
thinking
squirrel,
about-
put him up.
like,
yeah,
for
we're
me,
not. We're not sitting
I'd
over
vote for a
thinking he's gonna
shark
do
over
anything
him.
for us.
I'd vote for
For
a
me,
shark.
For me, it doesn't matter. Like
Shark or
like,
Trump?
I live in Delaware. It
Battery or
honestly doesn't
Battery
matter.
or
choosing
Trump?
to
I would take
speak,
a
it
battery
doesn't
or a
matter.
shark over Trump.
This does matter because you're choosing to speak in front of a bunch of people, normalizing the belief that Trump isn't an all reasonable candidate worth even recognizing as like anything we would ever vote for. He is the living embodiment of modern day fascism.
We already voted for him, man. He was a
Oh,
president. Like,
speaking of how we already voted for him his first term.
was
did he-
it bad? Was it honestly? Was it bad when he was in office?
Yes.
Can you name one? Can you name one policy of his that you liked?
Well, I already told you one, the abortion one.
Oh, what was the name of the policy
And-
that he passed on abortion while he was in office?
Well, he erected Roe v. Wade.
Oh, so that actually wasn't
Roe
a
v.
policy.
Wade, baby.
So it's called Roe v. Wade, and that was a decision of the court. Anyways, so can you name one? Could you name one Could you name one policy that he influenced to get passed, or one executive order he signed into law that you liked?
What was border control better then, or no?
Is that the name of a policy?
Biden's also had stronger border control policies.
Don't get me wrong. You guys like, you know.
But sorry, Brian, if you're voting on the border, Biden has stronger border control policies. He's built more of the wall than Trump did.
I can't get over Roe v. Wade.
Roe v. Wade. Hello, everyone. I'd like to introduce you to Roe v. Wade. But yeah, no, Biden has stronger
Thank you for the $5 from the
Sorry,
DNC. Thank you,
Biden-
Justin.
Yeah, Brian. Obama deported
buddy.
more people than Trump did. You should vote
Are more
Democrat
people
if you're,
coming
if you're
over
anti-abort, if
than
you're
when Trump
anti-immigration.
was in presidency? Just let me know.
Brian,
What?
how
Are more people
likely do you
coming
think?
over
Brian, how likely
right
do you
now?
think it is that the Earth is flat?
Why do you always go to the flat Earth?
Sorry, bro.
We
I'm
don't.
sorry.
Do you know if the world's round, circular, oval?
It's a test for like past
It's an oblique
lobotomies,
spheroid, yeah.
which seems more and more likely. the
I
longer
don't think we know, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there you
This is,
are.
this is what I fucking mean, bro.
This is why I
Holy shit.
asked.
How many? Hey, Brian. How many continents are there?
Mark, huh?
How many continents are there? Oh god.
Is it 9?
Yes. Can you name them?
He's so right.
Africa.
Yeah, there's 9
Europe.
continents.
Jasmine, thank you for the $4 from Rovis Clitoris.
South,
I appreciate
north.
it. Clitoris.
What am I at? Clitoris, dude.
So,
That's awesome.
so let's start from the top, Brian. What are the names of the 9 continents?
We got north, south,
North, South. Okay.
Europe,
Okay.
Antarctica,
All right.
Australia.
Thank you for the $5 from
Okay.
Rover Suede.
Did I say Europe, China?
Yeah, China. There you go. There's a 6. What's the
Yeah,
seventh?
so real. China.
I already said China, didn't I? I think I
Yeah,
did.
what else?
Said Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Does it matter?
No, it doesn't. You're all good, bro.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, how many branches of government are there?
I already gave you guys content.
Brian, how many branches of government are there?
Like a tree. Sorry.
Doesn't. I don't think it matters, but
Can you answer how many branches of government?
I want to say 3, but I think I'm wrong.
What are they?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Okay. At what temperature in Fahrenheit does water freeze?
32.
Okay, I'm happy he got that one.
Why do you think we don't know the shape of the Earth?
Because we don't. Have you been in outer space?
No, I haven't been in outer
Okay,
space.
there you go.
Have you been to Australia?
I have.
Then how
Thank
do you
you,
know
Brett.
that Australia
Rovis
exists?
clitoris.
What's that?
If you haven't been to
Because
Australia,
I went there.
how do you
Just
know?
like I said, have you been outer space? Can you
Wait,
see
I
that
literally
there's-
just asked you if you've
Outer
been to
space.
Australia and you said no. Have you been to China?
I have not.
Then how
I'd like
do
to
you know
go there
China
someday.
exists?
Here's a great time.
How do you know that China exists?
It doesn't.
Is that deep
Think
state
you're-
propaganda?
I think you're getting my point.
Yeah, honestly, China's existence is just DNC state propaganda.
Guys,
Yeah.
China's existence is CCP propaganda.
It is CCP.
Yeah, China actually
Yeah,
isn't real.
that's communist
Honestly, guys, like,
That
CCP
is
communist
Chinese Communist Party
propaganda.
propaganda.
I do believe the world's round. If that helps, the Earth is round. I don't know if that helps you, but I'm saying I don't know for a fact.
Okay.
How do you know for a fact that Donald Trump is a good presidential candidate, but you don't know for a fact that the Earth is round?
Dean, I like you, man. You're good at this.
No, wait, how do you know for a fact that the Earth? You don't know for a fact whether or not the Earth is round, but you.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Do we?
Well, then hold up. But you do know that immigrants crossing the border have committed crimes.
Well, there's data to back that up.
Oh,
There's also data that shows
yeah.
they're
There's also
4 times
data
more
to back
likely.
up those crimes are applicable to Donald Trump.
No. Okay.
And also, what do you think pictures of round Earths are? You don't think those are data?
CGI, communist
CGI.
propaganda.
They're all from NASA, dude.
Yep, communism.
They're actually not all from
Jonathan,
NASA.
thank you for the
Give-
$10 from
I tell
Rovis
you what.
Clitoris 2024 on the Chinese continent. Thank you.
If
Yeah.
you give me a picture, not NASA,
Okay,
Go
I
on
mean,
Google
this
Maps.
round, I'm in. Send
Go
it to
on-
me.
like
Go on
Russian,
Google Maps.
astronauts have released
Go to
pictures
Google
of round
Maps.
Earth.
I don't think that's going to help.
Brian,
Google
Russian
Maps
astronauts
uses
have,
privately
have
owned,
released pictures. Chinese astronauts have released pictures.
Why haven't we been to the moon since what? 70s?
Because we've had no reason to return.
Money. It costs money, baby.
Capitalism.
Yeah.
Why don't we go back if it's so great over there?
Because we don't invest
What do we get
enough
from
into
it?
our yeah, we just don't.
We
invest
already
enough into
showed
space
we already showed our
technologies.
stick is bigger.
Yeah, that's what matters.
Yeah.
Like honestly, the real answer there is we don't invest enough into space exploration. It's crazy. For every
We don't
dollar
invest
that we
enough?
for every dollar that we spend on NASA, they produce $7 worth of value. Like literally, we should be spending so much more money on the innovation through NASA. We should be going back to
Do
the
they actually?
moon,
Where'd
but-
you get
No,
that? I'd
no
love
one
to see
should
that.
spend
Yeah, they
money.
do.
Yeah,
Border-
Dude, that's
They do
fucking
incredible research.
based.
And also, they're all
That's based.
furries, which
Yo,
is
can
fantastic.
we just drop like half the military budget in it?
For real, I would actually be down for that.
Yeah. No,
How about
it's the
border
same. Like
control? Just go
NASA,
into
like most
space.
social programs, like return an insane amount on their investment. But yeah, NASA makes a huge amount of research that is then really useful in the military, and also all of them are furries. BT dubs.
I like how
Unequivocally
you
true.
guys always
Yeah.
go to like, oh, this guy's an idiot. He believes in flat Earth. I really don't.
But you just don't think we
I
know
don't
for a
know,
fact
though.
that they're wrong.
And I don't think any of us know.
We
Wait,
do.
are you religious perchance?
Oh God, yeah.
So
Oh,
you
gosh.
know Jesus is God, but you don't know the Earth is round.
And he doesn't know that
He
Eugene
didn't
Carroll was
say the
correct.
Earth was round.
Yeah.
He's never said the Earth was round. God never said the Earth is round.
Oh God.
God never said.
Yeah, but God did command you to slaughter the Amalekite children. Now, do you think that's good?
Yeah.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
No,
that's
do you want me to read? Do you want me to read it off,
God
Patrice? I
believes in
appreciate the
genocide. Explain
$5.
that one.
Now put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys.
Or like
Barb, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. God
Leviticus-
commanded Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekites. Or what about Numbers 31:17, where God literally commands, right, them to kill, right, the men, right, and then literally take the virgin girls for yourselves.
Or when God says that slavery is okay in Leviticus 25.
44 through 46, where he says you can own people for life and pass them down as inherited property. Or in Exodus 21:20 through 21, where it says you can beat your slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two. And you shouldn't be punished.
God, I miss the religion topics. I miss the religion topics. I can't wait for them to come back.
Like when do the religion topics drop again?
There's a higher being, though, right? Or not?
Wait, I control that.
No.
I'm deep.
I wish I was a
start running
higher
the
being
religious
right now.
topics.
You think this is just all by accident?
Thank you. Appreciate Kels. I don't know. Accident implies that there was an intention otherwise. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck led to our existence. It could be the Tooth Fairy. Okay.
I love
That's
the Tooth
logically
Fairy.
possible. Are we going to accept that the Tooth Fairy did it? You know, or
Try to
it could have been
think of that
Stewie Griffin.
mustache.
You know, he created the universe through a temporal loop.
Yeah, like, okay, humanity takes this reach where when we don't know something, we just try to fill it in with God. But then when we learn that it wasn't caused by a God, like weathered patterns.
When did you learn it wasn't
patterns, the
caused by
rain
a
or the
God?
thunder.
Just curious.
Well,
How
I'm
do you know
explaining
there's no
to
God?
Well, the Christian
Just
God,
when
yeah,
it's-
because of the problem of evil.
So I'm explaining
called-
to the God of the Gaps fallacy, but particularly speaking, me and like Parker and other rational individuals would be like agnostic on deism, but like atheists when it comes to like the particular Abrahamic religions because there's contradictions within like character qualities. Like, you know, I'd uphold to the claim that if God were to be all good, all knowing, and all powerful, then evil wouldn't exist.
He created Satan, dude.
So real.
Free will. I know you guys hate that word.
It's like
but
physically impossible for him to create free will as an omnipotent being.
do you have free will, Will? Can you do good or bad?
First of all, I don't think I do, but I also don't think God exists, so that wouldn't prove your point.
Also, libertarian free will is like incoherent gibberish because if it's true that I have a particular will in two different scenarios, you can't explain a difference in behavior if it's true that I have a will in both scenarios.
Do you
And
guys
free will doesn't
It
explain
certainly
the
doesn't
rules
make
if
any
you get
sense
a
with
free
omnipotent gods, because that would imply that humans are more powerful than God. Which
Justin,
is
thank you for the
impossible.
$20 on Venmo
right
for
and
Get a Job. Thank you so much, Justin.
Do you guys know when
And
you're
the
doing
existence
right
of free
and
will
wrong?
doesn't imply the ability to do bad things because God
Right
is
and
free will,
wrong.
yet
Do
God
you know
doesn't have
what-
the ability to do bad things.
Do you feel guilty when you do something wrong?
Oh, now
What
we're
is that?
shifting to the
Under my
moral
own
argument?
definition, yes. Dev, I appreciate the $5.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know right and wrong.
Once again, none of
Okay.
us believe
That's
in
free will,
God, so
bud.
this isn't your proving your point. Also, sorry, awareness of things is free will. Explain that one to me.
No, right and wrong. Do you
The
think it's wrong
existence of right or
for
wrong?
me to go to Parker's house and slap him in the face? I think that's wrong
Okay, how does that give you free will?
because I could go do it.
Wait, you think
You-
it's wrong?
you could.
Wait, you think
are
wait,
you
you
are either
think it's
going to do it or not
You're
going to
saying
do it, and
just
God
like-
made you knowing which one that is. Do you
Wait, so just to
understand like the
clarify-
issues of free will, or are you just like yapping?
Just to clarify, Brian thinks it's wrong for him to slap Parker in the face, but Brian doesn't think it's wrong for Donald Trump to grape Eugene Carroll.
Yeah.
Or for
think it
God
is
to
wrong.
genocide the Amalekites. Like, dude.
Yeah.
You guys don't bring up any points like
Dude.
Biden, Hunter Biden. Like, do you think that's
Oh,
wrong?
yeah, let's
Biden
talk
has,
about
like, been
someone
duly
other than
processed.
Biden. Yeah, let's
Also,
talk
am I
about
voting for
someone
Hunter
other
Biden?
than Joe Biden.
Can we talk about Hunter Biden? That'd be cool.
If Hunter Biden was running for presidency, I wouldn't vote for him, sir.
But do you think his dad helped him out at all?
I think that's a fringe conspiracy theory, sir.
Oh my God!
I
If
think you
you're
have no
a parent,
evidence.
they're gonna
Actually,
help
it was the
you. They're
reptilians.
gonna
The
help him.
reptilians
Trust
helped him out.
Dude, I'm so cooked from the drive, Parker. I might take off here in about 5 minutes.
Dean, come on,
bro.
man. We're hanging out.
Just shooting the shit.
Just
Yeah,
shooting
talking-
shit.
Yeah, shooting the shit, talking about
Shooting
how
the
you
Malachite
don't.
Yeah, wait, Brian, can I
Civil
ask you a
Code
few
case in-
questions here?
Hey, bud. Yeah.
Yeah,
Don't
can you
tell
name
me
me
the
one
condoms,
policy
man.
that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I asked him to name one policy earlier, he couldn't. So, I don't. Like,
No,
this
I
is just
mean,
further
trust me.
specifying a question that he.
I know,
couldn't
I know your
answer.
thing is the tax cuts and it helped the higher 1%. I get it.
David, thank you for the $50. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy shit, can we get some W Davids in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, David. I appreciate it.
50 beans.
Fi, I will look. I will look for that person. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Dean, how long did you drive today? Like 5 hours. It was pretty rough.
5 hours, jeez.
Yeah, pretty
I
rough.
hate driving.
I like driving.
Not 5 hours.
David, I do not see them in the guest box, by the way, just letting you know. But yeah. So yeah, the bro person in the comment section spamming MAGA, you can't even join up the live. I always see spamming MAGA. They've been spamming MAGA for like 10 minutes, and it's like, bro, you don't even have enough followers. So Brian,
Hey,
next
bud.
question.
Yep.
Do you care about climate change? Like, do you think it's human caused?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Trump
Yeah.
doesn't think so.
No, I
Trump,
agree.
when asked what he was going to do for climate change, said cleanest air, cleanest water. So good.
What has Biden done for climate change?
The Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever.
Okay.
Rejoin the Paris Accords.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you think we're too far gone to stop it? Doesn't matter who it is. I'll be honest. I think it's too far gone.
No,
but
I don't think we were going far enough.
I hate to
All
say it. I
right,
think we're
Parker,
too
I'm
far
gonna go ahead
gone.
and drop. I appreciate
Appreciate
you for
you.
letting me up to co-host. Chat, love you all. It was good seeing you, Will. Goodbye, everybody.
See you, Dean.
Bye, Brian.
Brian, you got a response to that? I mean,
No,
if
I-
you care
I
about
was
climate
asking,
change, it sounds like
don't
you should
think
do
we're
something.
too far gone. I don't think it matters, man.
You think we're
I'll be
too far
honest.
gone that it doesn't matter?
100%.
So you've just given up.
I'm not giving up, but I'm realistic.
So
I
why
think
don't you vote
That's
for a
not
person
being
that's also
realistic.
not giving up? Do you care more about abortion than saving like our planet?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying when you're saying I'm voting for this person
It's
just
so-
because of abortion.
that's such a
when he's a
hard
climate
question to
denier.
innocent babies being killed. Yes, I do care more about that than our stupid planet. That's
I
going
mean,
to
the rate of innocent babies being killed hasn't gone down following the following Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Jeff,
Yeah,
you just
right.
said how much money have I made from the DNC? Please send a guest request.
Also, if the DNC wants to fund me, my PayPal's in my bio.
So real. DNC, please send some checks.
DNC, everyone accuses me of being Iranian funded. Iran, if you're hearing this, fund me. I'll take
Yes,
it.
Iran and the DNC, please send Venmos and Cash Apps in the bio right now if you do want to support us.
Iran,
Yeah,
fund me
please.
too.
Yo, Jeff, you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Parker, we've talked before. I'm just fucking with you, man. But I'm not going to go against you three shills of the fucking DNC, whether you're paid or not. It's a fucking
Wait,
joke.
what do you mean? It's just me and Will.
No,
I
it doesn't matter.
lambast the DNC.
I'm voting.
In
I'm
what
voting-
world, Jeff? Do you know who I am?
I don't really care, to be honest with you. But I mean, all
Okay,
I want to
don't
say is I'm
accuse me of that
voting.
shit. I
I'm
don't
voting
support
for
that genocidal
Ukrainian.
party.
I'm voting for the Ukrainian President Putin and Vice President Trump. So, good
You're
luck,
so
guys.
funny. Go back to Facebook.
Yep.
Jeff, you did good, bud. What was that? Jesus. Anyway.
Gosh, bro, what is going on? Oh, yeah, I appreciate the $3 from the DNC. Thank you so much, Zid. I appreciate the $1.11. Thank you. The DNC payments, they're rolling in. You know, people actually believe that, right? I actually debated someone yesterday that literally believes I'm paid.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Two Spheres, thank you for the rhythmic bear. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, Ilya, do you have anything else you want to talk about, Brian?
Can I tell you one? Can I ask you one thing? And you gotta give me an answer though. What's
Go
one
ahead.
thing you like about Trump? Just one thing.
Operation Warp Speed.
Okay.
Pretty quick, huh?
That was good, bud.
Okay, well, all right. I appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Good luck.
Appreciate
See
you.
Yep. Take care.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Everyone, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up. If you want to support me or Will, do you have a Venmo Cash App in your bio?
I do, but more
Good.
importantly, if y'all can go follow my Instagram or YouTube, I'd love you all forever. Thank you. Because I get no views on TikTok.
TikTok has my main account on account warning, so I can't even go on it. Katie, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Ronan, I appreciate the $1. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Better option.
Why? Why is he a better option?
He's not Biden. He's not completely incoherent yet.
Why is Biden worse than Trump? He said just because he's incoherent. So would you vote for Kamala?
No.
Okay, but Kamala is more coherent than Trump.
I don't know for sure if she is not.
She
Goofier,
clearly is.
for
I mean,
sure.
he's literally a raging lunatic. He's delusional. He believes the election was stolen with no sufficient evidence. Can you name one thing that Kamala has ever said that was wrong?
I don't know. She hasn't said much.
Yeah, so I would quite literally take a lizard over Donald Trump. I would take Joe Biden in a comatose state over Donald Trump. So why would you vote for Donald Trump?
Would you take like anybody over Biden? Like on the Republican side, like if Ramaswamy was the lead or something like that?
No, he literally believes Trump was
the guy who made his millions of dollars like defrauding investors. That guy.
Okay, how about DeSantis?
DeSantis? The short guy that's literally wants to kill gay people?
What's that?
Literally wants to get rid of the books, right? Ban all the books.
Ban
the books.
He wants to.
Marco Rubio.
Oh gosh. I mean, I don't know as much about Marco Rubio, but
He's just generally annoying.
I was like, he probably sports terrible balls.
And Kamala is not.
Yeah, not as bad.
Very annoying.
Why is she annoying? They give you the $2. Thank you so much.
Have you not heard her laugh?
I love her laugh. I think she's hilarious.
I mean, she is kind of hilarious when she laughs, but
she's hilarious across the board. She's like horrible and like implemented like utterly racist policies during her time in California.
Yeah.
But like Marco Rubio supported the abolition of the Affordable Care Act, which would have left literally millions of Americans without health care. So I'll take Kamala, who is implementing extraordinarily racist policies, but just slightly fewer than the Republicans.
Huh.
So what policy of Trump's do you like?
Policies. I like the tax policy.
What tax policy?
What's that?
What, his tariff? Like, have you looked at his tax plan for this term run around?
I have a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so do you know the effect that the 10% tariff would have on the middle class? I'm assuming you're not a centimillionaire?
No.
Okay, so if you're not a centimillionaire, you will be destroyed by a 10% tariff with China.
Oh, and he doesn't even want to do 10%. He wants to do 65 plus. Actually, he wanted to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with tariffs, which means that we would have to have at least an 85% tariff on every good coming into the country to be able to pay for that. So you think inflation was bad now? Think about what would happen given that specifically Donald Trump implements that. That would just
It's also one of those regressive taxes you can put in.
Yeah.
Right.
What about so what's your thoughts on taxes in general? I mean, we obviously don't bring in enough taxes to cover even close to what we pay out or what our the government costs us. So
I mean, we should bomb fewer third world countries. That seems like the right side of the equation to change. But
we should what?
Bomb fewer third world countries.
Oh yeah, no, I agree 100%.
Yeah, great. So that seems to be the big equation to change. But if we're talking about okay, we need taxation for the government to function, I would rather it come from progressive taxation that doesn't massively benefit the wealthy than regressive taxation that taxes the lower class extraordinarily, taxing them better.
Yo, the unemployed, thank you for the Leon. Thank you so much. I appreciate the unemployed. Thank you so much.
Are gonna go against the wealthy are going to trickle down to the middle and lower class because
that's statistically not what happened.
Yeah. Why since the 80s have wages not increased with productivity when prior to the 80s, prior to trickle down economics, did it occur?
Well, I don't know. I mean, because between then and the 80s and now, the wealth, the difference in rich people and middle class is a lot different.
Bigger.
I mean, what's that?
It's a lot bigger, is what you mean.
Yeah, in the 80s, there was hardly...
The inequality has increased exponentially.
Oh, exponentially,
because of trickle-down economics.
Not necessarily.
But by and large, yeah.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, when you can become hot to a girl, when you can become hot to a girl who's from a small town somewhere...
social mobility in America is one of the worst in the Western world. Do you want to talk about social mobility? Because America is one of the worst in the developed world for social mobility.
What do you mean?
Bro, you talk to a girl as an example, bro. What is this?
That's insane.
Because the day before he had that video,
Scott, trickle-down economics doesn't actually follow. Do you know how many like dollars, $1 given in tax breaks to like the poor goes around in that community within a year?
It gets taxed every time it goes around.
Yeah, so it produces social services every time it goes around, and it is like literally hundreds of times within a poor community. Do you know how many times it goes around within if you give it to the rich? On an average of like 2 times within a year it's moved between people.
Okay.
That is not good for our economy. We want our money working. We want our money actually engaging in the economics of this economy. We don't want it
I'm not
in rich
disagreeing.
people's bank accounts that they offshore.
Okay, I'm not disagreeing, but you
a
realize
lower
that
MPC.
if somebody is making the products, which are mostly the rich people, I mean, whatever they are.
Wait, who do you think's making products? You think rich people are making products?
Corporations. The owners.
Wait,
Elon Musk
who makes
himself,
products
he's
in
Tony Stark.
corporations? Do the
What's that?
investors make the products, or do the workers make the products?
Who gets charged the tax though? If
I mean, the workers get charged.
The consumers.
The consumers, the workers, everyone gets taxed. I would say the consumer or the workers actually get double taxed.
All right, so
whereas the corporations get out of double taxation via deductions. So
let me start over again, or let me be a little more clear. Okay, so if you're going to put a higher tax on corporations, which is for the most part the wealthy.
I'm just saying we shouldn't have an 85% tariff because that's one of the most regressive.
Actually, we would advocate for more social democratic types of systems, which the Scandinavian countries we're referencing actually have lower corporate taxes, but they have higher like personal individual income taxes for the rich people of their country.
Okay.
So on capital gains, on personal individual income when they pull it
I
out
get
of
that,
the
but
business.
there's so many ways to not be an individual, no matter if you are or not. That how you
They
ever
also
gonna
have higher
do that.
union membership, so they have like more bargaining power. They have more economic freedom, more human freedom, more social mobility.
Well, that's great, but that's not our system.
Yeah, but
No, I
I'm
mean,
saying that we can adopt parts of their system because they've worked in those countries.
We have a worse system, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's better for sure. But I'm just saying that. So if you raise income tax on the wealthy, which, like I say, 90% of the wealthy is corporations.
I don't want to get income tax increased on the wealthy.
Also, we're talking about taxing the income they take out.
I'm not okay. So any kind of tax, if you raise it on the wealthy, which 90% of the wealthy are corporations, then they are going to just add that cost to the products that they sell to.
How come that didn't happen historically speaking when we had higher effective tax rates for the rich people of this country?
How do you know it didn't?
Because I've studied this.
Okay, so.
And also, where do you think they pass off tariff? There's like a statistic on this.
I'm not-
When you
I'm
tax
not-
something,
I'm not
how much of it
advocating for
actually ends
tariff
up in the consumer? And when I say regressive taxation, that's what I mean. I'm talking about, well, there are two meanings, but what I mean is the proportion of a taxation that is put to a corporation that is then passed on. The tariff has a 90 to 95% pass-on rate, right? Whereas a
I'm not
income tax
advocating
or a
for-
wealth tax or a corporate tax has an exponentially low pass-on rate depending on industry. So I agree, we should try and tax in the way that will hit corporations but not consumers. And the way you do that is taxing wealth and taxing corporations directly rather than a tariff.
Right. I'm not advocating for tariffs by any means.
But you're voting for Trump.
Well, yes, I'm voting for Trump.
That's his hallmark economic policy.
That is.
I haven't looked at that close, I guess, to see.
I mean, that's like if you're voting for his economics, you're voting for a massive tariff.
Okay, do we not still have a tariff?
We do, but he wants to get rid of federal income tax and replace it with a tariff. The effect that would have is a crippling of the middle class in benefit of the upper class.
Okay. Or would it spur more growth and or more production and more?
It wouldn't.
No. So how did you guys feel about him telling, I think it was Ford or one of the automakers, that if they moved their plants to Mexico, he was going to tax it or tariff the shit out of them? And they didn't end up moving.
I mean, so that's not the type of tariff he's talking about. He's talking about a general tariff to replace income taxes. I think we can have independent relationships with corporations to talk about how we keep them in America. I think America is generally moving away from an industrial nation, and we should,
right? It's generally regressive to continue being industrialized, right? Like the industrialization of Finland and Norway and England even, we have to move on from. So that was much more virtue signaling than it was actually good for our economy.
Well, it was good for jobs.
It was good for those jobs, but it doesn't mean that it was by and large good for the economy as a whole to produce the most well-paid, good benefits,
most jobs in the
proper
United
jobs
States
that
are
we want
service
people to do.
jobs.
Yeah.
Well, I understand that, but that's what I'm saying is there's not enough jobs out there now, and so therefore, if
we have one of the best job markets that we've had within the past 50 years.
Job markets as far as people are
It's only getting worse right now because of the influence, the increase of the interest rates, because of price instability. So these are all negative impacts, right? Dealing with COVID, because we saw inflation globally. We saw inflation in Africa. We saw inflation in Asia. We saw inflation in Europe. We saw inflation in South America.
What happened to it
and
being
in
transitory?
North America as well.
What happened to it being transitory?
It is. Inflation is transitory.
But it's still going 3 years later.
Yeah, that's still transitory.
Hmm.
You understand that,
A
like,
portion of it is
inflation
institutional,
actually
just to be
impacted us
clear.
to a greater extent in history, or we've had a pretty good response to inflationary pressures.
In the sense of what?
In the sense of it didn't cause extraordinary massive inflation.
Well, I would say inflation's as high now as it's ever been. I mean, maybe not on our rate, but as
When
far
I say
as
extraordinary massive inflation, I mean comparable to what we saw with stagflation. We
And
saw
comparable
significantly
to like
higher
the
inflation
world.
then.
By the way, so, like, this is the most stunning is like compared to England and compared to Western Europe, we are doing better. We have a stronger, more stable, less inflated economy. So if we're talking about Biden and who we can vote for, right? Well, all those other leaders are trying their best in their economies, right, to do what they can, and Biden is performing better. So if we're talking about inflation, Biden on a international scale is doing incredibly well. And once again, a tariff, the hallmark quality of Trump's economic plan, would massively spike experienced inflation by the consumer.
how much trade deficit do we still have? Do you know? That's an
Are you like a mercantilist? Like what are we back in like the 1700s? Who cares about a trade deficit?
Well, they're charging more tariff on our goods than we charge on theirs.
Wait, sorry.
Okay.
So tariffs and trade deficits are an interesting delineation.
Wait, that hurts
What's your
their
point?
consumers, not ours.
Yeah, it does.
Well, but it
Let
also
them do
hurts
it.
our
Actually,
products. It also hurts our products.
if you don't charge as much tariffs on them, that hurts them, and over time they're going to remove those tariffs.
What?
Yeah. Over time they will remove the tariffs because it's going to hurt their economy more. It will isolate them further from the global economy,
Right.
which
But that
reduces
hasn't been
trade,
the
which
case.
reduces efficiency of their economy. This is like obvious. Literally, tariffs are one of the worst taxes you could place. Right? Tariffs should only be used in very specific circumstances for incentivizing very particular behaviors.
Okay, but
Yeah.
China,
They're acts of war.
well, China charges a way bigger tariff on our goods going into China than we do on their goods coming into the
In
U.S.
response to
let
us.
them.
By the way, it's also in response to us increasing taxation. So China is a great example of where we should use tariffs. So when China flooded the market with solar panels to
Right.
destroy the American solar panel industry, we
Right.
should tariff those ones.
We
And
did.
you know who
We
did-
actually-
who
we
did
actually
those
incentivized
tariffs
it.
to protect American solar industry makers? Obama, supported by Biden, and then Trump continued this tariff war because the goal of those was to not allow a flood of the market, allow America to regain, and then normalize trade relations with China so that we can have a productive economy between the two.
One part of that
That's
you're ignoring.
productive. Trump took that and massively escalated the tariff war, which destroys American consumerism. Right?
Yeah, but what part
That's
of that
not
you're-
how you're meant to use tariffs. Using them as a general tax just destroys the American economy.
Let's go back to the solar panel one.
Yeah.
Because when you
The whole point of tariffs are that they are destructive.
okay,
Yeah,
but
they're acts of war.
The government subsidized people buying them, so it didn't hurt.
We had a tariff on Chinese solar panels,
A very low one.
specifically to incentivize American development of solar.
But they what now?
I
Yes,
don't think
and
you
it
understood my
ruined-
point. Tariffs are meant to be last stopgap measures in
Right, they're
response to
punitive. They're
actively
punitive.
malicious, unified economic acts of war, right,
Yeah,
or
they're
acts of like malice by other countries, like China did when they flooded the market with solar and with soy, right? To protect the development of our industries to be independent. That is not what Trump is doing, right? Trump is using them as a general taxation, which will crush
Like
the
to bring in
American economy.
revenues. That's such a terrible idea.
It's incredibly horrible.
Right.
Because it just hits consumers, right? It had almost a one-to-one crossover to consumers. Whereas I
doesn't matter,
believe the
though, that-
crossover of corporate tax is maybe like 4 is like 0.4 to 1. Like the crossover to consumers matters. I agree, but you're describing trickle down when it applies to corporate, but not when it applies to tariffs for some reason. It's weird.
No, I'm not disputing that it has a trickle down effect. Also, I'm just saying that if you have a huge trade deficit with another nation, especially one that uses slave labor and so on and so forth.
Labor conditions in China have increased incredibly within the past 30 years. They're comparable with what we had during the Industrial Revolution. Also, the slave labor China. The accusations of slave labor in China are mostly based in racism. We could point to Cambodia that have a lot more slave labor, parts of the third world, parts of the Middle East that have a lot more slave labor. It's insane to say that slave labor is the reason that China's beating us industrially.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that with cheap labor and a combination of a higher tariff on our goods going in than their goods coming to us increases their profitability, China's.
Okay, and us putting a tariff on it will destroy American consumerism in industry. Are you, that's like cutting off our nose to spite our face. Like it doesn't. Also, thank you for the person that PayPal'd me.
If we put a tariff onto the goods coming from China,
would harm American consumers strongly. Yes.
And how's that? Because it raises the price.
Because it's a tax on them. Who do you think we take the tariff from?
Again, did you hear Will at all? Like he literally said, most of the tax of tariffs is passed down to consumers.
Okay.
So it's an inflationary tax.
It's a massively inflationary tax. It's one of the worst taxes you can do for inflation.
Right. I get that. I'm not.
So it will crush American economy.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that.
Why are you voting it in then?
What's that? I'm not necessarily voting that in. Like I said, I guess I haven't read or seen that part of his plan.
Okay, so why do you support Trump? Because that's his hallmark economic plan. So if you want to talk about economy, that's what we talk about. So you're not going to win on economy. Why do you support this man? His social policies are worse.
I don't agree with that.
I appreciate you thinking this description.
What? What social policies of his do you like?
He like the First Step Act.
He just signed it. He didn't even influence it. That was also under Obama. And Republicans blocked it.
And what? Republicans
that was under Obama, and Republicans blocked it.
Well, he signed it. It's his bill, right?
Okay.
I mean, essentially, I'm not disputing what you're saying. I'm just saying that he signed it. Nobody else had. And as far as like I say, there's no strength in Biden either. I mean, he has
no strength in Biden. Is there strength in Trump?
Yeah.
Really? What's the strength?
Well, as far as
you want a strongman.
What's that?
You want a strongman politician?
I want a strong government, somebody that believes what they're going to do is what they say.
Okay, that's not what Trump is. If it's someone that upholds their word, Trump lies more than out of any politician.
No, not. I mean, not okay. He may bolster.
Name one politician that lies more than Trump.
As far as actual deep lies,
physical words that he says that are untrue. Like the sentences that he says, the words, what they mean, being not concordant with reality.
Okay, but I'm saying is so if he is exaggerating a story, is that you're
considering? Do you not find it worrisome that you are defending? You're like, oh, those lies don't count. Don't you find that knee-jerk reaction worrisome?
No, I don't, because Biden makes up whole cloth lies all the time.
Trump lied 3 to 4 times more in the debates.
Yeah.
About what though?
Oh yeah, so he said that there were no new wars. Turkish-Kurdish war, 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. We gave a weapons deal to Saudi Arabia, who committed genocide in Yemen. Literally 85,000 Yemeni children were starved to death. and or bombed. We can talk about the fact that he said specifically that like immigration hurts Social Security. Actually, it helps with the insolvency of Social Security because it grows our economy and grows federal revenues. They add more long term.
And what's your basis for that?
Short term. Yeah, there's a thing from a congressional budget
Okay,
office.
so are you
There's
talking
a
immigration or
nonpartisan-
illegal immigration?
Both. So that leads to an economic benefit, either or. As it relates to the Congressional Budget Office, they had it's a nonpartisan committee that made a determination that that immigration is mostly going to lead to our economy growing by $7 trillion by 2034, along with $1 trillion in federal revenues. Again, which includes undocumented immigration. So that is one thing. And I can
yeah, and
continue.
that-
There are plenty of other things I can identify.
That number is totally false. I mean,
He said Democrats. Hold up, can I finish? So he said Democrats specifically want infanticide. There's no indication of that at all. He has no like evidence to substantiate that. He said they used like the DOJ against him. There's like literally no evidence substantiating that.
there's a little.
What evidence?
Well, the number third person at the DOJ went to New York. So, I mean, that's
No,
that
can you
is
give me
some
evidence that like Biden used that to go after his political opponent? Because it doesn't sound like you have any evidence of that.
Thank
Give me evidence.
He
it
also
didn't.
said that.
Give me evidence that it wasn't. I mean, give me evidence
That's
that
not how it
wasn't.
works.
Well,
So
it is how it works. You're saying evidence. I mean, you're saying evidence is based on what you can see, what is there, right? I mean, so if the third person at the DOJ, which is pretty high up position in the DOJ, goes to New York, like magically just days
you're
or weeks
making the
before,
claim. Now, can you justify your claim? If you can't justify your claim, I'm going to see it as no basis.
well, then justify your claim that they didn't.
Again, I'm just saying I have no evidence to say they did.
How many meetings did Bragg have with the White House, or how many times
I
did
have
he go
no
to the White
evidence to say that they did. Can you give me any evidence to believe that?
House? What's that?
I have no evidence to say that they did. Can you give
Yes,
me evidence of
I
that?
just gave you evidence that
That's not
the number third person from the DOJ went to New York. Bragg had
not evidence.
A bunch. Well,
You're telling me that a person that works for a federal prosecution service went to a
state
federal court case?
State. It was state court.
Yeah. But it was a felony court case.
Well, it was.
You're telling me that he went to a high-profile felony court case?
He left a very much more
What?
high-profile job.
What?
He
You're
left
telling me
out-
that a member of the DOJ went to a high-level court case in something that against a person they will probably be prosecuting soon? What?
That would just happen to be the number one.
No way! Incredible.
Oh my
Now, can I
goodness!
continue all the
A
lies from the
prosecutor
debate?
went to a high-level prosecution.
Right.
Oh my goodness!
Can I continue the lies from the debate?
Sure, go ahead.
Scott. Yeah. So he also said that the only jobs Biden created were undocumented immigrants and bounce back jobs. Well, the CHIPS Act, the CHIPS and Science Act created jobs. The infrastructure bill created jobs. So that's just a complete and total lie. He said tariffs don't drive prices higher. That's the whole basis of a tariff, is to drive prices higher insofar as that it stimulates American production.
Right.
Yeah, he said it's basically just going to force them to pay a lot of money, reduce the deficit, and give them power, which is completely false. It's just a lie. He said the inflation blew up because Biden spent. Actually, Trump spent more money, debt-related spending, than Biden did. 8.4 trillion, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, whereas Biden 4.3 trillion, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Right,
It's a complete lie to say that he spent more money. There was
There
also
was
a greater
less spending,
money supply increase under Trump comparative to Biden. He said tax cuts spurred the entirety of the growth of the economy. Right, that's not justified at all. I can send you a paper, The Macroeconomic Effects of the 2017 Tax Reform, which is a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard that indicates specifically there was 0.02% increase in GDP annually from the $1.9 trillion deficit that it created.
Sure, it was the interest rates more than anything.
The interest rates that relate to the Federal Reserve. That's not even the president. He said
Well,
we're
no, I know.
literally like
I-
a third world nation. He said we're an uncivilized country. He said that the border was open under Biden's administration and closed under his. Right. He said that millions of people came from prisons and mental institutions. No evidence of that. Right. He said the border is the most dangerous place on the planet. So, do you need me to keep going?
Well, I mean,
I can. This is just in the first 30 minutes of the debate. I'm just letting you know.
yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't. Didn't actually watch the debate, but
Interesting.
well, I didn't have access to it at the time.
You can watch it on YouTube.
I didn't have access to internet.
You're on the internet right now?
I didn't have it then. Yes, I'm on the internet right now.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have it then. I was in Eastern Oregon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can watch it now though. It's on the internet.
Yeah. Yeah, probably could. So the as far as the border goes, it was definitely a lot less people coming in when Trump was president than there is now.
So actually, there's the same amount of border crossings right now as there was under Trump's administration at the end of his administration.
What do you mean, border crossings?
Yeah, same amount of border crossings. Amount of people going across the border.
Well, since Biden reenacted what Trump had enacted, yeah.
No, that's not what he had enacted. It's a separate executive order that specifically relates to putting conditions on people coming through the context of the asylum process.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
it changes
Biden's
it
actually
from what
been
was
harsher
currently
on abortion.
constituted.
He's
this
been
is
harsher.
literally, it's conservative policy, and conservatives are still mad.
It's actually more limitations on asylum than Trump did, just to be extraordinarily clear.
Okay, would you guys agree that he only did it because of the election season?
I don't. Yeah, politicians doing things to be elected, crazy times. Them doing their jobs.
I'm not saying that it's not, but
The only reason Trump said he's not for a universal abortion ban is because of the election.
I would like politicians to say things to be elected. Yes,
honestly,
that's how they function. But yeah, so he was harder on immigration and asylum seeking than Trump was. So if you're anti-immigration
for the last 30 days.
I mean, actually, no. In terms of investment, of the militarization of the
3.5 times
southern
as
border,
many people were moved from the country.
yeah, both him and Obama, right? Him under Obama and him now deported more people per year than Trump did. He's invested more into the border bill. He got a bipartisan border bill through that Trump could not. So, what are you on about? If you're
He actually
anti-immigration,
didn't get the border bill through. They blocked it. He did an executive order.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He got a
So
bipartisan infrastructure bill that Trump didn't.
Yeah.
So sending leaflets and stuff like that into the countries telling people to come is not true. I mean, they put out pamphlets.
Fucking Israel sending leaflets doesn't do shit. Like what? What do we mean?
They put flyers out in other countries telling people to come. Is that not true?
No evidence of that.
You haven't heard that?
I don't know anything about that.
Have you not heard that, Parker?
Can you give me evidence of that? I've never seen
I'm
that.
just asking if you heard it. I know. I just heard it on the internet. People saying it. So
Never seen it.
I've never seen that either. Also, Scott, like both are anti-immigration. I would argue Biden is more anti-immigration and probably more effectively anti-immigration. If you're voting on immigration, so if you're voting on the economy, you vote for Biden. If you're voting against immigration, you vote for Biden. That's why I hate Biden, by the way. I'm pro-immigration. I think I despise that man for how anti-immigration he is. But like,
I might actually disagree with you on that. I do think Trump's more anti-immigration. Like he wants
Really?
to have like a mass deportation campaign.
Yeah, but he
beyond
deported.
that of
He was
Trump or Biden.
What I'll
But
say is he's probably
for
less
his
effective
future
at it.
policy. That's not for what he's done. So although I
Yeah.
agree with you that, based upon what they've already done, it is the case that Biden is effectively more anti-immigration. But what Trump is calling for is effectively more anti-immigration.
I agree with this.
How about Holman?
He has more populist rhetoric against immigration. I don't think he can do it. I think Biden can do it, and Biden has done it.
That's
Is my
probably
view.
true.
But yeah,
I would
I
probably
think
agree
Trump
with
is
you
an
on that.
ineffectual politician.
Tom Holman is full of shit.
Hmm?
Tom Holman is full of shit. The borders chief was put in before, I think, even Obama. He was there before Obama, but he was all Obama's in charge of the border, and then through Trump and before Mayorkas. He was there before Mayorkas. He hands down said that Trump by far had the most effective and least open border that he's ever seen, and he was there for at least two presidents prior to Trump.
Looking at the data, he's wrong. So I don't know.
Yeah, like
Well,
what
that's the
evidence
only answer we
suggests
can
that?
Well, I'm just saying what he said in a congressional hearing.
I mean, we have the data, so.
Oh, and also this Micah person. Didn't you say like I'm paid by the DNC or something?
Yep.
How old are you?
I'm 18, October 5th, 2005.
Okay.
So what does it matter?
Well, do you
What
think
does it
he's
matter
18?
if people say you're paid by the DNC, though? Really?
What was
I
that?
think it's funny. I think it's funny.
Yeah, I guess you.
And also,
Shao,
like,
what are
I
the
want that
thoughts? Is
back.
that a fetus?
I mean, I don't carry my birth certificate with me. Like,
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're a fetus.
You just that fetus.
It did sound rehearsed too. That's so crazy. That sounded rehearsed. That's so funny. Oh,
His
my.
date, or the way he acted, or the way he put his date of birth in there.
Yeah, no, the way the way he said it was like he did it really quick.
Right. Right. But so yeah. I don't know what I mean, I guess
So, what policy area do you think Trump is better on? So, not economics, probably not immigration. They're either equal or Trump's or Biden's worse, in my view. Where? Why do you like him?
I don't necessarily like him.
Why do you like him more than Biden? Just make you feel good? Make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside?
I think he was more effective president in the sense that he, I felt safer. I mean, honestly.
How?
Well, because we weren't.
Do you think women feel safer?
I don't know. I mean, so Trump was pro-abortion prior
What?
to
No.
prior to becoming president.
Okay,
was
well
pro-abortion.
now he's quite literally overturned Roe versus Wade. So
Well, okay, he didn't do that, but the people he put in.
he put them in specifically with the reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. He takes credit for it.
I'm not saying he doesn't, but
I'll
he
give
put
him credit for it.
conservative judges in for sure.
To do that.
What
Okay.
do you think of the dollar?
Possibly. I
So,
mean,
Scott, it's because you feel safer.
Oh yeah, I need to deal with that person in the chat. That person keeps spamming. Let me talk, bro. 2346. I'm sorry, bro. You've sent like 1 million comments. You literally don't have enough followers to get on the live. I'm muting you, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? I've been telling you the whole time, bro. Okay.
I mean, do you guys not find it concerning that we are on the verge of war with Russia?
I don't think that you have good evidence of that.
Well,
Yeah, I don't think we're on the verge of war with Russia. I think we're
Colton, do you
maybe
think I'm
closer to
actually
war
paid?
with like Iran, but
Well,
we're not on the
okay.
verge of war with Russia.
Yeah, I do
Russia
actually.
and China are all kind of all together. I mean, so
Not really. No.
Colton,
Well-
how old are you?
kind of, yeah.
19.
Yeah, why do you think I'm paid?
Because like you and Harry work together.
So because I'm affiliated with Harry and the just because I did lives with him.
Yeah, the DNC pays both you.
I wish
what
that's how
evidence do you have
payroll
of that?
worked.
I guess it's more of just putting two and two together. I could be wrong, but I just
What 2 and 2? Well,
Like,
you think of
because
$30
Harry-
from the DNC?
Harry's paid by the DNC, so I thought you would be too.
Yeah, what evidence do you have of that even? Okay.
He was on Pierce Morgan. Does that count?
That's not. No, he was on Piers Morgan. Look at the entire comment section on that video.
I know.
He
I
was on
know.
Piers Morgan because Piers wanted to make fun of him.
Right.
Yeah.
What? So really, though, what is it? I mean, whether you're paid by the DNC or not, I mean, what does that even mean? Like you're under payroll?
Yeah, they think that I'm paid by the DNC, like on their payroll, to
Wow.
come up here and to do this, which is a crime, by the way.
Because of the campaign finance
Yeah.
stuff? Yeah.
Yeah.
You need
I would
to
have
disclose.
I would have to say that I was paid,
Yeah.
which I'm clearly not. So
No. But I wouldn't. Yeah.
I'd take the money then.
Yeah.
I'm doing the same
Hell
thing.
yeah, baby.
Hell yeah. Give me that DNC bread.
The DNC
Are you
hates me though,
monetized
so
on
they
here
are
at all?
not going to give me any money.
Other than donations, are you monetized on here at all?
Yeah, people just send me donations or
Right. How about YouTube or anything? Do you do enough there to get?
no, I don't really do much on YouTube. I have like one video. You can people can check it out. New rally video. Trump rally.
Uh-huh.
Link tree in bio.
Okay. Anyways,
Anyway, Scott, why do you support a fascist? Like, why do you support Trump?
So, how is he a fascist?
I can tell you how he's a
What's the
fascist. So he's a
definition of
racialized populist, which is the first start. So he blames almost every single conceivable issue on a specific, particular, by and large, racially coded group, immigrants, and then scapegoats them for every single issue, appealing to the everyday class while actively collaborating with corporations to integrate them further into the government. That is textbook fascism, right? So if you read Benito Mussolini's book on fascism, that is almost directly what he described as the rise of a fascist populist, and then their integration of corporations with the government is why he loved FDR's New Deal, for example, for being a fascistic populist party. He is a fascist by definition. We can go through every single one of his. So we could talk about the modern definition of fascism following the, the Shoah, following the Holocaust. There are like 9 descriptions of fascism, but we could also talk about Mussolini style fascism that he almost directly matches. So, I mean, we can talk about any type of fascism, but he matches it immediately. So why do you think he isn't a fascist?
So what is the definition of fascism, though? I mean,
yeah, so fascism is a complicated authoritarian far-right populist movement that is constituent by and large of an economic policy directly integrating corporations with the government as like by and large a syndicalism. So they're, instead of regulating the government, the corporations are viewed as parts of the government to engage with the government in like a collaborative way. And then as a popular social movement, they are viewed as racialized populists. So they scapegoat a specific member. It's typically brought in with eugenics. It is typically brought in with false racial science, which he has led to, and then also a disdain for human rights, a disdain for the judges, intellectuals, and institutions in the government, a disdain for democracy, and a failure to peacefully transfer power, and a love of an authoritarian strongman.
Okay, and it has nothing to do with like.
Sounds oddly familiar, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are the academic descriptions.
Sounds really familiar.
Yeah, those are the academic descriptions of fascism. Benito Mussolini wrote this in his book, and then scholars of the Holocaust also have described it this way. So those are the sources, if anyone's saying that's made up.
Yeah, and I like to say, I guess fascism, I was more under the thought that it had to do with quelling speech. I mean, stuff like that.
I mean, he has supported the book
make
bans.
It illegal to burn the American flag. Like,
yeah, and he has supported the book bans.
Flag.
Is it not illegal already to burn the American flag?
No.
Okay, but it is to disgrace or to deface it, right? You can burn it. It's not.
Also, Trump defaces the American flag. Have you seen like literally all of his merch? But just to be clear, that's against the flag code. That's so fucking unpatriotic. I don't know how any veteran ever is supporting Trump when he puts his face on a flag. That is distinctly against the flag code. Everyone that does that hates America, by the way.
Sure.
Yeah, if you wear the flag on a shirt or on a clothing that is not official, like America merch, you hate America. So congrats to all of you freedom-hating commies. But so Trump violates the flag code all the time, but he also supports the book bans, and he's actively called for multiple books to be banned across multiple sections. He does have a disdain for freedom of speech, but on the academic definition of fascism that I gave you, is he not a fascist?
I don't know how he tried to make corporations part of the government.
Right. I mean, we could talk about his integration. He wasn't antitrust, so the FTC was actively destroyed and defunded under him. So was the IRS. So the two huge branches of government that we have to regulate it were harmed. He wants to actively pull the corporate tax and deregulate the corporations so that they can have larger influences on the government. He supported Citizens United, which specifically allows for the corporations to fund and determine politicians.
Okay, and I get that, but
that sounds like integration of the corporations within the government.
That was prior to Trump. I mean, and we built
yeah. I mean, lots were populists, so other people can be fascists. How is he not a fascist?
Well, I'm just saying that I think the definition of fascism, and I'm not saying yours is wrong.
Are you disagreeing with Holocaust scholars?
No.
Are you disagreeing with Benito Mussolini on the definition of fascism?
I don't know. I don't know them. I don't know him. I mean,
you don't know Mussolini?
I know he's writing, but I don't know where his.
I think knowing who Mussolini is pretty important to knowing what fascism is.
He's literally the father of fascism.
Right.
So, yeah. Okay. So I don't see why we disagree with the definitions I gave. So
I'm not disagreeing with the definitions you gave. I think they're right. I'm just saying that I think the meaning in America of a fascist has changed since its origination. Meaning, a lot of what you explained there.
We're talking modern day. These are modern day Holocaust. These are modern day Holocaust scholars describing the rise of fascism as it happened in Germany and how it's happening in America. So, I'm confused as to where you're saying. You're saying it doesn't mean what it used to mean somehow, even though every single scholar basically in the world uses it this way. You're just saying, okay, would you agree that according to the academic definition, he's from a scholarly view, he's a fascist?
He could have some fascism tendencies, yes.
And
no,
people
from a scholarly point of view, is he a
fascist?
fascist?
What's that?
From a scholarly point of view, is he a fascist?
I don't know. No more than I think.
The definition. Could you apply it?
I could, and I don't.
Does it apply to Trump?
No more than any other.
So
Yes,
yes,
it does.
It can apply to other people, Scott.
Yes,
Does it apply to
so
Trump?
yes, it does. Yes.
Yeah, great. Yeah, he's a fascist.
But then I think it does also to Biden.
How?
Well, Biden. How did he? All the social media companies and everything. How they integrate or inserted themselves into their
How
stuff.
he's actively pulling an antitrust lawsuit against Meta?
What's that?
And he has an antitrust. He bolstered the FTC to be able to take an antitrust lawsuit against some of the strongest corporations in America. That integration.
Who is
corporations
Meta?
within it? How he's lambasted
who is Meta?
Facebook, and how he lambasted Citizens United when it came out. In what way, Scott?
Well, in like
his respect for American institutions, calling specifically for judges to come after his son because he has that respect for American institutions. Where is his disdain for human rights? Trump has called where's his disdain for human rights? Where is his disdain for the judges and the intellectuals? Nowhere.
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I'm
Nothing.
sure
It doesn't exist. Biden is a liberal. I'm not a fan of liberals. I'm not a liberal, right? Don't love him for being a liberal, but he is a liberal, right? Trump is a fascist politically. That is his political ideology.
Maybe so. I don't necessarily agree, but like I said,
and that makes you a fascist for supporting him.
With your definition, okay, so it makes half the country fascist?
Yeah, guys, don't be a fascist.
Half the country is not fascist, but he has not won a popular vote. Never.
Okay. So maybe not quite half, just under.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
that's
pretty
where
bad.
you should be worried
Concerned.
that a fascist got that
I
many
know,
votes.
right? Like
Scott.
Christian Hindart. Not concerned.
I'm not concerned from that standpoint because I don't think that it is. I don't think he's the new Hitler.
Dude. Not all fascists have.
Not all of them wear the fun caps, you know? This is the classic, guys, fascists wear a red armband. I don't wear a red armband, therefore I'm not a fascist. That's not how this works. But it is a natural coping mechanism when people point out that you are supporting the same type of people that did utter atrocities throughout this world. His ideology has killed millions of people historically and done extraordinary harm, and you are supporting it. That just is something fascism is a dangerous, toxic, but also very common and very natural tendency of democracies. It's something that needs to be actively fought. And so your response to me showing you very distinctively that he is a fascist should be, oh, fuck. A fascist has duped me because fascism as an ideology, has a rhetorical power, works. Fascism is popular for a reason because it's really appealing to hear. But it's also disgusting and harmful. You'd be like, shit, this guy's tricked me. Not ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba, fascism means something different now. The Holocaust scholars are wrong.
I didn't say they're wrong. So you think that...
Then you should take them seriously.
Yeah. I do.
Then stop supporting fascists.
I just don't think that... Okay, so I would agree he might be a narcissist, or at least has...
He's fascist. Where in the Holocaust definition? Where in the Holocaust scholars' definition is he not a fascist?
I don't know. I don't support him.
Then don't vote for him.
I just think, I think he's better than Biden, even if he is fascist, I guess.
Okay, you think a fascist is better than Biden. How?
Well, because I think Biden is too.
How?
based on your definition, I think he is too. I mean,
where in the definition
a lot
is
of the
he?
same
I mean,
shit.
where?
A lot of the same places that you say Trump is.
How? Which
Well,
places?
he's Obama or Biden is pro, rich, pro corporation.
In what way?
I mean,
Leah,
in the way
$2.
that a lot of corporations support him. And
Wait, sorry. The corporation supporting you means you're a fascist? That's not the definition, love.
Okay, but if they are supporting him, does that not mean that they're getting something from him?
That doesn't mean that he wants to incorporate them into.
Well, I don't think Trump does either. I'm sure Trump doesn't want to incorporate corporations.
He did. I mean, he does. He supports Citizens United.
Showed me that.
That's
and what were all the facets of Citizens United? Okay, so what were all the facets of it?
You don't know what Citizens United was called?
I guess they're. I know a little bit, but I guess I don't know all of it.
Okay,
I don't know. I didn't know.
I'm just intrigued. The thing is, Scott, is like, you don't mean what you're saying right now. You, in response
maybe not. Give me
let's just try and wait 1 second. I need you to. You're not. The thing is this isn't a discussion.
Give me the bullet points of.
Scott, 1 second. Okay. You don't mean what you say right now because you don't actually have any reason to believe that Biden is also a fascist.
He's just saying it because he doesn't want to hold Trump accountable for being what
and
he is.
what I understand. It's very natural. But the thing is, Scott, it's very natural. You have an identity of supporting Trump or voting for Trump or hating Biden or whatever, right? And it hurts to break that identity. But you can't reactionarily just label everyone a fascist. It doesn't work that way.
I didn't.
And you don't actually believe that because you don't have any reason to believe it, and you didn't believe it 10 minutes ago. You only recently believe it because it hurts to believe anything else.
I don't know.
No, I'm not saying I believe that Trump is or that Biden is. I'm just saying based on what you pointed out there, I don't see a whole lot of difference between. What's that?
You accept the definition, right?
I accept what you told me.
Who else would define fascism other than the father of fascism and Holocaust scholars?
Okay, you're right. I agree.
Okay,
but I'm just saying
this is the definition, and it applies to Trump. You were just saying, well, yeah, he's just as much of a fascist then as Biden is. You haven't described to me how it applies to Biden, so you've accepted that it applies to Trump and haven't proven to me that it applies to Biden. So I don't believe
when they don't understand that MAGA is just fascism in America.
That's why the fascists support it. Who did the KKK endorse? The
KKK is fascism. I mean that
the KKK is that's interesting. I don't know if they particularly are fascists, but they certainly support neo-Nazis who are fascists.
Right.
The KKK is just extraordinarily Christian nationalist racist. Yeah.
Right.
They support
neo-Nazis
because they're also Christian nationalist racist.
Yeah, they have a very huge overlap with fascism.
Black Lives Matter is not.
Did you know Hitler was I'm pretty sure he was Catholic.
Maybe. How about Black Lives Matter? Are they fascist? Or not that? Not Black Lives Matter, but the not Black Lives Matter, but the
Antifa. Antifa quite literally is anti-fascist.
Because
That's
they say
what
it.
The name is Antifa stands for anti-fascist.
Right, but
how is a sorry Scott? Sorry, Scott.
Dude, I can't.
Let's put on our critical thinking cap. How is a decentralized, individualist, leftist, anarchist collective of people actively working against Christian nationalists fascist?
Well, because they try to squelch speech. You
don't know what fascism is. The definition that Holocaust scholars gave and Benito Mussolini described, how is a decentralized, anarchist, leftist, collective, actively working against white Christian nationalism fascist? Go. Given the definition I gave you.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Yeah, it's not. Don't fucking do that. The thing is this is what I say. You don't mean the words you're saying. You are reacting to what we're saying rather than hearing what you're saying.
No,
my guy's
okay,
fascist,
you're
your
right.
guy's fascist. Oh yeah, guys,
You're right.
guess what? The person that I don't like, they're fascist as well. Hear what we're saying and respond to it as what you mean. You don't think Antifa's fascist, don't embarrass yourself. So please,
All Republicans are fascist.
let's
All Republicans are fascist?
No. What I'm saying is the Republican Party has been duped into supporting a fascist.
Okay. Because they don't know the definition, or why? I mean, I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Because fascism is appealing to the working class, especially to the poor white people that have been duped into supporting the Republican Party. The Republican Party it was founded on racial dynamics that leads itself extremely well to fascism. The Republican Party and the conservatives within America are they're
1 million
poor
likes.
white people in it because they demonize black people. Like, we can go into the racial dynamics that lead to party dynamics being extraordinarily susceptible to fascism, but the Republican Party, of course, America
The Democratic Party started the KKK.
Yeah, they did. And then
the Democratic Party started the KKK.
Were they conservative
you know
or
who the
liberal?
base of the Democratic Party at that time was?
Who?
Poor white people. Do you know who poor white people by and large vote for right now?
The Democrats.
No, the Republicans by and large. Poor white people by and large vote for Republicans overwhelmingly. You're just wrong. And the reason that this huge conservative base that has transitioned following the party swap from Democrats to Republicans is conservative against their best interests, right, is because of racial dynamics. Black people were scapegoated again to be blamed for basically everything. So of course, the people and party that were told that black people are at fault for every single thing wrong in America are going to perfectly well accept that immigrants, the new brown people that they're told to hate, are wrong for everything else. Oh, and also take this rest of the fascist ideology as well. Of course. Yeah, of course. Republicans who are founded by like the base who was literally indoctrinated in and for racism are going to support it.
Yeah. Why is that not more public knowledge? Why
There's
is that
just
more
so
out there?
many
It's not.
fucking
It's really
lies
not.
that go around. There are so
Why
many
is it not
lies
more
spread by
public
people
knowledge?
like you who are unwilling. The thing is,
We're
is
on
like-
a platform in front of 4.4 thousand people right now. We're making it public knowledge. That's the point.
Yeah, it's also super well known. It's also
And that's why I'm here.
incredibly well known. It just doesn't feel good to know. And it doesn't help the people currently in power.
You know, I don't.
It doesn't feel good to
necessarily-
know. That's why you're reacting the way you are.
Well, it has nothing to do with feelings. Honestly, it doesn't. I mean,
but
I
you
don't.
wouldn't
I don't.
say things that you don't mean if it wasn't to make yourself feel better.
I don't. I didn't know. Maybe it's not that I didn't mean it.
Why did I have to
didn't
walk you
know.
through that Antifa wasn't, by the definition you agreed to, fascist?
Well, because everybody was saying they were fascists. That them, by trying to shut down speech, trying to limit speech, is why
So
that.
that's why you need to question and be critical about what people tell you.
Hello.
And we're telling you to do
What?
that same
Hello?
thing about what we're telling you right now.
Hello, I'm here. Right? Is this not questioning it? I mean, I'm not.
No, that's all I'm saying is that continue that process. When
Okay,
people
well, then
tell
let's-
you that, like they did in the past, again, question that. Ask for a reason. Ask for evidence. I'm not.
Well,
doing this
I mean,
for
I've seen the evidence that they were referring to in the sense that they try to shut down speech. They throw the big. Anytime a conservative speaker goes to a liberal college, they throw big. What's
You're
that?
thinking of a definition, and you're looking for like what's in the scholar and like in like the academic space, right? You have to go to academia itself to know how to define it.
I understand that. I understand that.
People will like say that they understand academia and will mistake academia all the time. So it's
Sure.
important to always question.
Yeah, also, like, you realize, like, my college is liberal, and we have some of the most conservative speakers come speak. Like, we had a fucking IDF member come speak, like a literal genocide committer come speak at our college. We had a huge amount of Republicans come. Oxford University hosts a lot of conservatives in this world, and so do a lot of places. That's why the leftists don't like their universities. You don't see a lot of conservatives protesting outside of campuses. Who do you see protesting their universities? The
Well, you
leftists.
see them protesting. Yes, you see them protesting the liberal or the conservative people.
No, you
I
see
mean-
them protesting the universities.
Huh. I guess I've never really seen that. I mean, the only time
That's all of the encampments.
The what?
All of the current encampments are protests against the university's complicity in genocide. That's not like the conservatives on campus. That's like the university institutionally like supporting genocide and harm. So yeah, they are. So the lefties hate their own institutions because they are right-wing organizations. And this is well known. If we want to talk about indoctrination, we can talk about indoctrination. I bet if you go get an economics degree and learn any and tell me how many times they mention Marxism. Economics is a right-wing fantasy degree. We can go into anti-intellectualism.
We did mention Marxism a few times.
Yeah,
but they don't mention it clear as much as they mention other things. Right?
Yeah, they don't teach it as truth either.
A lot of Marxism that I learned about even was learned through sociology. So sociology will mainly address Marxism and left-wing thought and stuff like that, whereas economics is very strictly like supply side in many circumstances. And
You'll get Keynesian shit.
Keynes. I can't speak.
Yeah. So why can't there be a combination of something, or something that's good and something that's bad, that doesn't make it all good or all bad?
What?
I mean, we definitely are not a, we're as much of a social government as we are a non-social government, I guess, in a lot of respects. Right? I mean, as far as how our economy works. Am I wrong?
Chat, is it better now? Hold up. I'm trying to ask the chat. For some people, no. What about now, everyone?
It's good for me now. It was breaking up big time.
Is it fine now?
Yeah.
What about here? Is this better?
Will keeps going away, I think.
Which one? I'm trying to
that's because I'm Snapchatting people.
Better.
Oh, gotcha.
Is it this one? Which one was best, y'all? Is it good right now?
It's good.
I'm hearing some static. I don't hear any static. Do y'all hear any static?
I don't hear any.
So chat, the one we're on right now. Appreciate the rover, thank you. Sorry, I apologize, everyone.
What are you changing channels or something?
Yeah, on my Mixamp.
Yeah.
Chat, we're literally on the one that I was always on. This is the one I was always on. So I literally just went around and went onto the same one. Okay, alright. It's just quiet. Is it still quiet, everyone?
It's good here.
I don't know.
Yeah.
A little quiet. Yeah, just talk louder. Okay, maybe I just need to talk louder, everyone. Okay, alright. Y'all can go. I apologize.
It's all right. So, Parker, do you agree that our form of government, our form of economics is got a lot of social parts to it?
I don't know.
I mean, it's definitely not all. Well, I mean, socialistic parts to it.
Socialistic? So you just mean like social programs?
Well, no, like we pay the government, we use the government, even the most staunch conservatives and stuff. A true
socialism is when the government do stuff.
What's that?
Guys, he did the meme.
Is when government do stuff. Appreciate Cap.
No, I'm talking
$5.
I'm talking about our economic, the way that our economics works in the United States. So what is it considered, I guess?
Yeah. So
what is our form of economics?
We have like a liberal economy.
Right. But it's not okay. So a lot of
capitalist
people,
liberal economy.
Right. So, but we're definitely not a true capitalism economy.
True capitalism? Do you mean like anarcho-capitalism?
Pretty much. Sure. I mean, isn't that
you don't want that?
No, I know.
Do you
I know.
want children starving on the street?
No, I know we don't. I'm just saying that.
Okay, so
we are a true capitalist society, Scott. We are like what, like
true capitalism.
the true capitalist. Like, no, like you're allowed to have private property that you hire workers to extract value from. Like, we are capitalist.
But we have a lot of socialist tendencies. I mean, a lot of socialist.
I don't know what you mean by socialist tendencies.
Yeah, so you just mean like social programs?
Yeah, I guess in that sense, yeah.
Okay, because like in the Scandinavian countries, they have more economic freedom than we do, yet they have more social programs. So you're saying they're more socialistic, but they have more human freedom and they have more economic freedom? Like, that doesn't really make sense if you define socialism.
But they
as
don't have quite
worker
the
does stuff. Or I mean, not worker does stuff. Government does stuff.
right. But do they have the harder you work, the more you get?
Yeah, they have more social mobility than we have here.
Yeah, actually, just to make that clear, actually, in America, if you're born wealthy, you're more likely to stay wealthy. If you're born poor, you're more likely to stay poor. So it's harder to work harder and get more. Whereas actually, there is a more meritocracy.
Right. It's actually more work smarter.
No, work at all. It actually matters a lot more how you are born than what you do in America compared to there.
Yeah, probably now.
No, that's been true for the past 30 years.
I would disagree with that.
I mean, you'd be statistically incorrect. Studies on social mobility going back to the 70s show that they have better social mobility than we do.
Who does? Rich
So
people?
we have, so America as a whole has worse social mobility than Norway, Sweden, Finland.
Oh, I was talking about the fact that if you're born rich, you're going to be rich, and if you're born poor, you're going to be poor.
Yeah, that's social mobility, my love.
Okay, so, but there's been way more.
This is one of
millionaires.
those lies that a lot of people say, but is just categorically so obviously incorrect if you look at the data. Raj Shetty did an incredible piece of work on this. It's just not true.
There's not more millionaires now than there was per capita in the 70s.
I don't think you understood what I said.
They have
So
more
if you're-
billionaires per capita than we do as well.
But also, Scott, that's not the point. Being overall wealthy by comparison to being able to become wealthy as an individual when you're born poor are two different things.
Sure.
And so in Norway, Sweden, Finland, you're more likely to be able to become wealthy if you're born poor, or become poor if you're born wealthy, and vice versa, as opposed to America, where you're more likely to stay within your social class and economic class, because that's what social mobility means.
I do have to get off now, actually.
I thank you for letting me out, Parker. Always good to talk to you.
It was always good to see you.
Later.
Good to see you.
All right, peace out, Queens.
Peace out. Peace out.
See ya.
All right, everyone. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for tonight. I do love everyone so much. Follow me here if you have not already, because this is where I'm going to be for like the next month until August like 14th or something. So I'm going to be on here for a while. This is where I will be. But yeah, everyone, should we send everyone over to another person? Who's live right now? Who's live? Did Harry just go live? Should we raid Harry, everyone? Everyone go to Harry. Look up Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Go to Harry J. Sisson, spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Run up Harry's live right away. To start him off. Join in Harry's live, everyone. All right. Love y'all so much. Have a good night, y'all.